A week from now, the German town of Hockenheim is going to be abuzz as the SRO GT World Challenge makes its way for its yearly race. And we thought here at the SimGrid, why don't we do our own little version of that? Except not little, bigger, because it's going to be twice the length of the normal one. It's going to be a 6-hour race here today live. Welcome along to the SimGrid channel. It's David Christie and Zach Sweeney here to take you through the first half of our 6-hour race here at Hockenheim. Zach, a very warm welcome. Great to be working with you as always. But I mean, Hockenheim, one of those legendary European circuits that's not Paul Ricard, so therefore I'm going to be happy today.
That is a rare occurrence as well for Mr. David Christie. So yeah, Hockenheim is a fantastic circuit. You know, there's never a lack of action. There's never a lack of anything when it comes to this. It's really a modern classic. Of course, some people hate the new modern layout. Some people prefer the old classic one. But yeah, I absolutely love Hockenheim. There's never a dull moment. There's never a dull race when we come here. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day. Obviously remodelled very, very recently from 2002 onwards, as Zach was just mentioning there. A wonderful, for me personally, a wonderful redesign by Herman Tilke, doing those extensive modifications. It may have lost a little bit of his character, but for me, it absolutely adds to the racing ability and the racing credentials here at Hockenheim, especially on the exit of Spitzkehre and then round the newly profiled Sachs curve as well. We'll take you around very, very shortly. Qualifying going on at the moment, but as we said, a 6-hour race here in iRacing, that has its own issues and problems with that in terms of the BOP on the cars right now. I'm just also looking for the terms of the race here, Zach. Do we think there's going to be any cars that are going to be, favourites going into the race?
I mean, in all honesty, in my experience with the GT3s here on iRacing, you have your standouts. You have the ones that are typically up there, the BMWs, the Porsches, the Mercedes as well, actually, are usually quite far up there. So those are the ones really to sort of look out for. Those are the ones that are going to be quite quick. But I mean, the BOP, it does its job the majority of the time. It should still be relatively close between all the cars. And Hockenheim's got a bit of it all. It's got some fast speed, some slow speed, and of course the long straight through the parabolic and towards the Spitzkehre hairpin. So I'm sure it's going to be quite close between at least a number of the cars.
Yeah, fingers crossed for sure. Very good afternoon to everyone that has tuned in on YouTube. Good afternoon to Nuno Barbosa, to Hey, Skinetto Designs, Robbins out there as well. If you have got any teams that you support, and get on the YouTube chat and get those messages in, and we will do our best to interact with you during the course of the race. But as we said here, nearly a 3-mile circuit, very, very challenging. It's fast, it's flowing, it's got a good mix because obviously on the outside of it you've got Nord Curve and then you've got Parabolica, some very, very fast corners on the lead up to Spitzkehre, one of the tightest hairpins I think we've got on the yearly calendar here. Then you've got the essentially the infield section here. I think passing and overtaking is going to be one of those things that you're going to have to line up, Zach, many corners in advance.
You've got to play your cards right. You've got to think, when can you get the move done? How can you get the move done? And you've got to play it, by ear. You've got to see what your opponent's like, where you're quicker, where you can make that advantage up. Because there's a number of corners where you can actually get it done. You've got down and towards turn 2, you can get it done if you've got a good run through the Nord curve. Of course, the Spitzkehre is going to be the favourite place if you are going to get a move done, because you've got the slipstream all the way through the Parabolica and then the heavy braking zone. But yeah, you can get a move done at a number of places, and you just have to see what your opponent's like, where their weaknesses are, and then when you can pounce and capitalize. And yeah, it can sometimes be difficult to get a move done here at Hockenheim, but it's more so not getting the move done initially, it's keeping that move, because yeah, as I say, through the Parabolica with the slipstream, it's actually quite easy to stay close and stay in contention. If you're slightly off the pace by about a tenth or two, you can stay in the mix.
Talking of pace as well, one of the things that I love about these exhibition races that they run here at Coach Dave Carraway and the SimGrid is the fact that there's such a wide spread of talent on there. So folk like me who are desperately slow at sim racing are more than welcome to come and be part of the race. And there's all different skill levels, and that means that you've always got somebody at race, and that makes it so much more enjoyable during these 6 hours. Also noticing a couple of names that do stand out, like Jens Kaiser in that number 7 machine. Now that is the sous chef team. Now if I remember rightly, that's actually a bit of a car that we're going to be keeping an eye on today, because our very own Michael Hamlet's going to be driving in that one as well.
Be interesting to take a look at how he gets on. The last time I had a look at Michael Hamlet and his driving was back at Fuji in I think it was the Mercedes lookalike or something along those lines, and he had a decent race actually. The pace wasn't too bad, but as you say, it's really good, these exhibition races, just to allow people to come and have a bit of fun, because endurance racing especially, it's one of those disciplines that you can only really get better with experience, and being able to just jump into a league race and perform and not be overwhelmed by anything like that, it's really difficult. There's a fair few number of leagues that actually are really welcoming for newer drivers. So for people that haven't really done endurance racing before, want to give it a go, it's events like these, they're absolutely perfect for it, and they can come in, have a bit of fun. There's nothing really on the line apart from a bit of pride, and it's just that perfect environment, nice and casual, to just come and have a go.
Well, we've got the fans in already. Marco Valea in the YouTube chat is supporting DS Racing. That's, of course, the number 87 team of Pedro Monteiro and Ricardo Santos. They've chosen to go for the Merc, the AMG GT3 machine. So we'll be keeping an eye on them as well. But it does look like we are very, very close to the end of the warm-up session. So we'll be going trackside very, very shortly to run you through the grid. But again, just in these final moments before the session changes over here, Zach, how much strategy do you think going to come into play today?
A lot. It's an endurance race, of course. It's not as simple as just drive around consistently and quick. Yes, it helps, but you've got to have a good strategy to back it up. You've got to be pitting on time, changing tyres at the right time, because if you don't, you can lose a lot of time. And a lot of the, sometimes the fastest car on track isn't the one that wins, purely because they're fluffed up in the pit lane. So yeah, the race can be decided in the pit lane, and yeah, strategy is always going to be a crucial part of that.
So we head over trackside then, and here is the scenes live from the circuit here as we get ready to go racing. The cars will be obviously making their way around on their formation lap there. So again, just looking there, it looks like pole position then for the 121 Aspar esports team. DS Racing actually getting second place there, so big turn up for that number 87 team. Third place for DASRT Holy Energy, Impulse Esports in fourth position, Sicania Endurance Motorsports in fifth position, Skorks Esports Sierra in sixth, Sous Chef Academy is our very own Michael Hamlet down there in seventh position there, Blue Chip Racing in eighth. You'll see the teams sort of wave about a bit as the cars go through, but we'll run you through the order as soon as we possibly can. So again, a shortened formation lap here. They start in the second half of the circuit here, Zach, and again, just watching down there for Skorks Esports Sierra down there in sixth position. Again, the start is getting a good start here is going to be so crucial.
It is, just to avoid the melee of everyone around you, and especially towards the front end. You want to get a clean start. You just want to try and get away and then be just getting into a nice rhythm. But if you're in the midfield, this perfect opportunity to make some places up early.
Yeah, here we go then. Raul Suarez and Pedro Montero leading the cars round. Looks like we have got a healthy field. 28 cars going to be starting here. The coach Dave, 6 hours at Hockenheim. And that is a start and a half from Raul Suarez. Gets an absolute jump on everyone here as we go round the 2.8 mile German circuit here for the first lap. DS Racing caught a little bit napping there. Pedro Montero caught a little bit out there, and he's coming under some intense pressure from Ott de Graaf there in third position. Late on the brakes there, that was Blue Chip Racing losing a little bit of time there. A little bit wide for DS Racing as well there as Pedro Montero goes a little bit wide. He manages to hold on to it there. You can see just behind there Sable Esports Minor getting themselves up into seventh position. And what a start we've had already. Now that car is liveried as the number 8, so that's going to be Impulse Esports making their way around, although it's got SimGrid liveries on it just now. 3 cars wide into the hairpin, as you do, Zach, and a fairly frenetic but fairly decent start to the first lap.
There's definitely been less clean starts and everyone keeping it nice and tidy, at least in the opening stages of this race. A pretty dominant start there for Ralph Suarez in the Asper Esports team. He's done a great job just to stretch his advantage out. 7/10 now is the gap back to Pedro Montero in the DS Racing car. But yeah, everyone keeping it nice and clean. Single file for the most part. A couple of teams going for a bit of move, but again, it's the thing. It's a 6-hour race. You can't win it on lap 1. There's no need really to go for any stupid dives.
Well, we say that, but Zach, we've seen it time and time again in many other championships where that is exactly what happens here. Is we've still got green flag here on our first lap of this 6-hour race. Then it's still Aspar Esports with Ralph Suarez up in the lead of the race. Looks to be about 2.5, 3 seconds of a gap he's got over Pedro Montero for DS Racing. We can see some side-by-side action here. That is going to be a position lost there for Scania Endurance Motorsport there as Sepal Esports Minor move up into the position there. Fede Rosano losing out to TJ McLean, so that is going to be 5th position for them, and that has been a huge start for that number 26 team. 4 positions made on that first lap alone. That is a cracking start there, Zach.
Absolutely, they are really pressing forward and making the most of their opportunities and not waiting around. If they see a gap, they're going to go for it. But can anything come about from this Lamborghini? You can see Rosano in the slipstream, not quite close enough, but this is all kicking off a little bit further back between, you can see Delgado in the Delta Racing Endurance looking to the right-hand side. Oh, are they going to be 3 abreast? The PTX Racing team, Porsche looking to the inside 2x2. Everyone just deciding to back out. The number 27 of Delgado just thinking to opt and go the long way around 3 wide as the 33 Mercedes gets his nose into the inside. But what a move that was from Delgado to get the drive off the Spitzker hairpin. Now going to run 2 wide with his BMW compatriot and towards the Mercedes arena section. Can he get his nose into the inside? He's going to think about it, but unfortunately for him, not make that move stick. But already this midfield is kicking off and being quite lively.
Oh my God, Alessio Bernardini, that was amazing. That plucky little yellow and black Mercedes just decided to sneak his nose up the inside like a cheeky little scamp on the inside of the hairpin there. Wasn't able to make any big moves up out of it, but it could have been so close. This is a monstrous accident waiting to happen, and there goes the yellow and black Mercedes. That was a big crash there. Alessio Bernardini gets caught up with Derek Wynn there in the 21 RFRO orange machine, I believe that was there, as the 2 cars collected Derek Wynn into the gravel there, and we've also lost João Delgado in the 27, so maybe that was actually the Newbridge Esports XRCI machine that was off into the grass there. We've already lost 8 cars from this race here. João Delgado is in the pits. Luke Sherlock is just come out of the pits there. Benjamin Tran went off at that last lap there, so my goodness me. I mean, this has been a crazy start to this race here, and yet still, what we haven't noticed is actually DS Racing have brought that gap back down. Oh my goodness me, Zach, that was from last week. Tiziano Caponio just sent it into the hairpin there, and that Lamborghini was so lucky.
That could have ended in disaster, but yeah, Caponio just coming from a different postcode, it seems. To the inside comes the Lamborghini back through. I think the number 13 is just like, yeah, fair enough, I'm going to let you both back through, but that's very easily could have ended in disaster. Still side by side between the Audi, the Succession Academy car, and the Scania Endurance Motor Racing, and still running side by side. It's just everyone staying so close as Caponio in towards the Mobile 1 curve. That's always going to be dangerous. He sees them coming around the outside, still side by side between the pair of them, so great respect as they run 2x2. The Mercedes just in the background, the blue chip racing car looking to go around the outside of the Sachs curve, but yeah, at least opting now to run single file. But yeah, I mean, we were literally talking, it's a clean lap 1, it's a 6-hour race, no one's going to do anything stupid, but yeah, no, we very quickly got shut up.
Well, no, to be fair, they just waited till lap 2 to do it, so, you know, they proved us right on that one. However, what I was waiting to say before all that kicked off, Pedro Montero in that DS Racing machine, remember that gap was 2.1 seconds, that's now down to just 1 second, so they really have got the motorboats on that number 20 machine, so cracking start there for Pedro Montero. In fact, So DS Racing up there, it's showing as the number 20 on my timing screens, but that's obviously the number 87 on our entry sheet on that one, as we're still watching Tiziano Capiano on the back of that Sous Chef Academy machine, as we can see that 7th place car of Jens Kaiser onto the back of Fede Rosano. That is, of course, the 152 Sakana Endurance Motorsport machine. So we're barely one tenth of the way into the race here, and 6 minutes into the book. What a race, although we've already had. It's just been an amazing start. Aspar Esports, you've got to think, with that time coming down as quickly as it is, Zach, they're going to be under some real pressure in the next 10 minutes.
You would expect so. Let's see if Monteiro can keep up that pace, but the gap is closing, as you can see on the tower, down to less than half a second now. So Suarez is going to start to feel that pressure just a little bit. Got off to a really good start and was able to sort of get the drive off everyone and then drive away, try and settle into a rhythm. Did everything right off the start procedure. Monteiro was just caught a little bit off guard, it seems, as we see side by side for P10 between Blue Chip and Newbridge. All the Porsche going the long way around. That's Tom Fain still side by side with the Mercedes as they run two abreast in towards the North Curve, and I think Tom Fain just going to try and tuck back in, because the North Curve is not exactly a corner where you want to be sticking your nose in willy-nilly and sending a move, because chances are you're just going to get turned across and spun out.
Yeah, bad things are very likely to happen indeed. Just seeing a change for 16th position there as Alessio Bernardini on that recovery drive there, gets that car up in 16th position. Now he's got 15th position as he takes Mahir Haritojo in that 22 RFRO yellow machine, so making his way up there. But it looks like P7 has changed then. Scorx Esports Sierra taking over Jens Kaiser here, as we can see a look up the inside here. That's going to be the 14 of Tom Fain trying to send up the inside of the 96 there. That's the Newbridge ex-RCI car of Brandon Hay. Can't quite make that one stick here, as DS Racing kinda on ice with that charge up to the lead right now, because that gap's still just under half a second right now. In fact, it's starting to go up very slightly indeed.
Just a stalemate now, I think, between the Aspar Esports team and the DS Racing car, because it's just they managed to close the gap, and I think they've gotten to a point now where they can't really close too much. They've lost that momentum and are now just going to be stuck around about half a second and try and get close enough. As you can see, that is Brandon Hay going a little bit wide off the exit of the Mobil 1, just dipping a wheel onto the gravel. Dangerous game, flirting with disaster just a little bit. This is the fight, though, for the race. The Aspar Esports team, driven by Suarez, and of course the DS Racing car of Pedro Monteiro just in behind. They are very close. They've sort of branched away from Octograph in P3. You can see that BMW there just in the background of shot. Very close indeed. Monteiro just there, not really going for anything stupid, not pushing the limits of the car too much, just happy to sit in the slipstream, sit in the rearview mirror and just see how this little battle is going to play out.
Now, strangely for me, with them both being in Mercs, what I'm finding unusual is that DS Racing machine in behind is actually losing speed on the straight line. So I wonder if there's either a little bit of lift and coast going on here or a little bit of fuel saving, because you'll notice he'll get right up to the back end of that car and then just ease off very slightly. And what I wonder is he trying to actually save a little bit of fuel here in this very early stage of the race? It's all about eking out that strategy. Now, again, that might sound silly, it might sound daft, but if he can squeeze out 1 or 2 extra laps per stint in this car, that could potentially be huge for the race overall.
Absolutely, he's not losing any time really by being stuck behind. He's still maintaining a gap of around about 6, 7, half a second. Really, is that gap between Monteiro and Suarez? And if he can, save a lap or two over the course of a stint or over the course of the race, that has that knock-on effect per stint. And when it comes to his final stint or final couple of stints where he has to pull into the pit lane and refuel that car, it's going to be a few seconds less than his competitors, and that is what can make the difference. Sometimes it is that close towards the end of the races, and it's those couple of seconds, those marginal things that can really make the difference. And I guess every little helps, and that is what Monteiro, that's the mentality that he's carrying for this race. But we were talking about how strategy can make a difference, and already we're seeing it in full effect.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case here, and it's such an early stage of the race. For those that are brand new to watching endurance races, who might think, it's a 6-hour race, they'll be pacing themselves, they'll be, easing themselves into it. That's not the way it works. 6 1-hour sprint races. That's normally, from our experience, how this all tends to pan out here. We're currently watching the battle for 10th position. 3 cars involved in this one. You've got the Delta Racing Machine up there in 10th position of Figo Oliveira. Tom Vane just behind him in that number 14. Then you've got Thies van der Hoorn in the 19 DSRT RJB Solutions. Looks like a good run for that blue chip racing machine here. You can see the Delta Racing car of Figo Oliveira going into the middle of the track, and that's a big sin up the inside from the 19, and that's a great move done. Misses it out on the traction coming out of the corner there. Thies van der Hoorn there can't quite get the power down, and that's what lost him the time there. Full marks though there, Zach, for a very, very brave and ballsy move.
I mean, fair play. It nearly worked. It was more the not necessarily going into the corner that messed him up. It was coming out of it. He got a bit of a twitch on the exit, and that allowed Tom Vane to get the drive off and then reclaim that position on the outside. But great bit of racing between the two, and fair play for Van der Hoorn for being that brave on the brakes. We have got a bit of a four-way fight here then for what will be P9, the Newbridge car of Brandon Hay leading the way. He's got the Delta Racing car of Oliveira just in behind in the BMW towards the penultimate corner, having just a little bit of a look. Nothing major at this point, but yeah, I mean, we were talking about how these exhibition races can have a variety of skill levels, but when the skill levels and you find someone that you can really match with, you get into trains like these, and it can be a lot of fun just to be, start with, 3 or even more cars near your skill level. As we see, this is now Tom Vane on the offensive towards T2. He managed to capitalise off a good run. This is what I was talking about in the pre-show. You get a good run off the Nord curve, you can get up the inside of T2, and he's managed to do that quite well and up in a P10.
Yeah, that was a great move, and you also saw how he compromised the exit of that car behind him as well, meaning that he couldn't quite get the power on as early as he would like to. So Figo Oliveira drops down that position there, down into P11. Again, looking to the outside, going into the hairpin there. That Merc has the better of it on the braking, pulls the car around. Very, very tight hairpin. And again, Zach, on that corner there, a lot of the drivers will be used to this by now, but for those who are maybe brand new to the circuit, very easy to get it wrong on that hairpin there and be very impatient on the exit of that corner, as we saw actually with that Porsche of Thies van der Hoorn there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the split-scale hairpin is a very tricky corner. I mean, naturally it will be. It's a heavy braking zone and a tight hairpin. It is, on paper going to be a really difficult corner, but in practice as well, it lives up to that with how difficult it can be, because it's not conventional. It's not, oh yeah, 100 board, brake, easy peasy, get it turned in. Nah, it's not like that. It depends, on car lap by lap as well, and the, your tyre wear, your fuel. That's always something you've got to take note of in endurance racing. The car's handling will change over the course of the stint as the tyres wear out, as the car gets lighter with fuel, and of course with who you're racing. Because if you get distracted and miss your braking point, you can go in very, very wide. And it's not even just the entry either; it's also the exit, because there's a massive sausage curb. So if you go even marginally off the circuit, you are going to be in a bit of trouble. So it is really, really difficult, and yeah, it's always going to be a site of action, as we see the BMW eyeing up a move into said corner. He's going to dart one to the inside. The Porsche, the number for the fight for P6, I believe, is going to go to the outside and manage to hang on at least for the time being. But yeah, as you quite rightly say, it is a very difficult corner and has very rightly earned its reputation.
Yeah, just to clarify on that, because I thought that as well, and then realised from the timing that's actually the battle for P15. That's Maher Haratojo and Maurice Pichler, who are fighting it out in RFRO Orange and the Mission Spino Racing. I do like that name. That is obviously a little cheeky nod to the Minnow Racing team. But again, just one thing that I always say, and it feels like such a cliche whenever I say it, Zach, is that the great thing about these races is that no matter where you are on the track, you've got a fight, and a 6-hour race can be very lonely if you're just circulating and doing laps. You've got nobody really that's on your skill level to fight. But when you've got maybe, say, 5 or 6 different class levels, and that's what we're seeing here. In fact, we've got 4 or 5 different little groups of cars fighting it out here. Then it makes it so much more fun to take part in. And just before I throw it back to you, actually, Zach, there also noticing that DS Racing Machine closing right back up to our race leader again, 0.5 of a second.
I mean, it's fluctuating quite a little bit, as you can see there, as we split the screens. And to the right, that is the gap between our two race leaders of Suarez on Monteiro. As we see to the inside goes to 33 Barnaidi towards T2. He should have a fairly easy affair under brakes and up into what will be P12 for him, and up an extra position. But yeah, very, very close between our top two. And yeah, going back to your point, it's so right in saying that, you know, it's so easy for endurance racing to get a little bit bored. It's a completely different mentality because you go into a race expecting to just be driving around as if you're in a practice session. So it's very easy to get a little bit distracted. As we see Blue Chip Racing going up the inside of Newbridge for P9. Should be, again, still side by side though, as the Porsche gets underneath them. Going to fight this one out. Tom Fain on the outside, trying to fight with Brandon Haig as they go in towards the Mercedes Arena section. I mean, all bit of contact. Tom Fain forced off wide. He's going to come back up to the inside though, in towards the next left-hander. Oh, Haig shut the door a little bit on him, I think, and it's going to cause a Constantino effect as everyone tries to avoid them, and Tom Fain having to spin it back round. And can't lie, that was a little bit too aggressive, I think, from Haig.
Well, that's a bold move, getting yourself into contact 16 minutes into a 6-hour race here. You saw that one coming though. You could tell that the red mist had very well and truly descended from Tom Fain there. He felt begrudged on that move there, and yeah, you always saw that was going to happen there. However, we'll leave that one for race control to deal with here, but have a look at this plucky little Mercedes. I'm pretty sure there was a little bit of contact there from Alessio Bernardini. Also, how the heck is Bernardini back in 11th place here? He was all the way down in P21 about 5 minutes ago here, and he's back up onto the tail end of the top 10 already. He's harassing, and side by side with Hugo Oliveira into the hairpin there, and that is going to be the Mercedes up into P number 10, Leo Racing Team 33. Wow, that is quite the recovery drive there, Zach.
Absolutely flying, and yeah, we're still certainly in the early stages of this race, but Bernardini doing a great job. Can Oliveira launch a counter-attack in towards the Spitzker hairpin? Don't think he's too interested, in all honesty. He knows that the number 33 is going to be a little bit quicker, and is a little bit quicker. Looking at last lap times, 42.9 for Bernardini, 43.6 for Oliveira. So yeah, you can see that gap already stretching. He's going to be looking to get onto the back of Brandon Haig for P9 in not actually too long of a time frame, and yeah, is really, really pushing. And maybe actually, if Oliveira can stay in tow and stay close, by the time Bernardini catches up to Haig, he might have actually brought the trainer cars with him as well.
Do you remember all those many laps ago, Zach, when, you know, the field was quite well spread out, and now we don't have that because it feels like battles of twos everywhere. Raul Serez and Pedro Montero fighting it out by about a second. Otto Graf and TJ McLean separated by about 7/10 of a second. Ludovic Zakin and Fede Rosano 6/10 of a second. Then you've got Bernardini, Oliveira, Van der Hoon and Miguel Duarte separated by about 2 seconds for 4 cars, and that's Anthony Dabin getting it all sorts of wrong. Sorry, excuse me, that wasn't Dabin. That was actually the Red Kite Motorsports machine just behind him of Derek Wynn. And again, just another little note that I'm kind of picking up here, Zach, on these Porsches. They really are struggling for traction here.
They are. They're, in my experience anyway, I've got a very limited experience with the Porsches, purely because as soon as I try and drive them, I'm not the best, which is probably just me being a bad driver. But they are tricky to drive. They're not the easiest car to just get in and pick it up quite easily. As we see side by side, that is already Bernardini going for the move on Brandon Haig in towards the Spitzker hairpin. The Mercedes on the inside, the Porsche to the left. Can Bernardini get it stopped? He does so indeed. And that was a very, very easy move there for him to get himself up into P9. Bit of a big gap though up to Caponio for P8, about 10 and a bit seconds up. But yeah, at least for now he's as high as he possibly can be, considering he was 21st a few laps ago. But pushing on, and that's what we expected with the difference of cars. We expected the Mercedes and the BMWs to be doing quite well, and I think the Porsches might have actually got the short end of the stick here.
Yeah, for sure. So I believe on the right-hand side here, it is actually the battle for P3. So Otto de Graaf in that number 6, just ahead of TJ McLean in the 26. 5 places gained for TJ McGlade in that 26 machine just now. So really good start. Also noticing that that Leo Esports machine of Alessio Bernardini, 13 positions gained from the start of this race. So either they were massively out of position, a little bit of contact there, a little bit of friendly nudging from your lovely little Italian Lamborghini behind you, and I'm not sure that the Impulse Esports Mercedes in front is going to be all too appreciative of that little friendly nudge from its European counterpart. However, the Lamborghini obviously very, very keen to make a move here. Dives it straight up the inside into the hairpin there, stops it on the apex. The Mercedes returns the little friendly manoeuvre there, shall we say, on the back ends of Lamborghini, but that thing is absolutely gone. So the Mercedes starting to go backwards, and Impulse Esports need to make a little bit of a strategy change with just 20 minutes gone in this 6-hour race here, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great move from Rosano to just send the move to the inside, be committed, and got it stopped actually quite well on the apex. You know, Zython could have quite easily gone for an over and under. But the Lamborghini managed to actually get it stopped quite well, which you would imagine, based on their trajectory, they looked as though they were going, who's that off? I think
TJ McGlade.
That is TJ McGlade, was fighting for the podium not too long ago, actually, I think, and through the Mobile 1 curve, the number 26 has had a bit of an off. We've seen throughout the race people running a little bit wide through the Mobile 1 curve, so I wouldn't be surprised if it was by himself, but I'd be less surprised if he maybe got into a bit of an altercation with, I believe it would be Altdegraf that he's fighting for that P3.
Yeah, that's exactly the case. So that's the Sable Esports minority team, TJ McGlade and Paris Burrell in that car there. And again, that looks dramatic, but over the course of the grand scheme of things, he'll be able to possibly undo that damage. However, look who it brings him into the clutches of. Alessio Bernardini smells blood in the water, and that Mercedes isn't done yet. It's got a fresh new victim in the course of that number 26 BMW, and I wonder if the setup on that BMW is just getting a little bit overcooked with the tyres, certainly given how hard that thing is pushing right now, maybe just pushing a little bit too hard in that battle for the podium.
Tyre temps are going to be a massive talking point of this race in terms of strategy. It's, you know, very difficult to keep your tyres into a nice window, and as soon as they're slightly out of that window, it's quite difficult to get them back in. And having a spin, you know, scraping your car, the friction that comes against the tyres is going to heat them up quite dramatically. So he's got to take a couple of laps, or at least, you know, a lap, just to slow down, drive under the limit, underdrive the car to bring those tyres back into a nice working window. Because if you continue to drive, it's just going to exaggerate your problems. It's going to head into that negative feedback loop of, oh, you've spun, the tyres are warm, you're going to carry on driving, the tyres are still warm, you're probably going to spin again, or you're going to be driving quite messy. That's going to lead your tyres to get a little bit warmer, they're going to wear quicker. And in an endurance race, you do not want your tyres to be wearing very quickly at all, considering what is to be expected is that teams are going to be at least double stinting these tyres today.
Now, here's another interesting little story that's developing right now. Pedro Monteiro in that number 20 machine in second place, the DS Racing machine. I wonder if they've switched over onto a different engine mode, because now the past 4 laps here have been consistently 0.8 of a second slower, as up the inside goes Alessio Bernardini like it was absolutely nothing at all. Look at how frustrated that BMW is. And if I'm quite honest, Alessio made that look very, very easy indeed there, Zach.
I mean, it's Bernardini, and his form over the last couple of laps has been phenomenal. His last lap, a 40 dead, 4 tenths quicker than our race leader of all, Suarez. So that puts into perspective how quick he is going at this point in the race. Absolutely flying. Can TJ McGlade go for the move to the inside? Certainly having a bit of a look, but yeah, Bernardini is absolutely unfazed. Oh, very friendly to the rear end of the Mercedes there from McGlade, but yeah, no. He's not going to be too happy with that one, considering where he was just a couple of laps ago fighting for P3, and now he's just dropped down to P9. It's frustrating as a driver, but in that endurance mindset, you've got to know that you had the pace, you can press forward, and there's nothing you can do about it now but keep going and keeping your head up and just trying to keep the move. And this is what happened to McGlade, so I was right. He did just drop it by himself.
Oh, that's an awkward one, isn't it? Especially in an endurance race here, because you've kind of got to answer to the rest of the team as to what happens here. And not only do you put pressure on yourself, But as I said, you've got the teammates to answer to as well. So thankfully, the grand scheme of things, TJ McGlade will be able to undo that damage and get things going again. However, who we're keeping an eye on just in front is Alessio Bernardini, who on that last lap there was half a second faster than the entire field and does a 1:39.98 on that last lap there. Bernardini is on for the podium right now on this pace. We're only 25 minutes into a 6-hour race, but I am calling it right now. The pace that he has got, if he is not leading this race, if that team is not leading this race by the halfway point, I don't know what to say.
Touch wood, and if he doesn't, then everyone blame David Christie for that one. But still a long way to go.
I'm here for half of the race, so it's all good.
That's true. As soon as you're gone, it's DJ and Lewis's problem. But yeah, no, Bernardini is flying, and he's being consistent as well. It's not like he's just done a 30.9 out of nowhere, and that's his pace, and that's the peak he's going to drop off from here. It's been leading up to that pace, and he's been, 40.dead, 39.9. He's been up there since the start of this race, and he started so far down. I think it was really just, having a bit of fun, starting a little bit further back and trying to see how far you can get yourself up the grid. But yeah, we're not even, what is that, half an hour through is going to be 1/12 of the race. Yeah, it will be. I can do maths. So yeah, still got a long way to go. Is all the sous chef's car getting a little bit wrong off the exit at the Mobil 1 curve, but at least for now, of course, a lot to go, as I say. Can't get too complacent or predict anything too soon. It's looking good, and I think I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. Well, you can do maths better than me, Zach, because at 6 minutes I declared that it was 1/10 of the race over. So yeah, try and work that one out. An hour race dragged out to 6 hours. Yeah, it's. I honestly, I spent the past 10 minutes trying to figure out what I was actually trying to say there, but I knew in my head I had a point. Back to the point about the 33 of Bernardini, though. However, I make that about 17 seconds that he is behind the leader of Raul Suarez, who's now opened up about 3 seconds of a gap over Pedro Monteiro here. We're still watching the battle for what looks like P5 just now, because that's Ludovic Zakin, who's got Jens Kaiser all over the back. It's a move up the inside for Kaiser, and there we go. Sous Chef's making up another position, and Michael Hamlet is going to be very, very happy with that one. That Audi looking resplendent in that yellow and black livery, making its way around. I love the fact that it's made up, the livery is like a safety car. Please be patient is what's written on the front of that car there. I need that one with, like, the warning tape and sort of maybe the crash test dummy logo.
L plates, put L plates on it is what I do.
Stabilisers, I think, would be more appropriate.
Oh, absolutely. But no, yeah, I mean, that car always has a bit of a meme livery on it, and it looks great. But yeah, they're certainly, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? But like, I've got the word on the tip of my tongue, but they're sort of like lying to everyone else around them. They're like, yeah, no, please be patient, we're not great. And then here comes Jens Kaiser up your inside. It's great. He's absolutely flying at this point in the race. 40.7 is no mean slouch of a lap time, and yeah, doing a fantastic job up inside the top 5. But Michael Hamlet's going to have a world of pressure when he jumps into that Audi to maintain that, isn't he?
He usually deals with it quite well. So obviously I've worked with Michael for a couple of years now, and I remember one of the first times actually going on to a race with him, and I'd never seen him race before, and I thought, because he always, like you say, downplays his own ability, and I was thinking, right, I've got a vague chance of beating him here. I was like, nope, a second to a second and a half faster every single lap. And it was just, yeah, a ridiculously talented young man. So he'll be looking to take over from Jens Kaiser, who, again, is no stranger to the SimGrid. And that's a huge moment for Tiziano Caponio. And the Merc has a moment as well. So that, despite that, is going to be a moment. And Sabel Esports Minor facing the wrong way there. So somehow holding on to that.
Yeah, I mean, that was very close to disaster, as you can see. Caponio looking to the inside of Zakin, but I maybe a bit net code, or he just dropped it by himself. I'm not entirely sure. We might have to take another look at it just to dissect it a little bit more, but yeah, that certainly is a shame. Yeah, not exactly how you want to be going through this Bitscare hairpin, but you live and you learn. Mistakes are going to be made, and oh, Caponio again! How has he managed to hang on to that one? Fair play. I mean, that was Go Brown at the very least. He managed to cross his arms back over about 4 different times, and I mean, yeah, that could have ended even worse. 2 big moments in 1 lap for him.
Is all I can say to that one. Goodness me. Right, I got completely distracted because it was actually a separate incident for Seatbelt Esports Minor and TJ McGlade. He had another moment and is now down to 14th. Has just got 13th back from Carlos Miguel Duarte there. But again, just, you know, really overdriving that car there, you've got to feel, and getting himself into more mischief.
It's that negative feedback loop that I was talking about of you've had a spin, you try and drive, you get desperate, you keep overdriving the car, it gets worse, and then that leads it to be even more unstable, and then etc, etc, you get the point. And that's probably exactly what's happening now. And it's that mentality. The car might not be too bad to drive now. A bit of a moment there for the DSRT Simex Pro car as you can see Delgado gets to the inside and up in a P18, but that was a big moment off the exit of the final corner. But for McLean, you've come from a podium fight, you've had an off all by yourself, you're going to be absolutely kicking yourself for the next few laps, dwelling on that mistake, and when you start to doubt yourself, when you lose that confidence, lose that concentration, it then spirals into even more mistakes, and I think that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Yeah, for sure, as we're watching Tom Fain making a late lunge, possibly going to be thinking about it into the hairpin there. Yep, gets the toe off the Porsche. The Porsche is having absolutely none of it in that Mission Spinner Racing machine just up in front. So this is the battle for P15 right now. Seatbelt Esports Minor then taking advantage of RF Arrow Orange, having a little bit of a moment. So Maher Haratojo is off the track at the moment. He's just got back on there. So that puts the 12th car all the way down into P14. That moves TJ McGlade back up into 12th position just now. Battle for the lead is up to 3.5 seconds. However, Tiziano Caponio now is going to have Alessio Bernardini on his tail in just a couple of moments, because that gap now just 2.8 seconds. I remember 10 laps ago when it was 10 seconds here as Maher Haratojo. That's a very unusual place to have an accident.
It is, but it's easy to have because obviously that Mercedes corner, you go in to the left and then it sort of widens out. When you're on the power, you're still trying to turn the car to bring it back to the left to then flick it to the right. So yeah, the traction obviously isn't going to be fantastic. Of course, GT3s do have the inbuilt assists, but you can still lose the car with the weight shift and things like that. A weird place to have an incident, but yeah, it's still can very easily happen. This is the fight, I believe, for the top 10. The 96 of Brendan Haig under pressure from Van der Horn as they run 2 abreast towards the Spitzker hairpin. You can see Van der Horn to the left. It's going to be the long way around on his fellow Porsche. Can he get it done? He's braver on the brakes, goes in very wide, goes for the switchback, but here comes the 26. That is TJ McGlade trying to make up a couple of places. Saw the gap on the inside, said, I'm going to give it a bit of a go, but to the frustration of Van der Horn there, because he was going to try and go for the almighty switchback, and that's the problem of being, you know, second, third place in a train, is because you can't set up those types of moves because of the threat that is posed from those behind.
A little bit of a bump on the back end of that Porsche there, the 19 of Newbridge RCI, excuse me, of Thies Van der Hoorn there, from that Seatbelt Esports Minor of TJ McGlade, just late on the brakes into that left-hander here, has a little look, sends it from last week, and the Porsche trying to go and hold on around the outside, not going to happen though, and that BMW then, Seatbelt Esports Minor, back up already into the P10, and that is a fantastic recovery drive. It's been a difficult afternoon for them so far as we've hit the half-an-hour mark here, and already halfway through our first stint of the race here. And you've got to feel that this is going to be another position very shortly. Newbridge RCI, that's going to be Brandon Hay in the Porsche just ahead of that BMW. But again, the pace that BMW has got, sent it up the inside there. The Porsche has to try and keep to that line there. A little bit of compromising going on there, and the BMW is very, very intimidating right now as we're almost going 3 wide down towards the hairpin.
Very close indeed. TJ McGlade to the right-hand side of Brandon Haig, and you can see TJ trying it to the inside. It should be a pretty easy move now. He's claimed the inside of the Spitzker hairpin. Down the inside, what can Van der Horn do? Is he going to try and nip his nose up to the inside, get the drive late apex? Not quite enough as he gets a bit of a twitch, and that's TJ McGlade back inside, well established inside the top 10, I should say. Was in 10th place, now in 9th. Yeah, he's really pressing forward and trying to recover. I think he's now got his mojo back. He's settled back into rhythm and now going to try and press his way forward.
Yeah, but that's 2 unforced incidents that we've seen from TJ, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Meanwhile, I'm positive there was a little bit of contact onto the back end as Joe Delgado has an incident. He's fallen down the order there and into the wall. That is a wrecked looking BMW. WeBuyAnyCar.com not going to be interested in that one, I'm pretty sure, on that case there. He tries to get out the way there from the 797 there, but yeah, wow, that was big damage on the back of that one. Meanwhile, back up to the battle for P6, 7 and 8, and have a look who's there. It's our old friend. In fact, we've got yellow flags. Do we have a safety car out? That's what I'm wondering here right now.
Maybe so. I think so, because this battle has really sort of backed off just a little bit, but we're getting told that it is currently just a yellow flag for Joao Delgado, though. They have, if memory serves me correctly, at least they have one fast repair in this race, so he should be able to get it back to the pit lane and take that fast repair, but it's not something you particularly want to use 36 minutes into a 6-hour race, purely because of the fact that if something else happens, you're going to be sitting there for quite a while, and that's a pain I can tell you from experience.
I'm just looking, I think it is actually a safety car. I'm just looking at the gap to a leader now come from 3.5 seconds down to 1 second, so that would make sense if that is the case. And yeah, the fact that that's coming all the way down, even down to DSRT Holy Energy there, so yeah, that's what it looks like here then, folks. So a big accident, honest contact on a straight. Ooh. I was about to become one of our American counterparts there and say on the straightaway, but managed to resist just there for a moment. But wow, how bizarre.
Peculiar. I mean, not something you really often see. It sort of was the two cars just drifting towards each other just a little bit, and then yeah, the contact that sent each other around. So yeah, I mean, it's just clumsy, one of those clumsy mistakes that can be made, and there we are. We have got the safety car picking up the leaders, or actually, no, not picking up the leader. We've got Monterio in second place. Oh, actually, no, he has got both. Sorry, I'm just being, I've had a blonde moment again. Forgot which car we were focusing on. So it is the 1-2-1 that leads the way, yeah, well, we're under the safety car. That has reclosed the gap between the Aspire Esports team and the DS Racing car, and also brought Ott de Graaf back into the mix as well. So I'm expecting a pretty spicy restart, David.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Halfway into our first stint of the race, we've got our first safety car out and neutralising the field. Now, what that is going to do as well, Alessio Bernardini getting closed right up to the back of that pack, so expect him to make some moves as well. However, I think the politeness and the caution that we saw in lap 1, absolutely out the window. I think you've seen a couple of instances where there's been a couple of little bits of contact, a little bit of argy-bargy here, Zach, and I think that now the gloves are off. I think there's a lot of scores to settle here, and for a friendly exhibition race, I'm seeing a lot of aggression here.
I mean, there's nothing at stake, so you might as well send it a bit, have a bit of fun with it. I mean, it's not like you're fighting for a championship and you have to think, I mean, I can't afford to lose a bit of points here, I'm happy with second place, I don't want to risk it. Nah, you're fighting for the race win, you might as well. You're here for a bit of fun, you're here for a bit of pride, just send it and have a bit of a fight and give us something to watch as well. It should be really fun. But for Monterio, he'll know that the pace sort of dropped off towards the tail end of the first green flag period of the race, so he's going to want to maybe start and get a little bit more punchy, but it's going to be another rolling start, something that Suarez mastered the first time around and was able to open the gap up to sort of 5, 6, 7 tenths on that first lap that we started this race on. So I mean, it's going to be interesting. I don't think Monterio is going to want to let him go, but Suarez has the experience. He knows what it's like to lead the pack around on a road on lap, and he might be able to hang on at least for now.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what we're going to wait and see. Now, for all of these drivers, this is going to be the longest period at which they've been behind the safety car here today. Because remember, the formation lap is half of the lap. They start from the second half of the circuit here. So, again, it's so important that they weave, that they keep the tyres under control, that they keep an eye on their strategy. Do they want to try and bring it in ultra early? I still think it's way too early to even consider doing that. But given that we're going to have a essentially 6 hours of this race that we're going to be going through, I think that they're going to be keeping themselves out there. So again, safety car stays out there just now. It looks like the track is clear. Of course, we do have to get one lap notice, but now we've got 3 cars in. So that looks like, now that's surprising. That is Bernardini, Brandon Hay. Your leader is in as well. Tiziano Caponio jumped to the lead of the field, because of course they beat the safety car going in there. So we've got Tiziano Caponio, Brandon Hay, Higo Oliveira, Alessio Bernardini, João Delgado into the pit lane, and Derek Wynn into the pit lane as well. So about 6 cars into pits already. That is a big roll of the dice there, Zach.
So it's interesting because these GT3s can usually, on a tank of fuel, go to around about an hour into the race. Now, what they're doing is they're coming in 40 minutes. Yes, they've got the safety car. Yes, they're going to lose less time relative to everyone else. But they're also going to drop to the back of the train. They're going to be off sequence for the rest of this race, and they're going to need to work towards that, bring it back into sequence over the course of the next few stints, maybe hope for another safety car towards a pit window that they can then come in and refuel and then be back onto sequence. It's a risk, it's a roll of the dice, because if it continues like this, green flag all the way, they're going to be off sequence, and they're then going to have to do a bit of a splash and dash, maybe with sort of 20 minutes left to go in this race. So it's really interesting. It's a roll of the dice. It's an interesting strategy, and it can probably actually go either way.
Well, that is what we have got in front of us. 5 hours, 20 minutes. So many questions yet to be answered. We're going to have to keep an eye on the safety car to see whether the lights go off at the end of this lap here, which means it will come in. That'll hand over control to Raul Suarez and Pedro Monteiro. Of course, it's a single file run just now. But oh my goodness me, Zach, as if you could possibly want more drama, more chaos going on. That's exactly what we have got coming up with us just now. And it looks like a lot of pace. Indeed, actually, the safety car lights are off. We're about to go racing here. What do you think's going through the drivers' minds right now?
Get those tyres and brakes back into temperature. Now, of course, they've been going for the last 40 minutes perfectly uninterrupted, getting into that rhythm, getting into a consistent sort of flow, and that's been halted. They're having to drive slowly. They've had that adrenaline spike at the start of the race. They've been driving with that, and it's just been completely shut down. They've been dropped in their pace, their heart rate, and everything like that. Now they're about to get going again with everyone around them, the high stakes that it can be, especially for Monteiro and Suarez, who are fighting for the race lead, but also those in the midfield that have been able to pick up some places. It's just going to be so chaotic, and those that can settle back into that race rhythm very quickly are going to be the ones that thrive.
For sure. So the safety car just making its way through the final couple of corners here. It's the 6 hours of Hockenheim Ring, and really looking forward to getting back here. A huge thank you to Coach Dave Academy for being the title sponsor of this event. As always, if you need any sort of esports ready setups, head over to Coach Dave Academy and get yourself sorted out on a number of games, including the Assetto Corsa Competizione and the one that we're watching today here, iRacing. But we come back to the racing then. It's going to be Raul Suarez leading the cars over the line here from Pedro Monteiro. The green flag drops, and so does the hammer from Raul Suarez, but it's a much better start this time from Pedro Monteiro. He's right back onto the tail end of that car in front. None of the issues that he had with that first start of the race here. And look at that huge gap there. That, I think, is back from, that's going to be TJ McLean back to Tiers van der Hoorn there, about a second and a half there, and TJ McLean dropping down into 7th place.
He is trying to make up some moves. I think he managed to get the move done on Zarkin towards T2. There's the sous chef car trying to make up some places as well. We head towards T6, the Spitzker hairpin for the first time after the restart. Not quite close enough from Monteiro in towards the Spitzker. There is TJ McLean fighting quite well on the back of the sous chef car and trying to make it an extra place versus Jens Kaiser, but still very close between our top 3, our top 4 as well. You can see the Scania car of Fede Rosano trying to get past the Graf in towards the Mercedes Arena. The Lamborghini looking feisty, but still 1, 2, 3 and 4 as they were before the safety car, but they are much closer. They're looking feisty, and I think Monteiro is going to be eyeing up a move sooner rather than later if he can help it.
Yeah, we can see Jens Kaiser just running a little bit wider in that sous chef machine there. Now, the other question is that DS Racing machine going to be able to keep pace with the Aspar Esports Team SRP machine in the lead of the race? We saw that gap opening up to about 3.5 seconds, and this is going to be the big chance for Autograph in that number 6 DSRT Holy Energy machine in third place there. But as much as Autograph wants to try and get himself up into second place there, he's also got to worry about Fede Rosano, Jens Kaiser, TJ McLean and Ludovic Zayakin. All 5 cars are within about 2 seconds of each other right now. We're coming up to what is going to be, for the remainder of the cars, the first pit stop of the race here, and I'm so curious to see what is going to happen in terms of strategy to those 6 cars that went into pit lane here, Zach.
It's going to be quite interesting because, of course, they've pit early. The likes of Aspar, DS, DSRT, Sakana, I think pretty much anyone inside the top 6, maybe even the top 10 actually, are going to have to come in on sequence. That's going to mean those that pit early are going to inherit the race lead, as we see TJ McLean looking to the inside of Kaiser in towards the Spitzker hairpin, gets the car stopped, doesn't barrel his way into the side of Rosano into the hairpin and managed to get it stopped, and he's working his way up bit by bit. He's now onto the back of this fight for the podium and trying to recover well is TJ McLean. So he's found his rhythm back off the safety car restart. We see a bit of a gaggle amongst the midfield as well, so no shortage of action, especially on this restart.
Yep, 3-car battle going on for P19 right now. That's Modest, Bossman, Tom Bryan and Derek Wynn all involved in that one. On the left hand side you're seeing your battle for P3, DSRT Holy Energy ahead of Sakanya Endurance Motorsports, Sabel Esports Minority, and then Sous Chef Camry with Impulse Esports in the back of the picture, just coming into the final couple of corners just now. So 46 minutes gone of this race, nearly 47 minutes gone of the race. Raul Suarez still in the lead of the race with the Aspar Esports team here. You can see the 33 of Alessio Bernardini here already up into P15 right now, so he's going to be making short work of Morris Pickler into turn 1 here, and again that move looks like it's done and dusted before it even got anywhere at all. So Alessio into P14 right now with that 33 Leo Esports machine, and again just so much pace on that car.
It is, he's just flying and waiting around, well, not waiting around at all, I should say. He is pushing hard and is trying to make some progress early. Still Monteiro on the back of Raul Suarez, but maintaining that gap well in the slipstream, using it to his advantage just to stay in tow. Of course, we did see that over the course of the first green flag period from the race start to the safety car. It was this close for a while, and then eventually Suarez managed to bridge the gap just a little bit and extend that advantage. So I think Monteiro, if he wants a chance at this, what will be provisional race lead, of course, after they come into the pit lane, he wants to get this done quickly before that, I mean, expected drop-off for him. He needs to get this move done quickly, and he certainly is eyeing that up. He's on a perfect avenue in order to get that done.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I wonder actually if Monteiro actually cooked his tyres in that earlier part of the first hour here, and maybe he's got the call from his team to back off a little bit and bring the pressures back under control. Certainly that's the only thing I can think of with how quickly that pace dropped off. But up coming out the final corner then, and have a look at Pedro Monteiro. That gap still stabilised at 0.2 of a second ahead to Raul Suarez. But for me, the little difference with Suarez looks rattled right now. The car moving a little bit under braking here, going over the curbs a little bit more aggressively here. It looks like Monteiro has a little bit more control in this car right now. And again, it's going to be the run off here down towards that hairpin. If Monteiro can get close to him, then this is on, but if not, this is 100% fuel saving. That's what we're going to see here into the slipstream here. Moves to the right hand side. Is it going to be a move under braking here for Pedro Monteiro? It is, up the inside, and that is going to be the position surely. Oh, he loops it round. Monteiro grasps misery from where it was going to be absolute joy. Tries to reverse the car. Zach, that is how you go from 0 to 0 in the space of a second.
I'm actually gutted. I'm so disappointed. And, I mean, he tried. It was a good attempt. Suarez did everything right to go around the outside there, and it was a good move from Monteiro initially. but just got to loop round on the exit. And of course, he was stuck there because after a safety car, everyone's still bunched up, and he can't exactly reverse back onto the racing line to swing it back round and get going again. He did have to wait quite a while in order to get back into the race, and it was such a shame, such a shame. Hopefully, of course, he can bring it back because his pace is good, and all it takes is maybe a safety car or anything like that to bring it back into contention. But what that does do is it releases Suarez now to alleviate some of that pressure and try and spread his wings and get ahead. But Ott de Graaf, he's now been put into this prime position of second place. He's now got no gap between himself and Suarez. Maybe if he can put in some good laps like he did on that last lap, 39.9, you know, matching Rosano, he could close the gap onto what we have seen as a bit of a compromised Suarez.
Well, it could be. I'm just seeing Montero back up into P12 here. I think Montero might not be in as bad a position as we think here. We know he's got the pace to certainly get himself back up into contention here. However, I'm also watching the lap times here, and as you said, the car's running low on fuel here. Ott de Graaf, TJ McLean, Fede Rosano and Jens Kaiser seem to have a little bit more pace in the car than Raul Suarez. Now, is this fuel saving from Suarez in that 1-2-1 Aspar Esports team? That's what we're going to have to wait and see here. However, if you're anything like me, Zach, I want to get as far away from pressure at all. I crumple under pressure in these sim races, and having 5 cars, or 4 cars rather, and Jens Kaiser in the mix as well, I just don't want to be anywhere near that.
It's a compromise you have to make. This is what happens upon when Jensen in the 831 collected the Porsche just in behind. Got a bit of a shaky exit off the exit, the Sachs curve, and then brings it back on to the circuit. But yeah, no, I completely agree. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are under pressure. I mean, it's still that risk that you have to carry. You're leading the way. If you're trying to save fuel, fair play, but don't do it when you've got 4 cars behind you, because all it takes is Ott de Graaf to send a move, get a bit desperate for the race lead, send a move to the inside, tap you, you're round, and then you just fuel saved. Well done. But now you're down in P10 because you've had an incident, you've spun out, you might have a bit of damage and need to come into the pit lane. It's just, for me personally, not worth the risk. Stretch the margin, push now, and then when you've got a bit of a gap, then you can start to chill out a bit and think about the fuel. But again, that's just my personal opinion. Suarez, and that gap is closing to the inside. Goes Bernardini on the 14 Mercedes. He's making some swift progress of the field, and he's in this train now for P8, the PTX Racing team. At the moment, Miguel Duarte leading this train. He's very, very swiftly moving his way up the field.
Yeah, making big moves, but that is going to be the 14 to the outside of Blue Chip Racing. Thinks better of it. Meanwhile, that could be a move up in front with RFRO Orange. It is in a clumsy move there. Very lucky that it didn't come into contact there, but that is the 22 of Maher Haratojo who gets compromised on the exit of the hairpin there, and that is now going to set them up to be absolutely devoured here from Alessio Bernardini here. We're 53 minutes into a 6-hour race, and I'll be honest, when we saw earlier on that there was only going to be around about 20 cars involved in this, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be a long day. This has been an absolutely fantastic race that we've had up the inside from absolutely nowhere. Alessio Bernardini had no right whatsoever to make that a move, and he's not only done it, he's stuck the nose end, somehow had the confidence there. Zach, I cannot believe what I just saw there.
Neither can I, and he's actually eyeing up the move, the next one as well. He's just hop, skip and a jump through this field. Of course, Haratojo just was like, yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh, a little bit wide there. Is that TJ McLean going a little bit wide? Just managed to get himself onto the podium. Bernardini getting past, back passed by Haratojo, and Duarte getting passed by the same car in towards T1. Goes a little bit wide. Bernardini going to set up the switch back to the inside of T2. So falling back a little bit, but now going to make the progress up and try and level that back out again, go into the net same position he was to the inside of T2. Is still in the slipstream of Haratojo just in front of him, but 2 big moments there for 2 sort of staple names in this race. Good
Lord, I mean, who is this guy? This is unbelievable. This is probably one of the most exciting starts to a race I think we've actually had the pleasure of seeing here. We go picture in picture then. We're keeping an eye on the top 5 just now. That is 4th place of Jens Kaiser in the picture in picture on the right hand side there, just following Fede Rosano in the 152 machine. That's the Silcania Endurance Motorsport machine that's up there in 3rd position. So again, just trying to keep an eye, as that was very late on the brakes there for Leo Racing Team machine of Alessio Bernardini there. Very late. I think he definitely did make a mistake there, overcooked it into that corner, and that cost him a little bit of time here. But again, 5 minutes to go on this opening stint for a lot of these drivers. Now I have to start thinking about pit stops here, and where does that leave our top 5?
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward place. I think it's going to be those long-term gains, you know, where, yes, they've got to be dropping to sort of the back of the pack because of those that pit off sequence under the safety car, then go back to the front. But then as soon as they pit again, they're going to be back into the limelight and where they should be. So it's going to be that topsy-turvy thing, those that are on sequence, those that are off. And then when we get to the final bit of the race, if there's no safety cars or anything like that to level the playing field, it could be interesting to see which strategy, which decision so early on, you look back in hindsight, which decision should you have made and which one paid off. So it'll be really, really interesting to see. Of course, it won't be ourselves that see that. It'll be Lewis and DJ that get to watch all the action unfold. Bernardini, though, certainly very, very close to the back of the RFRO orange car, just in front. That is Haratoho. He actually passed with an audacious move to the inside of the Mobile 1. Now he's going to go for a more conventional move to the inside of the Spitzker. Hairpin braking, picked it out very nicely, gets the car stopped, and that is him up an extra place. And Haratoho really taking a nice wide berth through that hairpin just to let him go. And now Bernardini's got some clear air. Let's see what he can do.
Do you know what's really depressing about drivers like Alessio Bernardini is the fact that no matter how fast you are, they always make it look so easy when they're just blazing past you at light speed. They make you feel so slow. It's utterly demoralising. However, for us as spectators, fantastic stuff to watch. Now, here's the thing. Raul Suarez absolutely not able to tear away as much as he wants to. I'm noticing that the pace has dropped down significantly. We've lost about a second over the 139s that we were setting just 10 minutes ago, but Raul Suarez leads Autograph by 0.7 of a second. Then you've got Fede Rosano in 3rd position, Jens Kaiser in 4th, with TJ McLean in that group there in 5th position. And that's a big moment. And what did we say about TJ McLean having accidents all by himself there?
It's a similar place. I think he actually made a similar mistake a couple of laps ago as well. This is Oliveira in the number 4, just coming into the hairpin, getting it stopped. What happens to him? Loops it around and boink. Yeah, that is a fairly hefty whack off the exit. There's nothing really you can do because it's actually quite, because of how tight it is, as it opens up, as we see TJ McLean going very slowly here. I think he's just been completely demoralised and isn't too fast about this race, and yeah, he's going really slowly. Ooh, nearly collects Bernardini there, who picks the place up and up in the 7th place. But yeah, McLean, it's been a rough afternoon so far.
I wonder if that's been a slowdown for that cat, or is he low on fuel and he's trying to get back to the pits? That's what I'm wondering, because how far he's off the pace right now, he's completely falling away at a rate of knots, and that's too late in the corner. How on earth? Right, we need to clip that, put that on a thumbnail on YouTube and title that Seconds from Disaster, because that was so damn close to absolutely wiping out Alessio Bernardini. I don't know what is going on with that car for TJ McLean, but I think he needs to get whatever he needs to do at the pit lane, get a cup of coffee or whatever, take stock of what has just happened, because the day is rapidly descending for TJ McLean. That incredible fight all the way back up to the top 5, let's not forget that, where he lost out and went all the way back down, but again, back down to 8th position. And this is a huge loss now, because Alessio Bernardini, let's remember, is one of those cars that came into pit under safety car, and TJ McLean did not.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he needs to come in and just take a cool down. He needs to get his teammate, I think it's going to be Paris Burrell, if he is free to jump into the car, do some laps, while TJ McLean just takes a bit of a breather, calms down, and then can come back with a fresh mind, because at the moment it's just downhill, and it's one thing leads to another, and it's really not helping his case, not helping the team's race either, because that car when it works really well. He's been really quick, he's made some good moves, put on a good show, and unfortunately it's just been a few things here and there that has really cost him, unfortunately. But we are approaching that pit stop window, 59 minutes and 38 seconds into this race. It is around about an hour that these cars can go on a tank of fuel, maybe a little bit more if you've saved it. And of course, those that didn't pit under the safety car had that chance to save a bit of fuel, so they'll probably go slightly longer. What I'm interested in, though, is Ott de Graaf versus our race leader of Royal Suarez, because of how close this gap is now, and also how close it could be when they both emerge from the pit lane.
Yeah, and that's one of the many stories that's going to unfold over the next couple of hours. If you just tuned in, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Coach Dave 6 hours of Hockenheim. As we said at the beginning of the show, we're doing this for real next week at Hockenheim, where it gets taken over by the SRO Circus, a very popular time of year. So we thought we'd do our very own version of that and double the race length by making it a 6-hour race here at the SimGrid. It's Dave Christie, and a very welcome return to the SimGrid from Zach Sweeney. Zach, let's sum up what we've seen in the first opening hour then. We got off to maybe a false start, I think, there, because we started the race and it was we were lulled into a full sense of security, and then lap 2 it just all kicked off.
Yeah, we were. If you have a moment when the race sort of dies down just a little bit, guys, I would recommend going and just watching sort of the first 20 minutes, 25 minutes of the race, because as David rightly says, it was the calm before the storm, that opening lap. Everyone was nice, spread out, nice and single file, at least for a little bit, and then it just all dropped on lap 2. Everyone was like, well, race can't be won on lap 1, but they said nothing about lap 2, and then tried to go for those moves, and it really did all kick off. There was a lot of action, a lot of cars having maybe a couple of incidents, a couple of mistakes creeping in, and that opened the door for more battles. We've seen 4-way fights, 3-way fights, we've seen fights for the race lead and for podiums, and staple names carving their way through the field and dropping back just as quickly. It's been a phenomenal ride for the opening hour, and we still have 5 more to go. So certainly do not go anywhere, because this 6 hours of Hockenheim event is going to be hopefully fantastic all the way to the end. But we are approaching the pit stop cycles, which again should liven things up, and still we have got actually quite a close 3-way fight for this race lead. It's not too much. 1.2 seconds covers our top 3 of Suarez, Ott de Graaf and Fede Rosano. So very close, and it could spice up quite quickly. And don't forget, actually, Jens Kaiser is only a second back off the top 3. So if one thing starts to happen, it's a bit of side by side between one set of cars, it could bring everyone else back into contention. And well, David, I'm all here for it.
Oh, absolutely. What a race we've got unfolding before our very eyes. Keep your eyes focused on the left. You don't need to watch the right-hand side at all. It's just Alessio Bernardini going to be overtaking yet another car for what feels like the 800th time today. Absolutely ridiculous performance from that 33 Leo Racing Team machine. A jest, of course. Fascinating stuff to watch. Is it going to be side-by-side into the hairpin, as has been textbook every other time? It certainly is. The move's done before the hairpin even comes, and I'm absolutely bewildered by the performance of that Mercedes. So Leo Racing Team make their way up into P6 just now then. However, this is the battle for the lead. We're currently watching DSRT Holy Energy as Ott de Graaf still trying to catch desperately onto the back of the asphalt. Esports team SRP machine Raul Suarez, Fede Rosano in that 3rd place there for Scania Endurance Motorsport there. You're absolutely spot on there, Zach. It is a 3-course battle for the lead right now. However, I don't think the sous chef academy of Jens Kaiser particularly wants to get involved in this right now. I think he's happy being a second back right now, as into the pit lane then goes Ott de Graaf, as does the sous chef academy machine of Jens Kaiser then. So their 2 are the first to blink. Now, can they possibly get the undercut here?
It's going to be interesting. We'll see. It's going to be a race against time, and that sort of dies down that fight for the race lead between Suarez and Rosano, because it's sort of like, we need to work together a little bit here. We can't fight. Of course, the gap is around about 1.1 seconds, so that you wouldn't expect them to have a fight, but they now need to push. This needs to be a monster in lap for them, and then they need to try and recover. This is Pedro Monteiro. The DS Racing car was putting Suarez under a bit of pressure not too long ago. Had a bit of a spin coming out of turn 6, the Spitzker hairpin. and is recovering quite well. Now back onto the back of the blue chip racing car, Tom Fane in the Mercedes just in front of him. He's made some quick progress, trying to recover as best he can. And the pit stop sequence is gonna, if he can gain a couple of seconds from it, and of course with this move to the inside, that I don't think Fane is gonna fight too hard. Monteiro brave on the brakes and up the inside, so he needs to capitalize off this pit stop sequence and use it to try and help his recovery.
Do you know what I've just realised actually on the end of all this? I do believe that at the end of this pit stop, as we've got some very long pit stops going on, obviously tyres and fuel for Ott de Graaf and Jens Kaiser as well, given that it's about a minute in the pits for them, the last pit stop that Alessio Bernardini did was a full 1:22. Bernardini's going to be comfortably in the lead of this race.
Oh yeah, that's true. He's going to have a nice bit of clear air.
I think he's going to have like 30-40 seconds of a lead here. No word of a lie. And he's going to be massively ahead.
That's going to be good for him. I mean, he, as I say, he's going to be off sequence. All that's uncharacteristic from Bernardini. Going in a bit too hot into T1, getting a bit wrong and just opting to completely back out of the corner and go a little bit wide. Hopefully for him, he's not going to have a slowdown. It shouldn't matter too much because, as we say, he's going to come out and emerge after this pit stop sequence in the race lead. But as I say, 20 minutes off sequence. That's going to be hard to recover, but at least now he's not in the pack. He's not having to make moves that are slowing him down. He's not getting caught up in pack fights. He's by himself. He can push for the remainder of his stint. And in doing so, with how quick he is and sometimes how much quicker he is than the rest of the field, even on that last lap, 4/10 quicker than Rosano, 39.9 for Rosano, 39.5 for Bernardini, he could stretch out a pretty good margin and despite being off sequence, actually stay in contention.
Well, that's just it, and the thing is what we're not taking into account is the reason that he took the pit stop in the first place, and that's safety cars. I'm almost certain we will get at least another safety car through the course of the race, and that will massively change the strategy here. But the fact that he's putting in 1:30, he put in his fastest lap that last lap round, 1:39.53. I mean, this is just absurd pace that he's got, and the thing is that it's not like he underfueled on that last on the stint there. He was actually in longer than most of the other drivers. They're a full 1:22, so possibly repairing a little bit of damage there as well from the opening lap. So Alessio Bernardini here, I think, may have just pulled a ridiculous masterclass on strategy here.
I would be inclined to agree. I mean, again, only time will tell. We'll have to see how it pans out. That, as always, we're going to see that's how it goes in the endurance race, and you have to wait and see how things go. Ott de Graaf and those that came in a lap earlier were unable to get the undercut. There's the sous chef Audi just in behind. At the moment, they're running P10, 11, and 12. That is going to be the net race lead when everyone funnels in, and then those that pit early have to pit again in around about what I would say what is going to be around half an hour's time. So they're going to re-inherit the race lead, but what is important is that a couple of the cars went a lap later, so their next stop, or at least the knock-on effect from this, is that their stops later on in the race are going to be slightly shorter, and all goes round. Is that Jens Kaiser off the exit of the Mobil 1 curve, looped it round, and well, he hoped for an undercut, and unfortunately for him, he's had a bit of a spin.
Yeah, the only thing cut on that car is going to be those tyres after that spin on the curb there, possibly into the wall as well there, but Jens Kaiser drops down all the way into 15th position. We've still got 3 cars in pit lane just now. So as we said there, in fact, spun before even getting into there, got the car stopped. So other than a little bit of damaged pride, actually got away with that one quite well, did Jens Kaiser. Having a look there at Raul Suarez, who gets out of pit lane ahead of Ott de Graaf. It is, though, as we said, those 6 cars that came into pit under the safety car that have really done the numbers strategy-wise, with Anthony Dabin being a little bit of an odd man out because Anthony Dabin not pitted in that RFRO pink there. However, as we could have maybe predicted, those cars pitting under the safety car they would have essentially got a free pit stop anyway, because the time that it took for them to go in and take that stop, they would have been able to make back up, catching back to the group.
Very true, as we see now Zyking fighting side by side with the sous chef car of Jens Kaiser, looking to try and recover quickly off that spin, looking to the inside of the right-hander, not quite close enough, but putting some pressure on now, darting to the left-hand side, late braking from the Audi, gets it stopped, but Zyking going to go the long way round, but over the curb, be the inside for the next right-hander if he can keep it there, and he is going to dip his nose into the inside, but Kaiser loops it around the outside once more and up into P12 and trying to get onto the back of Blue Chip Racing. 1.5 seconds is the gap, and very quickly now Kaiser has recognised he's made a mistake, and now he's trying to recover from it quickly.
Yeah, hasn't he just? So fascinating race that we've got. An hour and 10 minutes have gone in this 6-hour race, so we're already over a sixth of the way through the race here, as Aspar Esports team and DSRT Holy Energy still side by side. In fact, Sakani Endurance Motorsport, they've done the jump. Sakani up into the lead of that group there. They've already done a pit stop. Dario Del Ernia into that car there, so that is a very peculiar situation there. The 152 ahead, I don't know for how much longer, as Raul Suarez is going to try and take that position there, but well, I didn't notice that in terms of the strategy, so that is potentially huge.
Yeah, I mean, done a great job to jump it, of course, while Suarez convincingly up the inside and with the pace advantage, but Dario Del Enia doing an absolute worldie of strategy to get the jump and get ahead of some of the top contenders, particularly a couple of seconds clear of Odd de Graaf, and Suarez as well has had a really good pit stop sequence to clear the gap. They were, you know, nothing much separating the top two, and now there's a bit of a gap being bridged, so Raul Suarez has done the job and has been able to extend his race lead, and this is the biggest gap at least for a while that he's had in this race, so should be slightly easier for him as we look to the right hand side. This is the fight amongst for P9, I believe. We've got Antonio Mena just leading the way from Tom Fain, Jens Kaiser and Zykin just in tow, so having a cut between our provisional race leader, our net race leader I should say, of Raul Suarez, and then of course the recovering Susev car of Jens Kaiser, and as I said, he's not waiting around at all, back onto the fringes of a top 10. There's a lot of talking points in this race, a lot of big names up and down the order, and that's just how quickly it can fluctuate in endurances.
It certainly is, and the other thing about it is we were looking through the pit stops. Before the pit stops, it was all incredibly close there. I'm also seeing RJB Solutions up there in P9 as well. That's a decent run out for them as well, because that now means that the 19 machine is up there and doing a rather good job. So I think they'll be very happy. Of course, the Dutch Sim Racing team making their move up, RGB Solutions. So that is Bradley Burgett that should be, or at least I've got on my entry list, but that's actually Juan Antonio Mena that is behind the wheel of that one. So Jens Kaiser still trying to catch up to the back of the 14 of Tom Fain right now, and this battle just keeping on going on and on. 3-car battle there for 9th position. However, as we said, those lead cars, those 6 lead cars, or 5 lead cars I believe, are going to have to come into the pits, I think, in the next 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, that is to be expected. If you are only just joining us now on the SimGrid for the 6 hours of Hockenheim, it has been a pretty good race so far. A lot of action amongst the, amongst everyone. It's been fights at the front, for the podium, for the midfield, and towards the tail end as well. A lot of talking points, a lot of things to feast your eyes on as they stand. Our top 3 provisionally, these are those that didn't come into the pit lane under that safety car we had around half an hour ago. Alessio Bernardini leads the way for Leo Racing Team, the number 33. Then comes Caponio, Oliveira and Bryant 2, 3 and 4, with Derek Wynn rounding off your top 5. Then comes Raul Suarez, the lead of the cars that did pit conventionally. Then comes Dario Del Ernia, Odd de Graaf in P7 and 8. Antonio Mena P9, with Tom Fain rounding off your top 10. And then just in behind is Jens Kaiser. That's how your top 10 and the fringes go. After what has been an hour and 14 minutes of racing. And I hope you are enjoying every second of it, as myself, Zach Sweeney and David Christie are. This race has been absolutely phenomenal, and I can't wait to see the rest unfold. Of course, in around about an hour and 45 minutes time, me and David will step aside. We'll bring in Lewis McGlade and DJ Clark to talk you through the final 3 hours of the race, and I hope that they will enjoy it just as much as we have, and hopefully the race hasn't died down since. This is the fight, as we say, for P9, led by the DSRT RGB Solutions car, then Blue Chip Racing, Sous Chef Academy and Impulse Esports in behind them. Not much action, but just in behind you can see the RFO Orange car and the PTX Racing team fighting it out over P13, and that's exactly what we mean in terms of cars up and down the grid. You find someone your skill level, and yeah, well, we've got some experienced people, we've got some some veterans, and we've got some amateurs, some newbies to endurance racing. And we were talking about how, David, we've got a massive mix of skill on this field, and still people are finding someone they can be level on pace with and still have a bit of fun with as well.
Yeah, from experience there, Zach, the great thing about it is that it passes the time. When you're doing a stint, so I started cutting my teeth doing endurance racing here on iRacing with the likes of the Daytona 24, and it's just so much fun. I mean, it's great fun being part of the event anyway. Let's get that out of the way. It just makes you feel so cool being part of a special event, and just finishing is its own reward. Sounds super cheesy, but it absolutely is. We've finished a couple of races where we finished outside of the top 40, but still absolutely buzzing because you finished the race. However, we won the 24 hours of Road America, and it's just unbelievable. The buzz that you get out of it is it's like nothing else. Even though it's, and I'm going to use air quotes here, as it's only sim racing, the excitement and the happiness that you get out of it is still absolutely second to none. It's still real racing. You're still putting your mind through it. And it's still a lot on the line, given that it may only be 6 hours for this race, but yeah, they put a lot of effort into these races, and it just makes things so much more enjoyable when you've got people to take part with you.
Absolutely. I mean, whether you're doing it as a series, you're an esports team, you're trying to win, or you're just jumping in with a group of friends to see how you do. I mean, I did the Coach Dave Academy 6 hours of Le Mans. I might as well have not done it, but me and my teammate Tonic Rodrigo, we were in the Ferrari. We didn't get off to the best of starts, but we still had a load of fun with it because we were just in a Discord call, and we were laughing and joking and chatting. And even though things didn't go our way, we found some positivity. We found the light at the end of the tunnel. And when we crossed the line, we were absolutely buzzing because despite everything that went wrong, we still hung on, and after 6 hours of some grueling and some big hardship as well, we managed to cross the line. It was a massive sigh of relief, and it is so great because that's the beautiful thing about sim racing, isn't it? It is just racing, but on a screen. It's not like any other sports games, because if you've got a decent sim, you've got a wheel, you've got a pedals, you've got force feedback, and you've got that sort of immersion that you might as well have in the real world. And fundamentally, you're still turning a steering wheel, you're still pushing the pedals, and you're still having to use the same decision making and the same fundamental skills that you would do in a real car. So in a lot of ways, it's only sim racing, it's only a game, but you're still racing, and that's what I really do love about sim racing sometimes.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'll come back to that thought in a minute there. As you see side by side up the inside, that's going to be Tom Fain over Juan Antonio Mena. The number 19 car gets the car stopped, pulled round, job done. That's it. And you can see also in the background as well, that was going to be Jens Kaiser on Ludovic Zaikin. Meanwhile, we're watching the battle for 8th position here. 7th and 8th position, Scania Motorsport Endurance kind of falling back very, very quickly indeed, as DSRT Holy Energy just on the tail end of them just now. So again, a cracking little battle that we're seeing going on here, as you see Otto de Graaf here in that number 6 machine just on the tail end of Dario Delana. But I'm just thinking about what you were saying there as well about comparing sim racing to real life. And again, I'm very fortunate in terms of that I've got experience of both, having done my first ever season in real life racing last year. And quite honestly, yes, real life racing is amazing fun, but it's also a lot of work. It's a lot of hassle. So it was just literally, rocking up to the circuit. I ran my own car and having to look after it. I've got no mechanical knowledge whatsoever, so that was really, really stressful as well. But trying to cut corners and save money as much as you possibly can to make sure that I could get out to as many races as possible. And a lot of people maybe gloss over that part as we see a move up the inside here from Autograph, sends it, as we've seen so many times today, up the inside, blocks it in the exit of the apex there of the corner. Great move there up in a P7 for DSRT Holy Energy on that Scania Endurance Motorsport, and that Lamborghini going backward at a rate of knots. And we see sous chef Cameron Jens Kaiser finally gets that move done on DSRT RJB Solutions as well. So P10 for them. Juan Antonio Mena finally getting relegated back there. A little bit of a wobble there for the Grafo. But again, just to finish off the point about the real life racing as well, is there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that makes it not so enjoyable. The travelling, the hotels, the getting the car set up and stuff like that. So the great thing about, for me, sim racing is the fact that you can just, after a busy day at work or whatever, just plump yourself in, whether it's competitive multiplayer like iRacing or Settle Corsa Competition, or you're wanting to do some AI races like R Factor 2, Automobilista 2, whatever. You can do what you like. You can race multi-million. Oops. So what I was trying to say there was that no matter what sort of budget you've got there, you can race at £300,000, £500,000 machines, and that's what makes it so enjoyable there, Zach.
I mean, you can go from racing Fiat 500s down in Australia to then go and race hypercars up in the UK or wherever you want to go. It's great because, it's just so versatile. You can be doing one thing at one point, then straight away go and do another thing. And it is really awesome because it's so accessible as well to pretty much anyone. Just get a cheap entry-level wheel, clamp it onto your desk, and off you go. You're spending a couple of £100. You're not losing much, and yeah, it's so much better and logistically feasible, because if you crash a car, you're not having to fork out a fairly hefty paycheck in order to repair it. Even down to the fundamentals of karting can get really, really expensive, because my biggest or my main sort of source of racing, as we can see now, Bernardini going to the inside to lap the number 8 of Zayakin. But yeah, my extensive experience of real life racing has just been rental karts. It's not been particularly anything special. I've dabbled into sort of the likes of Rotax and things like that, but only for a couple of taster sessions. And looking into it, it's so expensive and it quickly adds up. So the fantastic thing about sim racing is that it's just so accessible to anyone, and with how it's progressing and how it's emerging as well, as an esport and as its own thing, and with the technology advancing and the immersion getting so much better, is that give it a few years, the popularity of it is also increasing with that. It's getting a lot of attention, a lot of sponsors. It could, in my opinion, actually sort of run hand in hand with karting as that first step on the ladder.
It absolutely could, and we've seen that many, many times. I'm also going to send out a very quick apology for any frantic typing you might have heard there. I wasn't sure if my USB headset was having a little bit of a temper tantrum there, so that's why there was a little bit of a pause there. But it really, really can. I mean, how often do we see, not just in terms of being competitive or being, realistic or being close to real life, but just as being like motorsport fans. I mean, there's touring cars, there's F1 on this weekend, there's racing in NASCAR at Daytona. For me, the biggest thing about sim racing is the fact that if we could be watching racing or taking part in racing 24 hours a day, I think every single one of us would be. And that's what sim racing allows us to do. It allows us to get behind the wheel of the car. It allows us to enjoy the amount of breadth of motorsport that's there, and take part in that as much as we possibly can, and on all different levels. If you want to get die-hard and sweaty like the top esports racers in iRacing and a set of course competition, you absolutely can. If you want to just have a fun race, you can do that in Forza Motorsport or Gran Turismo 7. You know, every single aspect is taken care. Even, you know, this weekend, F1 Manager 22 just been released. That's another form of sim racing, I would say, that's allowed to cater for fans. As we see, a lap going down. How have we lapped up to P10 already? That is absolutely outrageous.
I mean, it's down to the fact that Bernardini came in under the pit stop phase, as we can see him going to the inside, and now Jens Kaiser wants to get the move done on Tom Fane just in front of him. But when he came into the pits, he lost a lot less time. He managed to join onto the back of the train, and then when the likes of Jens Kaiser and those had to come into the pit lane, they still had to do, relative to everyone else, the same amount of time loss that you would get, which can actually put on quite a decent chunk of time. As we see Kaiser now darting to the inside of the Mercedes of Fane, gets the move done, and Fane sees it coming, backs out of that one, and opts to relinquish the 9th place down to Jens Kaiser. But it's no surprise with Bernardini's pace and of course his strategy that he's been able to gain that amount of time. But it's not a given, still a long way to go, and yeah, Bernardini at some point probably will have to come into the pit lane and relinquish his, within the next 10 laps we're being told as well, he's going to have to come into the pit lane. So it's going to be all undone, and from a strategical standpoint, it's far from over with the massive differential there is between, you know, a good chunk of cars that are actually quite similar in pace. So it's been huge, and well, only one of them can come out on top.
So here's the point for you. Alessio Bernardini, I'm just trying to work this out in my head roughly. I believe is 1 minute 15 seconds to 1 minute 20 seconds ahead of Haute de Graaf in 7th place. Now, Haute de Graaf is essentially, in fact, sorry, Raul Suarez, I was making a mistake there. Raul Suarez is, I think, about 1 minute 12 behind Alessio Bernardini. Now, that is squeaky close to pit stop time. They all did their pit stops in 109, 110. Now, Bernardini took 122 during the pit stop, but it could be that there was some damage getting fixed in that. I would hazard a guess to say that Bernardini is on par for being the leader, overall leader, regardless of strategy, regardless of anything like that, of being the full-on leader of this race.
Well, I mean, it's going to be close, and we'll stay on touch with it. We'll try and keep up with how it unfolds over the course of the next few laps, but only time will tell. And for now, we have had that sort of field spread, which is to be expected after the first round of pit stops. People do start to spread out a little bit, dependent on how much fuel they took on, if they took tyres at the first stop, all those sort of things that can play a factor. But it's still relatively close. No one's really branching away too massively from everyone. Most likely be that fight maybe for second place between Capogno and Higo Oliveira in P3, just in behind. And still a couple of cars. Haute de Graaf on the back of Derek Wynn for P6 also. So while it's not as close and as chaotic as it was for the opening hour, there's still a few fights cropping up, but also the one we're on board with now between Zykin and Tom Fane for P10.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're going to keep our eyes on as we come into almost halfway, Zach, through our 3-hour stint here. It's kind of flown by with so much entertainment, so many different stories going on right now as we're watching the battle for P6 and P7 right now, side by side, going into the hairpin here. And well, this is all getting a little bit fighty. The 1 hour 30-minute mark there, almost into the back of the Porsche there, and that poor Porsche of Red Kite Motorsports has to give up that position, and rather forcefully DSRT Holy Energy make their way up into P6 right now. So great move there right now. I'm also keeping an eye on Tiziano Capogno, who is now just 0.8 of a second behind Higo Oliveira. and I believe that was actually Scorx Esports Sierra who were up in that second place, because Tiziano Caponio has just been going back at a rate of knots. That's another 144 lap, and Derek Wynn is off very, very slightly in the background there, so that's going to be very wide out of that third to last corner there. So, I mean, action all over the place, but that gap between Bernardini and Oliveira just going up and up and up at a rate of knots here.
Yeah, it's unfolding very, very quickly. So we will certainly take a look. That is the gap to the race leader, and we're getting told Daniel Costello in our ear being very, very nice in terms of keeping us all updated on the strategy. 47-second gap between P1 and P2. Now that's grown to 54. The pit time is around about 1 minute 15, or if you're taking tyres, which we would imagine people would do for this second stint, is a minute 31. So fairly sizable amount of time in that pit stop phase. And the gap between P1 to P5 is the gap between those that pitted on sequence is 1 minute 18. So there's not that big of a margin in it, only a matter of seconds either way. So it could be pretty close between when Bernardini comes in and, of course, with the Aspar Esports team as well. So it's going to be interesting.
Certainly is. So many different things all going on track at the same time. Also interested to see the storyline between Blue Chip Racing, Impulse Esports and DSRT RJB Solutions down there 10th, 11th and 12th position. They are all duking it out right now, but we can see Scania Endurance Motorsport. That Lamborghini now, again, Zach, I've just not been taken with the pace of that Lamborghini. It's really seemed to struggle after the pit stops here. Seems to be making a resurgence just now, as we've got a telling sign as our first car in from the early stoppers, Tom Bryan, into pit lane. So that could be a pivotal sign there, as we see Dario Delernia actually making his way past the Porsche there. I believe that was a car that was a lap down there, but that Lamborghini just doesn't seem to have the pace today.
It doesn't. That's been a theme as has been revealed over this race. It seems to be fairly Mercedes dominated. You look to the race leader at the moment, Bernardi is in a Mercedes. The car that is the highest of those that pit on sequence, P4 Aspar Esports team, is in a Mercedes. The two cars we're on board with right now inside the top 10 are Mercedes. They seem to be the quickest car, most well-rounded, and unfortunately for the Lamborghini, hasn't quite got the pace, which is strange. Of course, there is a lot of balance of performance, but still, some cars do present certain characteristics that lend themselves well to certain tracks. And with the Mercedes being quite well-rounded and with a lenience towards, I think, slightly better straight line speed as well, is really just helping them with the success today.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, as we're seeing on the timer screens, Hego Oliveira going very, very wide indeed. The other case for me, the other big talking point about this, is the pace that 33 Leo Racing Team machine has had. They have cracked in 139s for the past 10 laps in a row. Raul Suarez is doing 140.1s, so it's 0.8 of a second has been taken by that 33 every single lap on our previous race leader, that 1-1 of Raul Suarez, the Aspar Esports team Cube Controls machine. So I think that this is going to be a formality once we get these pit stops. However, the other thing that we can, as much as it can go into the direction of Alessio Bernardini, it can also swing away from them, because we could very well have another safety car here, Zach, that just changes the complexion of the race entirely.
It will, and he's going to be hoping it comes at a point that has allowed him to go back onto sequence or to pit, where he can stay on his strategy. So around about now would be perfect time for Bernardini to have a safety car, because then he can pit and probably actually emerge inside the race lead as well, still with how everyone else around him is going to be going slowly. But that is a thing you have to be playing in the mind of. Suddenly a neutralization of the race could spice things up in terms of strategy. Yes, there's an element of luck to that, but you still have to think on your feet, you still have to take the risk, and you still have to deal with the cards that you're dealt, and that's just motor racing. There is a lot of variables to take into account, and that's where you jump in, especially endurance racing, because the variables are just extended and exaggerated over such a long period of time. So yeah, you've got to be in it to win it, and for Bernardini, he's going to be fingers crossed hoping that it's going to be plain sailing. But in motor racing, being plain sailing, you know, a race being perfect from start to finish, it's incredibly unlikely. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who gets the short end of the stick.
Yeah, I mean, it never happens at all. It's almost impossible for you to have a perfect race, mostly because we're all incredibly harsh on ourselves, and we're all like, oh, we could have done X, Y, Z differently. That's a car off in the background. That's the 19 of Juan Antonio Mena that is off, and I believe that is the Omnia Motorsports black machine that is off there. So yeah, not great to see that. In fact, sorry, that was DSRT RJB Solutions that is off into the background there. So again, a very straightforward accident, but not able to get anything done with the car there. Very, very strange recovery there.
Yeah, I mean, that is unfortunate as Derek Wynn gets passed by Jens Kaiser up into P7 for the sous chef Academy. Audi had a spin a little bit earlier on, I think through the same corner, actually through the Mobil 1 curve, and has managed to bounce back quite well. Is the Porsche interested in launching a counter-attack? Derek Wynn is closing at a rate of knots, does pull to the right-hand side. Can he be braver on the brakes? Is he interested? No, he's not. As you can see, Jens Kaiser brakes even later, soars around the outside, though the Porsche on the inside line is going to push the Audi to the extremities of the circuit. No fault of him, of course, just more so where Jens Kaiser's natural trajectory is going to take him. So he stays in P7. I don't think that's going to be to the delight of Derek Wynn at all. But despite just being passed, he's still certainly staying on pace and staying in touch with the Audi, at least for now.
Yep, just saying that Scorx Esports Sierra, then Tiziano Caponio into the pit lane, another one of those early stoppers under safety car. And of course, with us being on lap 54, I would imagine that Bernardini is going to be in this lap as well. We'll certainly see as the cars make their way around. Certainly, I think probably lap 60 is going to be about the maximum that they can do. All of the cars that stayed to the full stint, they did 36 or 37 laps. Now remember, there was a safety car in that period, and that's off to the inside there, and that is going to be, I'm not sure who that was facing the inside of the track there. But that was a car facing off into the infield there. I wonder if that was actually Maher Haratojo who was facing the inside wall there. A very, very unusual place to have an accident there.
It is. I mean, the final corner is a bit of an awkward one. You can quite easily loop around, especially if you run a little bit too wide off the exit. I will admit that it was, I have done it in an esports competition as well, which is absolutely great. But yeah, that is unfortunate, an awkward one to do, but it happens. Mistakes are going to be made. It's a 6-hour race, as we say. You can't expect perfection. This is the 152 of Delaney. You can just see the spinning Porsche in the background trying to recover, but can't. And it's an awkward place to actually get back going again. As we see, it's on board with Becker, the car 420 through the final corner over the curb. Seems nice now, and then just loops around on him. That is a really one where maybe just took a little bit too much speed in, and then of course the rear end of the car didn't particularly want to cooperate. And I think that is attributed to the tyres now going quite far into this race. For the majority of drivers, they would have done the full hour and 36 so far, and will probably be screaming for help.
Yeah, that's certainly the case here. We're currently watching Red Kite Motorsports, the number 21 machine of Derek Wynn, holding on for dear life. That's the only way I can describe this right now, over Ludovic Zakin, just behind him for Impulse Motorsports, Impulse Esports. 0.2 of a second, and out the final corner. That looked to be a better exit from the 9th place car of Ludovic Zakin, but can't quite make that happen right now. Again, just 0.2 of a second separating these two. And at this point, again, we've said this as commentators like many times. It's a 6-hour race up the inside there. Surely Zakin's not going to get that stopped in time. Oh, he blocked off the apex. That was beautiful. It's, I mean, it's a fair move. You can absolutely do it. It's frustrating for the car behind, but it's done. However, I get the impression that Derek Wynn is going to be trying to make a move onto the inside of the hairpin here, almost side by side. Is it going to be late onto the brakes? No, it's not. He has to just end up giving that position to the Mercedes out in front there.
He is, and despite his best attempts at defence, he got a little bit feisty, got a little bit aggressive, but eventually had to succumb. And of course, he's lost a good chunk of time to the Susef Academy car that got past not too long ago, and has fallen off just a little bit in that Porsche. Again, probably attributed to the tyres. Of course, the Porsche really hasn't been helping. We've been talking about Lamborghini not being too strong, and of course, the Porsche as well has been struggling on pace and consistency as well throughout this race.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Porsche was, as we were having pointed out here, we look at the time screens, pitted on lap 23, so it was one of those top 5 cars that pitted early on. Bernardini still out there. So again, different different fortunes for a lot of these cars here. And just also seeing on the end of that Porsche, just look, it comes back down to that first couple of laps. I think one of the first things we said with that Porsche is it's struggling for traction on the exit corners here.
It is really, really badly. Now to the inside for the RFR Orange BMW, to the inside of Derek Wynn, and once more, yet another place lost. These are the laps that drivers have come into, or the length of their stint, I believe, I'm not entirely sure, or the lap that they last came into the pit lane, but still, lap 23. Getting confirmed that it is the lap that they last came into the pit lane for our race leader at the moment, lap 23. So he's done a fairly long stint and still extending that, actually. Same too with Delta Racing, still pushing on quite a long way. So expect them to come into the pit lane fairly shortly. But about an hour ago is when the safety car was deployed. You would expect that the tail end of those drivers and teams and that pit under the safety car would be coming in fairly shortly.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? As commentators, we always say, oh yeah, this is going to happen. We think this is going to happen on lap XYZ, and then it doesn't happen. I thought Bernardini was going to be in 2-3 laps ago, but he's keeping on going. Lap 60, I think, is the most that he can push it out to, because just, again, working out with those the previous laps that went in. But even then, it doesn't make sense, because we had 2 laps of the safety car, which would increase the fuel usage, or decrease the fuel usage, I think, by about maybe half a lap here. So he's going to be marginal whether or not he can actually make this through. But the other point being is that, Bernardini has been absolutely blisteringly fast. But, Zach, the other question is, how does Alessandro Puotti compare to him on pace when he gets in the car as well? That is, for me, going to be the $1 million question.
You're as strong as your weakest link in a team and endurance racing as well. You have to make sure everyone is up to scratch. At the moment, Bernardini, rapid. He's flying. He has been head and shoulders above the rest. His lap times have been sensational. Even now, his last lap time, a 39.4, his best, a 39.2. So his consistency has been unrivaled pretty much for this entire race. However, when he does come into the pit lane, his teammate is going to need to jump in and maintain that same standard. Otherwise, they risk falling down. I mean, just yesterday, commentating on an endurance race at Monza, we had, Michi Hoyer, a really well-regarded sim racer. He did a pretty good stint, come into the pit lane, and I'm going to throw him under the bus. So Cameron Roger then got into the car and wasn't able quite to match the standard of Michi. And no, he did a good job in the car, but it wasn't to the same standard and wasn't as blisteringly quick as his teammate. And while you're good, you need to maintain that incredibly high level throughout the whole endurance race. Otherwise, it's a 6-hour race. You're in the car for a good 2, maybe even 3 hours over the course of the entire thing. A 2 tenths deficit to your teammate after so many laps, you're going to be doing hundreds of laps over this race. It's then exaggerated even more, and then those gaps begin to grow or begin to shrink. So yeah, it's that thing of team play and how well rounded a team is.
Can somebody explain to me how on earth Alessio Bernardini, and I'm going to apologise because I feel like I've just been speaking about the 33 all day long. I know we've got like 28 cars in the race, but how can a car be half a second to a second faster than every single car for every single lap of this past 10 laps. I just do not understand. And it comes back into what you were saying there, Zach, about the consistency and the reliability of that combination right now. So looking further down, we've got a cracking little battle, it looks like, in P10 right now, as we're seeing on the screen here. Carlos Miguel Duarte just getting ahead of that Red Kite Motorsports machine there. But DS Racing, now this was another one of the cars that we saw doing very well at the early stage of the race here. But Ricardo Santos, that DS Racing, remember, they were second place up until that early incident. They were side by side for the lead, spun the car, and ended up going all the way back there. So Ricardo Santos having to do a fantastic job on recovery here. And there we go, there's the question answered. Leo Racing Team, the 33 of Alessio Bernardini, into pit lane.
Now it's going to be a race against time. How quickly can they get in and out? Is that car up onto the jacks? Is it going to have another stint, as we see Ricardo Santos now at the wheel of the DS Racing car to the inside of the Sachs curve and gets past the Red Kite Motorsports Porsche and up into P11, trying to recover from a spin by his teammate a little bit earlier on, is that DS Racing car. Here is Raul Suarez, the leader of the other strategy, the conventional strategy. Pit on the hour, come in. This is going to be, I don't actually think it's going to be close. I think Suarez is going to actually be still a little bit behind from Bernardini, who is now being swapped out by his teammate Alessandro Poiti, getting into the car. While he is still stopped, while he has got a lot of fuel to take on, I don't think it's going to be that close. Now onto the jack, swapping tyres. It's going to be an even longer pit stop and a race against time now with Suarez.
I think you're spot on. I think it's going to be a full stop here, 122, which will likely be tyres as well. However, that gap was 125. So this could be not only still the overall race lead for Pote as Hugo Oliveira comes into the pits as well, but Suarez now just 10 seconds off the lead. The car drops down for the jacks. Here we go. This is going to be mighty close. The two of them are almost going to be side by side coming out of pit lane there, and it's still going to be Pote in the lead of this race. Can you believe it?
Oh my word, that is nail-bitingly close. It's by a margin of about a couple of seconds, actually. They've got the Porsche in the way. Now Poiti needs to get up to speed quickly. Of course, he's going to be on a heavier car compared to Raul Suarez, who is also in the rhythm of the race. Poiti needs to get in, and he's been thrown right into the deep end. He needs to now swim, and you can see Suarez flashing the back marker out of the way, saying, move out of my way, because he wants to get onto the back for the race lead. But yeah, that is really close at how it's funneled back into play. And Suarez pushing the absolute limit, trying to get onto the back, and still the Porsche reluctant to move. Of course, doesn't really have to. Suarez just needs to make the move cleanly. And yeah, but Poiti, it was very close. Now he needs to just try and maintain that. The Porsche finally moves out of the way, and it's neck and neck, 1.5 seconds between the two race leaders on completely different strategies as well.
Fascinating little battle. Let's remember that Raul Suarez is going to be back into the pit lane probably in the next 15 minutes time or so. However, this is a masterclass from that 33 team machine just now, out there in the lead of the race now, 1.5 seconds, and this is where we have to see where the pace comes in, where the chips lie for Alessandro Poiti as he runs a little bit wide going through that final corner there. He wants to try and push that gap out here, but we've got no idea about the level of pace here. But 15 minutes left to go in this second stint for a lot of the drivers here, and yeah, this race has been turned on its head well and truly as Leo Racing Team survive in the lead of this race.
A tribute to the monster job that Bernardini did at the wheel of the Mercedes. Started down in P21, remember, or P22 actually. He's gained 21 places according to our live timing screens. Flown and risen to the top throughout the course of the last hour and a half. Has done phenomenally well, up 21 places. You can see that. Another big gainer as well is the RFO orange car with Harry Soho at the wheel still. Same with the RFO pink car, up 13 places. So a lot of big gainers, but most notably the Leo Racing Team 33 from the back of the grid, now leading with, not even a third of the way through the race. It's been a crazy charge. but still a long way to go.
Certainly is. So as we said, pit stops are going to be coming up in about 15 minutes to 20 minutes time for the majority of the fields. And again, just to explain about that graphic that you just saw coming up there, 21 places. That is how many places have been gained by that 33 machine, who is now in the lead of the race. So I do wonder if they were maybe trying a last to first challenge, because that certainly would be about the place on the grid. I would imagine they've maybe just not qualified and decided to start from the back of the grid and made their way through. Another car doing that is Maher Tojo in the number 22 machine, RF Arrow Yellow, down there in 8th position just now. So they've done all the way up to P8, so 15 places gained for them, and that would be another what's that, P24 or P23 that's there just now as well.
Yep, a lot of good drives. These are the iRatings, so no surprise there. The Leah Racing team is a 6.9 rated, 6.9k rated driver. So puts into perspective the skill range of these races, these exhibition races. As we said, anyone can sign up and get involved and join. Yeah, that's why you've got a massive mix all the way down to 1k, 1.5k, a little bit further down, and then up to the reaches of 6.9, 7k. So a big range in gap, in big range in skill, I should say, not in gap. That makes absolutely no sense. But yeah, it's I forget to speak English. I'm a fantastic commentator. But yeah, 6.9k is the highest, and to no surprise, really, you would look at the pace that they've shown, that Leah Racing Team 33, and say, yeah, fair enough.
I've got to say a big shout out to my boys in 19th position, the 21 of Red Kite Motorsports there, with I think there's one driver that's got a 1k safe, 1k I rating. That's my level right there. You know, 0.9, 1.1k. That's where I am right now on I rating. So yeah, I'm absolutely all about that right now.
Fair play. I mean, I've reached into 2k for a little while and managed to gain a little bit. That's when the IRA 4s were at Hockenheim, because I absolutely love that combination. It was fantastic, a lot of fun, and I just couldn't stop really doing them. But then after that, just sort of fell off. Managed to get up to a rated license as well, which quickly fell down as soon as Lewis McGlade stopped telling me what to do, because I was like, oh, I'm A-rated, it's fine, I can now race people. People will be clean. No. 2Xs, 4Xs, 1Xs, every race. It was great, loved it. Back down to a C, and yeah, with iRacing, it's it can fluctuate quite a lot if you're not careful. Have to treat safety rating as more of a currency than anything. You have to save it up and then try and see if you can have a bit of fun with your races. But yeah, no, it's fair play to those that are getting involved that are a little bit lower down, maybe not as experienced in endurance racing, as we were saying a little bit earlier on as well. You can come in, you know, dip your toes into the water a little bit, have a bit of fun in a nice casual environment, and there's no pressure, there's nothing at stake. No one's going to be overly annoyed at you if things go wrong, as we see DS Racing fighting the PTX Racing team. Now Duarte having to allow what will be Ricardo Santos to the inside of T2. They're going to leave him around the outside, but the inside for T3, this little kink as they head down through the parabolic. A nice bit of racing, but that DS Racing team a little bit further down than they would have hoped at this stage in the race.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a difficult start for them. I think they would have liked to have been a little bit higher up here, but you kind of have to roll with the punches, don't you? As we see side by side down into the hairpin there, this is for position between DS Racing and PTX Racing Team. You see the BMW of PTX Racing Team trying to go around the outside, but it's going to be DS Racing who hold on to that inside line for the next corner. They're still side by side, still no corner given, but the BMW has to give up the line there, and that means that DS Racing keep that 9th position there. Great stuff there, but you get the feeling this battle isn't over.
Yeah, Duarte still has some good pace in that BMW versus the Mercedes, actually. So clearly the two titans of this race between the BMW and the Mercedes, as is usually expected in endurance racing on iRacing. But still Duarte keeping him honest and trying to get up into 9th place. But we'll have to see if Santos can try and pull away and get that gap. Also a close fight for P16, though this is a little bit higher up, the fight for P9 as opposed to P16. What can Duarte do? And running a little bit wide actually off the exit of the penultimate corner, now through the final. and is trying to just stay as close as possible, because through that final sector, there's not much you can really do into the final couple of corners unless you're really close and really brave. There's nothing you can do into the Nord curve. It's from here all the way down really to sort of the Sachs curve where the main overtaking opportunities take place, and this is where Duarte needs to be quick.
Yeah, absolutely is. Just also noticing on that one as well, it's something that we've talked about many times in the past here, Zach, and that is momentum and how important it is to get yourself into what we refer to as flow, or the momentum, the rhythm as a driver in these endurance events, in these stints that you do. And I'm wondering, at a track like Hockenheim, where speed is very important, I would imagine that's even more so the case.
Absolutely, you really do have to take sort of a hop, skip and a jump over and through the whole circuit. I mean, you've got tracks like Suzuka as well, which are just big sort of presenters of that ability. You have to feel the rhythm, you have to get into a nice consistent flow, because the corners here at Hockenheim come at you quickly. It's not like Le Mans or tracks like that where it's like we've got a bit of corner, we've got some corners, then we've got a long straight, and then we can just sit and chill a little bit, mind wanders, and then we start thinking what we're going to have for tea when we get out of the car. Nah, it's not like that at Hockenheim. You have to be on it because it's very windy. Yes, you've got that run between turn 3 all the way to the Spitzker hairpin, but after that, it's just corners and corners and corners. So you really do have to stay on it. And as soon as you're knocked out of that rhythm, as we saw with TJ McLean a little bit earlier on, was knocked out of that rhythm, knocked out of his optimal working window as well, with the frustration and the tyres not working with him at all, was on a default setup as well, which certainly wouldn't have helped. He couldn't get into that flow and therefore suffered because of it.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very peculiar one for sure, and it's certainly a storyline that we're going to keep our eye on over the next 4 hours. But for myself and Zach, it's only going to be the next hour, because you have the legends that are Lewis McGlade and DJ Clark blessing your eardrums for the next 3 hours in just over an hour's time. Proper 18 of comms. We're just essentially the warm-up act, really. That's what's going on this afternoon. So in the meantime, it is still Leo Racing Team in the lead of the race from Aspar Esports Team. However, the gap not going up as much as I thought it would. So there's the early questions of the pace of Alessandro Pelotti being answered, 139.97. So still absolutely banging in those 139s, which is still about 0.2 of a second faster than Raul Suarez for Aspar Esports Team in that second place. Optograph in third place for DSRT. Holy Energy, Sous Chef Academy in fourth place. Jens Kaiser will be completing his final hour of the stint and handing it over to our very own Michael Hamlet in just an hour's time. Impulse Esports in 6th position, with Scania Endurance Motorsport in 5th position. Didn't totally miss them out whatsoever, it's fine. Dario Delernia in 5th place, with Ludovic Zerkin in 6th position. 7th place for RFRO Orange, Blue Chip Racing and DS Racing in 8th and 9th, and PTX Racing Team rounding out your top 10. And with the exception of your race leader somehow, and 12th and 13th place, everyone else needs to pit again. Morten Pellman Jensen not having the greatest of days there in the 831, off into 19th position. That's DSRT Sim X Pro. That BMW looks decidedly second hand. That is not looking like a very happy machine indeed. I'd be very interested in what the incident count is, because there are many incidents. In fact, if I remember rightly from our production or race director, we were told about an hour ago that one of the teams was on 31x out of 40. In fact, it was actually our very own Michael Hamlet who was giving us that info behind the scene. Yeah, it's Seybelt's team on 31x out of 40. Let's have a look at the replay then. This is Casper Baratella for the 202. Was down in 14th position. That's for Mission Spinel Racing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is mission accomplished. That is a spin on the exit of turn 1. that is probably the greatest comedy that I'm going to achieve today, so I'm just going to quit now while I'm ahead of that one. So yeah, not the best there.
Have a look as to what happened to Carlos McGlade Date, and well, that is a top tier joke, I'm sure, from you, David.
Zach, that is the peak of wherever I'm going to go in my comedy career. So you're not going to get any better with that. Bask in it.
Yeah, he's peaked now. He's peaked early, ladies and gents. He can't get better than this. And I'm sure it probably wasn't even that funny, was it? I'm not entirely sure.
It was pretty dire. Let's be honest.
Yeah, well, let us know in the YouTube chat. Rate it out of 10. You know, just give it a nice little score. Get involved as well if you are watching along with the live action here on the SimGrid YouTube channel for the Coach Day of 6 hours of Hockenheim. If you are watching along, let us know who you're supporting, what your thoughts and feelings of the race are as well. We'll try our best to get engaged if you are interested, and of course to absolutely rinse David Christie's comedic forte, or lack thereof, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure how you'd put it. We do love you, really, David, as I have mentioned on a number of occasions with how I do like to slightly annoy you, but either way, that is besides the point. We are approaching the 2 hour mark, so a third of the way through this race. How much are the drivers now going to be starting to feel the fatigue, do you think?
I think not at all, to be honest with you. From experience, it's a 6 hour race, so it's essentially 2-3 hour stints for drivers that have got a two driver team. Some of the drivers I've seen have already pitted and swapped drivers. I'm not a fan of that personally. I just want to kind of get all 3 hours done and dusted. If it was a race going into the night time, that's completely different. That drains you a lot more in terms of fatigue mentally and stuff like that. But it should just be a walk in the park for a lot of these drivers. It should be a fairly simple day out. A huge thank you to Michael Hamlet as well, behind the scenes actually in a production channel, pointing out the list of instant points there. So the big scores: Delta Racing Endurance Team down there in 22nd position there. Marcos Brito behind the wheel of that one, 38 out of 40. Oh, that is going to be a drive-through very, very shortly. However, more importantly, Leo Racing Team, the 33 are race leaders on 24. They're more than half of the way through their instant points allowance. And remember, that'll be a drive-through penalty when they trigger that 40 points on that one. Michael Hamlet is going to be next in the car at the pit stop. So Jens Kaiser not going to be making it the full 3 hours. And Zach, I wonder, obviously Michael heavily involved behind the scenes here at the SimGrid. I wonder if that puts a little bit extra pressure on him.
Consistency is the main driver in these endurance races. That comes down to both your lap time but also your incident points as well, because naturally over this course of the 6 hours you're not going to have a perfectly seamless race. As we were saying earlier, it's very rare. You're going to come into contact with someone, you're going to run wide, you're going to pick up these silly little 1Xs that you're like, really? Seriously? Is that off the track? And then you're like, oh, whatever, and then you have to go forward. But yeah, for Michael Hamlet to jump in and already have accrued quite a high number of incident points, he's going to be driving sort of on edge a little bit and starting to drive with a bit of caution, because no one wants to have that drive-through penalty. Yes, it's Hockenheim, it's not the longest pit lane in the world, and you know, it could be longer, but it's still certainly less than ideal. So the aim for teams is not to avoid drive-through penalties altogether. Yes, that would be a perfect situation in an ideal world, but over the course of the 6 hours, just to not get as much as those around you, because chances are it is going to happen. But yeah, for Michael Hamlet, it is going to be something to be looming on his mind as to how close they are, and it'll be a massive bit of frustration if he just runs a little bit wider. 1X, sweet, got a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, it's an awkward conversation on the old team chat, isn't it? It's like, yeah, so I'm going to be coming down pit lane probably about half an hour early, but yeah, like we say, it is what it is. Also, just on that note there, what I'm really, really interested in here is how this is all going to unfold, because as we've said, through the course of this race, I don't think any of us would have seen the 33 taking the lead of this race. As we go on board with Ralph Suarez here on Aspar Esports Team, then this is coming on the run down towards it's through Parabolica, through that long sweeping left-hander, and then it's going to be onto the brakes into the Spitzkehre, onto that ridiculously tight apex on that right-hander of the hairpin here. And I say it's ridiculous because I can never get that right. I can never get the flow of that corner right. Love the rest of the track. I'm terrible at Spitzkehre. Through the right-hander here on the run down towards the second half of the circuit here. Very quickly onto one of my favourite parts of the course here, through into the Mobile 1 curve just coming up here. And this is the bit that always makes me feel like I'm much better than I actually am at sim racing here, through this right-hander here. Again, this is much tighter than the previous right-hander there, and then on the run down to this looping left-hander here at Sachs Curve. Very, very simple, straightforward corner to get, but again, you have to be so patient on the throttle coming out through into the Sud curve, this sweeping right-hander. And again, you have to be so patient. If you're a little bit too greedy on the throttle, you sweep out left to that left-hand side, and that across the sort of finish line there. Raul Suarez, I mean, the performance that the 121 has put on today of Aspar Esports team, it's not been a bad one. It's been a very, very consistent and a very smooth performance, and that shows with the fact that they're 20 seconds ahead of third place.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job, and has done since the beginning of this race, actually, has Suarez. Of course, comfortably led, and had a bit of a nice run after the safety car as well. As you see Haruto on the back of the Impulse Esports car of Zayakin, as we now see him run just a little bit wide. Haruto going to go underneath him to the inside of the Sud curve and up into P6. Into the pit lane comes the Sous Chef Academy car, then Viens Kaiser. Michael Hamlet will get behind the wheel, so that is them, him jumping in, having to settle into the rhythm, as you can see when it goes to out, then back to pit. That means that they are having a driver change. This is Arnott going side by side with the Esports Sierra Audi. I'm about to say Ferrari then. No clue why, but the Audi running and now just tucking in behind. But we are once more reaching the pit stop sequences. We are past the hour, the 2 hour mark. The 13 going to dive one back to the inside of the Spitzkehre. Really going to sharpen off the corner from though, make it such an acute angle that Arnold's just like, all right, sweet. Takes a nice wide line, uses the momentum of the car and stays in front. But now we are going to start to see some more pit stops coming in.
Certainly are there, as we're still watching Pedro Arnaud there for the 14th place 116 car. That is, of course, the PTX Racing team. Now, they were involved in a little bit of a battle earlier on, but they have kind of fallen down by the wayside after their second pit stop. They were fighting with PS Racing, and again, it's all about these different strategies that are coming out as the man himself, Michael Hamlet, into the mix in P13 right now. He jumps behind the wheel of that number 7 Sous Chef's racing machine. Here he is, and behind the wheel. Let's see how he gets on here. I've got no doubt actually that he'll do very, very well. However, from a personal standpoint, I absolutely detest that Audi. I thoroughly hate it. Zach, what's your opinions on it?
I've never driven it. I'm not spending 14 quid on a car that I don't know how to drive, so I'm not doing
that's
it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, just you've saved yourself £14 and a whole heap of misery, my friend. It's fast, but it's schizophrenic, and it will kill you without any warning whatsoever.
I mean, I've got a bad word. Some of my mates that I did at an esports competition, met them through this esports competition. We went to Bolton and had a LAN event. It was loads of fun. It was everything, and we thought we'd continue the friendship and do a bit of endurance racing. That is the Tenerife Rodrigo I was talking about. I did the 6 hours of Le Mans with. He did the iRacing Spa 24 with a couple more people, and they did it in the Audi because they thought, it's going to be quite quick. I opted out of that because I had to buy both Spa and the Audi, and I was like, not really too fast. But then they carried on. They did a great job. It was actually really quick. But then come out of the car and we were like, we're never doing that again. We are never driving this Audi again because it's fast but squeamish and not a lot of fun to drive. So the two cars I've got the Mercedes and the Ferrari, and I'm pretty content just to stick to those. They're nice and comfortable, and the comfortability is actually worth a lot more than the raw pace of a car. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, from personal experience, I used to be a Merc fanboy. I absolutely love the way that thing drives and sounds. It's a little bit of an accustomed taste here, as Michael Hamlet decided to use all of the roads here. But now I absolutely swear down by the BMW M4 GT3, mostly because it's the most boring car in the world. It does what you need it to do. It's fast, it's competitive, and there's no drama with it whatsoever. So yeah, really big fan of the BMW M4 GT3. Marcos Calvo has been into the pits then, comes out in third position then for Aspar Esports. Team SRP takes over that car from Raul Suarez. So we've now had new drivers in almost all of the cars. Dario Delernia takes provisional second place, but then that is of course because pit stops still underway. So Marcos Calvo still in pit lane just now. Will be another 10 to 20 seconds, and again that will determine exactly where they are going to come out in this race. But this just plays into the pace that that number 33 in the lead of the race has got. It's been a 1:11 pit stop for Marcos Calvo. That car is going to come out behind Ailton Andrade in 7th position. So the number 4 Delta Racing machine that was driven by Hugo Oliveira, they've done 2 stops as well. They've done the jump on the 121.
This is spicy because that Aspar Esports team seemed to be quite quick. And yeah, Marcos Calvo has come out. He's got a job to do to close that 3.5 second gap up to Delta Racing for P6. So yeah, the strategical standpoint, we've had a number of drivers that have been up there on pace, very quick, very consistent, you know, the high mid 39s, the low 40s, sort of that sort of area. And now, because of the strategy, it's really sort of playing into the hands of certain teams and things like that. But the thing is that for some teams, the early pit stop's working. For others, it's not. For some teams, the conventional pit stop's working. For some teams, it's not. So it really is just a team-by-team thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we are well into our second hour, or our third hour actually, of racing here. Just another 50 minutes for myself, Dave Christie, and Zach Sweeney on commentary. Before we hand it over, I was you might not have heard this, Zach, because I know you were busy making a cup of tea for yourself. I've got to say a huge thank you to my lovely partner bringing me a cup of coffee mid-race there. But I was describing us as the warm-up act for the legends that are Mr. Lewis McGlade and DJ Clark, who will be joining us in just 50 minutes' time. Yes, the actual Lewis McGlade and the actual DJ Clark blessing us with their presence as well. So, I mean, let's take stock of the race then so far and what we've seen. Leo Racing Team in that 33 machine in the lead of the race now, quite comfortably. I mean, there's nobody really that's anywhere near them right now. They're about a minute and 20 ahead of anyone that's on the same strategy as them. Yes, they have to come at the pit stop very, very soon, but again, it's been a consistent and quite a I'm trying to think of the word here. It's not dominant, but it's been a very, very convincing performance that they've put on at this early stage of the race.
Yeah, dominant will be when they're still leading the way come the checkered flag. I think then it would be a dominant display, and if the rate of growth of their gap continues throughout that same the remaining what is it? One moment again. I think 3 hours and 50 minutes of this race. It's just going to continue to grow and grow. And when it gets to that point, and it's continued at that point, it's going to be that's when we can then call it a dominant display. Because from the back of the grid, they've taken the lead, quite early on in this race as well. They have really set the standard and a benchmark that not many teams have really been able to rise to, at least not at the moment anyway. And still, when the first driver in the 33 came into the pit lane and Poiti then come in to take the wheel, he's still running really, really well with the best lap time of the 39.2, which is just phenomenally quick. So between both of their drivers, they've been so quick, and the pace between the pair of them has kept them at that standard. Michael Hamlet now in the Sous Chef Academy Audi on the back of the Race Spirit Team 1 for P8. So Michael Hamlet setting in very nicely, and while he, for the first couple of laps of his stint, did use the full extremities of the circuit the Race Spirit Team pulling into the pit lane, so Michael Hamlet left to his own devices. He settled in nicely and has settled into some a nice rhythm with not too bad of a pace, a mid 40 and a high 40 on that last lap time. That's still pretty competitive.
I've got a scary point to make to you. Our leader has lapped everyone up until P5. That is frightening amount of pace that's going on right now. In fact, we'll scrub that, shall we? Because he's already just put a lap down on Brandon Hay in that 96 car for Newbridge XRCI. So yeah, there we go. That's a really, really reassuring sign for everybody in the field that has been lapped by our race leader. However, Alessandro Porti having a bit of connection issues here. Now, this is a big thing because iRacing has a certain amount of tolerance, and if you don't appear on the track and your connection drops to a certain amount after a certain amount of time, the server will kick you out of the session. And I've got a horrible, horrible feeling about this, that Leo Racing team is really, really just constantly showing these connection issues. I think that quality of service might drop below what iRacing determines as acceptable.
I mean, they've got a margin to jump back in, and hopefully it does sort itself out for their sake anyway, because it'd be such a shame for them to lose out because of a connection issue. But then again, sim racing and real life racing, you very rarely do get an engine blowout in sim racing, so connectivity and hardware issues are sort of the equivalent of just your gearbox giving up or anything like that in sim racing. So it happens, it's the luck of the draw that comes with racing, but still unfortunate to see. They have got a minute and 28 gap, back to Delta Racing and P2. So if Poiti's teammate is around and the connection does drop, they can jump in and carry on the race. But it's still going to be a massive blow. So he's going to be driving around with his fingers crossed and just hoping, because it's at this point it's really just is out of his control.
It really is. It also becomes a bit of a danger to some of the other drivers, given that he's consistently lapping other cars. The last thing you want is an unstable car making its way around, and he maybe doesn't have any idea that his connection is dropping out like that. But I'm saying right now, it's a huge moment, late on the brakes for Pedro Arnaud, onto the brakes there for PTX Racing team there. Thought about trying to make the move up the inside there of Impulse Esports, but couldn't quite do it. Thiago Delaney in that number 8 Mercedes, so is going to be absolutely had for breakfast here. Connection issues still going on for Alessandro Porti right now. And yeah, that's a consistent thing, and it could even be race control actually just saying to have a word with the team and saying you need to get your other driver in almost certainly while they get those issues sorted right now. And it looks to be getting actually a little bit worse.
Yeah, it gets to a point where not only are you a danger to yourselves, you're a danger to others, and you can't be having that. You need to think of the greater good. It's your race, yes, and it'd be a shame if it got ruined by race control intervening and say, come on, look, things are happening. It sucks, but from the grand scheme event of the whole event, you can't be having a laggy car on track, because I've experienced it as well. If you're racing a laggy car, you're getting lapped by a laggy car, you're looking, you're like, where do I go? Where actually are they on the circuit? And you don't want to be involved in a crash where they just blip out in front of you as you're braking, because at that point you're just a passenger and you can't do anything. So as unfortunate as it would be, it would be completely and utterly fair for race control maybe to get involved. And for Poiti, he just needs to hope that he's got his teammate on hand to jump in, because that's the thing. Sometimes you base your schedules and your stints around your teammates' plans for the day. It's like, okay, from 3 till 4 I'm free, but after that I can't do anything. Then what do? You don't really have any other choice.
Yeah, it's a weird one. His teammate could be out doing a little bit of shopping just now. So Alessio Bernardini is getting a frantic SOS. I was waiting to say he's getting a text message or a pager, but I'm pretty sure three-quarters of the audience wouldn't even know what a pager is, such as me showing my actual age there. Never mind, right, we'll just glaze over that. However, right, this must be a beacon of hope as we see Quentin Carreau going off track and into the grass there in the 913. The other thing I was going to touch on here is the one thing I like about SimGrid events is that it's an international affair, very much a spread across Europe here, and so you get some names that we're not used to here in the UK. There was one specifically that was a way to mention there, and I think they've actually went and swapped out with their teammates, so I'll frantically try and find that name again, but it was, for caveman Scottish brains like myself, it doesn't go very well when you try and pronounce them, because you've got somebody like Fabio Grassetto who sounds maybe Italian, and out of my dulcet Scottish mouth it's Fabio Grassetto. It is quite a feat for me to try and pronounce these international names.
For any British commentator, it is a struggle. I look at them sometimes and I look for the entry list and I have to practice it. I'm like going through phonetically how it would sound. Then of course you've got different countries and how their alphabets and sounding system works, like Polish names and things like that. I really do struggle. It is a tough time sometimes, and you're going through, especially on the fly, and you look and you're just like, it's lovely to have that exposure around the world, and it's again a beautiful thing of sim racing and racing is in general, is to have that international connection, and you make friends with people that you wouldn't often come into contact with outside of that. And it's great to have that international exposure and people getting involved. But from a commentary's perspective, it does make it a bit awkward sometimes, because you don't want to offend anyone either by getting their name wrong. And the British sort of method for dealing with any quote-unquote foreign names is just loud and slow, and sometimes that's the way you've got to go.
Well, I have confidence in whatever I'm saying. I know that there's a 90% chance that I'm butchering an international name if I'm trying to pronounce it. It was actually the name in question was the RFO Pink driver in 13th place. Well, it's now his teammate, Clement Bibloc, because out of my Scottish mouth it's Clement Bibloc. And it doesn't have the same sophistication, I'm sure, as it actually does in real life when anybody else is pronouncing it. So, yeah, I will apologise for that, but it is amusing. I've listened to myself back on previous streams, and you've got all these very suave, sophisticated, European names that when anybody else says them, like sort of Paul Jeffrey or Lewis McGlade says them, and they sound really nice. And then I say them, and it's like, proper working class name. Good old Clement there, making his way around the circuit. It just doesn't have the same ring to it, Zach.
Yeah, no, and that's why we are the warm-up back for Lewis McGlade. Daniel Costello on the schedule was like talent live at 5-3 or something like that, and he really should have just put at 5-6, because that would have been a little bit better.
I was seeing that, and it's like talent, and I was like, where's the talent? Sorry, excuse me.
Exactly, it's not us. But yeah, no. Lewis McGlade, he's a fantastic commentator. I can't really knock him for anything. That's why he's got all the success that he has. Does the GB3 and the GB4 Championship in real life, and the Le Mans Virtual Series and all that. As we see, Anthony Durbin going to the inside of the Impulse Esports number 8 into the Spitzker Hairpin. Gets that job nice and easy. But yeah, no, Lewis and DJ are two fantastic commentators, both of which I've had the pleasure of working with. And there's certain commentators that you work with, and you just get lifted by them, because being in the just being alongside them, it's a similar story with you, David, for myself at least. It's just you work with them so well, you glue with them, and you sort of raise to their standard of sorts, and it's just really nice to have that aura, and it makes the whole ordeal just so much easier.
Yeah, ordeal is probably the best word you could have used in that context. And here, listen, I hold my hands up. I make no whims about it. I am DJ Clark's biggest fanboy. His American accent, NASCAR style excitement that he brings to every broadcast. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of that. And he reminds me of me, because he gets like so passionately excited and he starts screaming down the microphone as a producer. It's always great fun when you get events like that. So they'll be on very, very shortly. But it is myself and Zach Sweeney who'll be here for the next 40 minutes. And let's get back to the racing, because now things are starting to spread out. And you can tell, because that's when we get to start talking about other things here. But just looking at that gap that the 33 has over Delta Racing, Elton Andrade in second place there now, 1 minute and 32. That means that the gap between Leo Racing Team, that 33, and Aspar Esports Racing Team in third place there, who are on the different strategies there, is now 1 minute 36 seconds, 1 minute 38 seconds now as nearest Amit, and that is almost a full lap. We're very close, actually, I think now, to seeing Leo Racing Team putting P3 and P4 a lap down here. This is just absolute craziness.
The thing is, they're going to probably, well, even now, I think they're actually a pit stop ahead with tyres ahead of the Aspar Esports team. But because they're slightly off sequence, because of that early safety car, they had to pit 20 minutes early. That means if it stays as it is, there's no more safety cars, it's green to the end. With 20 minutes left to go, unless they've managed to save 20 minutes of fuel, which is a very difficult task, but with the margin they've got, probably not too out of the ordinary. But that means they might have to take a splash and dash, which means that they might lose out on a little bit of time. That's probably everyone else's only hope to win, because despite being on an unorthodox strategy, they've done the work in terms of just using pure pace to brute force their way out of this one. And yeah, even compared to second place Andretti, 40.2 for him. For Poitiers, it was a 39.8. So it's by a margin of 3, 4, sometimes even 5 cents a lap, which over the 83 laps that we've had so far adds up.
It really does add up, and here's just a demonstration of the last lap times there. 0.4 of a second faster, 0.5 faster that last lap round there, and that's a very, very sickly looking Mercedes off onto the infield there. Ooh. Spinning the car round there, and that is going to be big problems there. We'll have to get an ID on whose car that was. That was Quentin Hurault in the 913 Race Spirit Team machine that is into pit lane. They've retired the car or are getting a tow back to pits, so that is a result of some severe damage on that car there. Honestly, I cannot believe what I am seeing here. And there you go, that is third place has been put a lap down by our race leaders. Alessandro Poitiers is a lap ahead, so the only car on the lead lap at this point in time is Ilton Andrade in second place in that Delta Racing in the number 4 car. I cannot believe what I am seeing right here. This is unbelievable scenes. So Marcos Calvo, that only other car realistically that was in with a shout. Well, I say that actually because Ilton Andrade pitted on the same lap that Alessandro Poitiers did. So as far as I'm concerned now, he is a lap ahead of everyone and is only gaining time.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for anyone else to win this. They're going to be hoping that these connection issues continue and they have to, bunk out of this race so they can win. Because, yeah, it's not often that you see this type of dominance in an endurance race, especially when, the majority of the field is still in the race. But for Poitiers, it's even rarer that they do it, not even halfway through the race. They've put a lap on everyone near enough. So early on, and still having those slight connection issues is the 33. So still up in the air as to what's happening with those ones. But yeah, it's just been so impressive. And we spoke a little bit earlier on when they were carving their way through the field about how they could, project themselves and where they could end up. I don't think even that early pace gave us this impression that they would be so dominant just an hour and a half later on.
Yeah, for sure. Just noticing that Michael Hamlet dropping down there into P7 and he's off track again. So Michael Hamlet coming into real issues in that Audi, in that number 7 car. Again, we were saying about the difficulties that he is going to have with that Audi, and it's renowned for being a very, very difficult car to drive, and you can see that with the fact that he is dropping lots and lots of time here. DS Racing going to be on his tail very shortly in that Mercedes in 8th place there, so it could be a couple of positions getting lost here. But as we stand though, 2 hours 26 into this race now, currently looking at Alessandro Poitiers in the lead of the race here on the Leo Racing team car here. I think he's going to have to be into the pits in the next 10 laps or so, because he pitted on lap 60. He is on lap 84 just now, so let's see what happened here with Quentin Hurault. This was the Merc that we saw really struggling to do anything here. Some big steering damage on that car there, onto the grass to avoid the cars that were lapping him, and just loops the car round there, and that will be a tow back to pits. Comes back out of pit lane there, so delighted to say that they haven't retired the race. This is how we got the damage on the front end of the car, late into the wall there, and oh my lord, that is an easy £30,000 worth of virtual damage there.
Yeah, fortunately he doesn't have to fork out that amount of money, as we see the 2 BMWs fighting. Oh, a big shake! Oh, a big crash between the 2 of them. Matteo De Luca sent into the wall. Same 2 with the PTX Racing team. Oh, that was so easily could happen. and it so easily did. Matteo De Luca is going to be so frustrated with that one. It was more of a mistake via the PTX Racing Team car of at the moment I believe it's Pedro Arnaud, and it was the slightest of snaps, and I think we're going to have a safety car because of it. That's going to liven things up in this race. At least yellow flags just for the moment, but that was so big. Hopefully we can take a replay at it. We are going to. This is Michael Hamlet actually into the Sachs car. Had a bit of an off, but I think Arnaud just got a bit of a twitch, and then it's that snapback. He saved it, but then the car wanted to snap back, and then it brought itself back, and then the contact, and then yeah, we'll take another look at it here, but just dissect it for us, David.
Yeah, just looking there, the BMW was off balance when it was coming through. I think there was a little bit of contact from the car behind just before it went in, unsettled it ever so slightly, but that's going to be engine damage for that car behind as well. And yeah, like that, Pedro Arnaud is going to be absolutely gutted with that one. Unfortunately, it's one of those things of racing when you're pushing so hard. What I will say is we have to say a huge props to Daniel Costello, our broadcast director, because somehow he had a sixth sense to cut to that directly as that accident was unfolding. We came back immediately from a replay to see that unfolding. He's saying that skill. I think that's some divine intuition right there, Zach.
Instinct. He's been at it for however long, and he just knew. He's full confidence in his stride with that one. Just a spidey sense. He was like, yeah, these two are going to crash. I mean, it's two BMWs, so what did we expect with the BMW driver sort of reputation, at least on the real roads in the UK specifically. But in the virtual world, I didn't expect it to be as prevalent. But yeah, it was a big one. But it's brought out a safety car, and it spices things up. Not maybe necessarily for the fight for the race lead, but certainly for that fight amongst everyone else.
Now, that's bizarre that Alessandro Puotti's connection issues have stopped now that we're behind the safety car. That is strange. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that one. Right, strategy. Let's have a look at this. Half an hour into the third hour of the race here. I'm just thinking, what do you do then if you are Alessandro Puotti and that number 33? Do you pit now? Being slightly ahead of schedule, given that he pitted on, I think it was lap 23, and then brought out about 34 laps on this one. So I think he's about maybe 6-7 laps early if he was to come into the pits. Or do you stay out? And if you're Ailton Andrade, what do you do then? Do you switch things up, or do you stay where you are?
It's an interesting one. I'm not entirely sure. Of course, I can't speak from experience because I've never actually been in this situation myself. But it's going to be a tough call. I'm sure they're going to have to weigh up the pros and cons of both avenues of how to take this. But I'm sure they don't really want to be even more off sequence. They had to do it for the first safety car. I'm not too sure they really need to for this one. However, relative to the last sequence, this is a crash for the 21 Josh in the Porsche, and under the safety car, we're gonna have a look. Right. I've got no other words other than you numpty for that one, really, because just careering himself into the back of that 96 probably wasn't the best idea. But yeah, mistakes happen. You lose concentration, even for a split second, and you can look up and be like, there's a car there. But yeah, no. Relative, going back to the point about his pit strategy, Puotti is closer to his scheduled stop now than he was for the last safety car, so it might benefit him more to come in now. So we'll see as he approaches the pit lane as to what he does.
Well, that's exactly what we will be seeing. Now, the difference as well is that the fact that because I would definitely take the pit stop now because you're going to lose less time than if you were doing it anyway. And there we go, he is into pit lane. But what this does do is this also... now there you go, Ailton Andrade and Marcos Calvo into the pits as well, as is the Porsche behind them. So I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit curious as to that one, but hey, maybe that makes sense.
Maybe to put them on the same strategy as the Leo Racing Team 33. That's the only way I can really picture it, is the fact that this strategy so far has worked well for the 33. Now everyone else has the same opportunity to get onto that strategy with them. And of course, it's under a safety car. You lose less time relative to everyone else. So it could be an interesting turnout. Though what I will say is I'm pretty sure the Aspire Esports team was lapped by the 33, was it not?
It was, yeah. So that's what I don't understand. So it was a lap down, and still decided to jump into pit lane. So I would have been more concerned with trying to... here's my thinking, right? You stay out, get the lap back, if possible. Although, well, they might not have got the lap back anyway, because the cars just would have caught up to the tail end of the group. Well, no, you would have got the lap back by staying out, and then it's a restart. It's yellow, a restart from a safety car. There's a high chance that there's going to be chaos and potentially another safety car immediately anyway. So just go that way. As there you go, out of pit lane then goes Leo Racing Team. And I'm also seeing, though, that Marcos Calvo has already got back, so he's got his lap back there.
He has, and that's probably the thing they were thinking, is to come in, have a shorter stop, and get back in front. However, they're not going to have the full wave around to bring it back onto the back of Poitiers, which is going to probably, sting them in the backside a little bit. But we'll have to see how it ends up after the whole safety car ordeal. But it just puts everyone else. That's the thing with this 33-bit car being so clear and convincingly clear of everyone else, is that it puts everyone else from a strategical standpoint in a bit of a mess in terms and giving them a bit of a headache with how they play the strategy, because they're thinking of how they can catch back up to the 33, and in some places just really difficult to. So yeah, it's certainly a tricky one, and that just leverages the advantage that the 33 has in this race.
Yeah, it certainly is, as we're seeing Matteo De Luca here down in 16th position in the RF Orange. Now, that is the car that's at the front of the safety car group then, and that'll be Bjorn van der Uhl alongside there as well. So we'll keep an eye on to see exactly how this all pans out. Now, Alessandro Poitiers only in the pit lane there for 57 seconds, so no tyres taken on board and potentially not a full fuel load as well. Maybe they're going to be trying to switch back towards closer to the hour on that, so they'll be doing their own thing on this. But it looked like, I thought that was safety car lights out there, but safety car is going to be going round for another lap, and that is actually going to be to the detriment of Marcos Calvo.
Yeah. It will be. I mean, again, I think the teams that had to pit early under safety car last time want to take that splash and dash that they would have to take later on now, is their idea. And then they push them back on sequences a bit more easy. They don't have to then take that splash and dash back in. And we're getting told that the safety car will be in at least, it's going out for another lap. And it should hopefully be in by the end of this one. We will have to wait and see. But yeah, that's the thing. That's what I love about safety cars in endurance races. Some series don't have them. Others just have sort of like a VSC style thing. But the full-on safety car really adds another element to the strategy.
It certainly does. We can see picture-in-picture then. Your race leader on the right-hand side, Alessandro Poitiers, for the 33 Leo Racing Team, and the wave rounds have come round, so Matteo De Luca then being waved round, and that's why. So your race leader is being waved around. Now, does that mean that means that Marcos Calvo will be waved around, because he's going to be just in front of this group as well? So I wonder if the two cars behind are going to get waved round. If that is going to be potentially huge for the race here, Zach.
It is. He needs to be hoping that he's going to get the wave around, and in order to get that lap back, that's going to be so interesting, because right now you can see Poitiers just behind the Porsche, and third in this train. Calvo has got his lap back, but not for very long as it stands. So he's going to want to get the lap back to go all the way around and join the back of the safety car train. It could be huge, but he's going to be clinging on to some short straws to hope that happens. And of course, I believe the safety car lights are off, so it's in this lap. Also means he's not going to have very much time to actually join the back of the safety car queue. So either way, it's not the best situation for Calvo. And it's just not ideal for him whatsoever. We are waiting for the safety car to come in and peel itself into the pit lane. and Marcos Calvo will lead them round for the green flag, though despite being nearly a lap down. So certainly not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, and of course it will be Alessandro Puetti who will lead them round. After everything filters out, of course, he is the net race leader. Talking you through how they line up then at the 2-hour 37 mark. Leo Racing Team 33 leads the way from the DSRT Holy Energy team in second place. Delta Racing rounds off the podium with a Sous Chef Academy car still running strong inside the top 5 in 4th. DS Racing just in behind those in P5. Blue Chip Racing P6. RFRO Pink in P7. Squawks Esports Sierra P8. Impulse Esports P9. DSRT RGB Solutions P10. Now, Marcos Calvo and the Porsche just in behind have both got the wave around, David. They haven't got much time, but at least they're putting some time between themselves and Alessandro Puetti to at least postpone the relapping or to try and do their best to gain that lap back.
Oh, I think they've got enough time, Zach, have they? Because obviously we're just coming into the final S's just now through into Sachs curve and Sud curve, and your race leader now is going to have at least, 15-20 seconds to catch up on those cars right now. That is an absolute lifeline for the likes of Marcos Calvo, who now goes back onto the lead lap, and to, I believe, was that Juan Antonio Mena that goes on to the lead lap as well there, or that might have been actually another car a little bit further down. Either way, we get ready to go green flag racing again. Not yet though, so the safety car is going to be out for another lap. That's huge. That means that Marcos Calvo is going to be onto the tail end of this group. That is the biggest get out of jail free card I think I've ever seen.
He's drunk some liquid luck. I think he's brought himself right back into this. That is huge for the race of Marcos Calvo. So, yeah, it's going to be very, very spicy indeed. Hopefully we can get green flag very soon, but soon enough, long enough under safety car that Calvo can loop his way back around. There he is now going through the Mercedes Arena section, while the safety car train is now going in towards T2. So he's really got plenty of time. You can see he's definitely pushing the limits of that car in order to get onto the back of this train. However, there is still going to be a significant distance between himself and the race leader.
Yeah, for just now, but he'll catch back up onto them in the next sort of minute, I would say. Absolutely maximum. He's coming through the final couple of corners now, and they're already going at about 60 miles an hour. This is the slowest lap you can possibly imagine. Their lap, a fast lap around here is 1 minute 40, 1 minute 39. They're doing 3 minute 20s at the moment. So yeah, they will be very, very easily caught right now, and I'm just stunned at how this race has completely changed. Yes, he's going to be on the back of that group, but remember, he is in 11th place now, on the same lap as our race leader, and the same strategy as well. I cannot emphasise what an absolute game changer that is right now. I mean, that has just completely turned on its head. So let's have another look at this crash then. This was the two BMWs going side by side, the 116 and the 22. And, I mean, you've got to say that's the most predictable accident I think that there's going to be. The two cars not given an inch there. And I think, more importantly, you're going to struggle to assign blame on that one.
It was bound to happen. I mean, you could definitely see it coming. It was a bit of a twitch from the 116 that then careered him into the side of the other car, which, yeah, it's a shame, but you could see it from a mile off. And of course, it brought out the safety car. So in a sense, it was sort of a silver lining, a blessing in disguise for a couple of these cars. Obviously, not for the two involved, but for everyone else, it has really played dividends for them.
Now, what I'm so confused here. Marcos Calvo not only has got the lap back, but he's also tearing his way through the field just now. He's already moving up into 7th, 6th, 5th. I don't know what is actually going on here right now.
I'm incredibly confused.
I'm very confused. Is Calvo going up to take his place in second place? That would be absolutely ridiculous if so.
I mean, it's a bit naughty. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, the safety car is in this lap. I'm baffled, to be completely honest.
Oh, to be fair, he was second place when the yellow flag came out.
He was.
But then went into pits, so I'm not really sure. I'm so confused right now. Never mind. It looks like the safety car is in. We're about to go racing, and this got a whole lot more awesome because Marcos Calvo now in 5th position. And what on earth is going on? That is the messiest restart I think I've ever seen going on. A race going on again, though. Oh my goodness me. So it's still Leo Racing Team 33 in the lead of this race. DSRT Holy Energy in second. Delta Racing in third place. And it's just everybody else in third place right now. Sous Chef Racing, Aspar Esports Team, SRP, DS Racing in there as well. You've got Blue Chip Racing in 7th. RFRO Pink in 8th position. Scorx Esports Racing. And look at that. DSRT Holy Energy falling all the way down into 11th place there.
Very, very weird indeed. They were, I think, second or third in this train as well, which has really played a detriment to them. But a dominant start from Alessandro Puetti as we see Michael Hamlet trying to get involved with the 2 cars in front of him. Yeah, trying to pick his way through as best he can. Also side by side between the DS Racing and the Aspar Esports team, which is now in P5. But couldn't have asked really for a better restart for the Leo Racing Team 33. They managed to get going and get on with it. Really messy restart so far as they try and pick their way through the lapped car. And yeah, it's really proven to be tricky for a couple of these cars. Michael Hamlet, though, has dealt with it perfectly and managed to get that Audi onto the podium.
Right, here's what I don't understand. How do you gain, not only like you're going on from being a lap down to being on the same lap as well, but then also dropping out into taking out 1 minute and 40 out?
I don't know, this race has proven to be giving us quite a few surprises in the mix. It's really spiced things up at certain points. A lot of surprises, a lot of weird dramas as well. But yeah, it's just been really strange, especially with this most recent safety car, really confusing with the wave rounds and the lap traffic, and more so the Aspar Esports team car. Michael Hamlet, though, regardless of all of that, is on the back of the Delta Racing car of Elton Andrade, and is trying to get himself up into second place after what has been so far a pretty good stint for the number 7. And is trying to make it even one better. Side by side between Delaney in the number 8 Mercedes. The inside is the number 19 Porsche in towards T2. Going to go the long way around. Gives him the inside for turn 3. This little kink before they head down towards the straight. But look at that BMW absolutely soaring to the inside of him. Of course, I believe that is actually a lapped car. They're going to run 3 abreast with the number 8 in the middle. And yeah, well, safety cars certainly do breed a lot of action.
Yeah, certainly is. And 15 minutes left to go in this half of the race here. Great move up the inside here, and this is what I was saying again about 10 minutes ago. You've got such a high chance for pandemonium and chaos going on here as we see picture in picture again. You can see on the right hand side that is now the 3rd place car of Sous Chef Academy, but my eyes are not coming off of this huge melee right now. You've got Blue Chip Racing, RFRO Pink, DSRT, RGB Solutions, Impulse Esports and Holy Energy DSRT team in there right now. This is just madness right now. But again, Aspar Esports team are just 1.4 seconds off of the battle for the podium. That is, my mind is melting. I cannot get over that right now.
Yeah, it's been a weird one, and I'm sure everyone else at home watching along is going to be equally confused on what a time it is for, in around about 10 or so minutes, for Lewis McGlade and DJ Clark to jump into all this madness that has ensued after the safety car. Aspar Esports team, that is not something we were expecting to say with how close they are now to the podium fight, and it's actually going to spice up a little bit as well between Delta Racing, Sous Chef and DS Racing, which is just going to bring in the Aspar Esports team car into the mix even quicker.
It absolutely is, because I didn't realise I was reading that wrong. Of course, that's Aspar Esports that are 1.7 seconds ahead of Blue Chip Racing, but they're 0.3 of a second just behind DS Racing right now. So this is going to be absolute madness on the run down into the hairpin there. The number 7 there of Michael Hamlet there under some real pressure, not only from Aspar Racing, but again he's got a whole gaggle that could be very quickly on his tail in a matter of seconds here. And that BMW of Delta Racing managing to get a little bit of a gap here. So yeah, look, this is just, I mean, this is so entertaining. I've really enjoyed the opening 3 hours of this race.
Yeah, it's gone without hardly any dull moment, and it's just kept us on the toes. All round there goes the Lamborghini. That, I believe, is a lapped car, so isn't major in this fight for the podium, but still unfortunate for them through the Mobil 1 curve, which actually has proven to be the site for quite a few incidents. We saw Michael Hamlet spinning there, or at least his teammate Jens Kaiser just a little bit earlier on as well, spin through the Mobil 1. It's been the site of a lot of incidents, so it has proven to be quite a tricky corner, which I guess is to be expected as one of the fastest on the track.
Can we just take a moment to point out that Alessandro Puotti has just done the fastest lap of the race, 138.86, and then done a last lap that was a 138.98, and the words I'm looking for are, excuse me? I'm sorry, what now? How can you go 0.6 of a second faster than the fastest lap of the race, and then go about a tenth slower than that the next lap round? That is ridiculous pace from the Leo Racing team. I mean, that is just like... They are on a different skill set right now.
They are. Here comes Michael Hamlet to the inside. That's late on the brakes. Oh my word, what a move there from the Audi. And of course, trying to get that stopped. His left foot is going to be cramping at how hard he had to press that pedal to the floor. And that was brave and bold. And he wants to get onto the back of the Delta Racing car as soon as possible. And that gap is around about 6 tenths between himself and Elton Andretti. So trying to stay in touch. DS Racing not too far behind them, and Aspar Esports not too far behind them either. But Michael Hamlet, he's determined for the second place.
He certainly is, and again, we like having a laugh and a joke because we work with Michael quite a lot here on the SimGrid. He does a lot of work behind the scenes, and you know, we work with him on almost every single broadcast that we've ever done here. So, oh my goodness, that was squeezed almost to the wall there, and that was frightening stuff there, as we saw Thiago Delaney and Bjorn van den Uyl absolutely coming to blows here, as the number 8 and the number 6 there, that's the Impulse Esports and the DSRT Holy Energy Machine, almost wiping each other out there. I don't think I've ever seen so close to the barriers there.
So close, and still going at it as well in towards the Nord curve. Not quite an opportunity for them there. Sous Chef Academy, we have to split our screens because there's quite a bit of action going up and down the field. The fight for second place is this one. The Delta Racing car on the back of some lap traffic that he's going to have to negotiate. This is going to be to the delight of Michael Hamlet, because as the BMW goes to the inside to get past the back marker, he's going to be offline. This is going to invite Michael Hamlet to try and get a better drive off the hairpin, get the drive and use that to his advantage to try and overtake. But the Delta Racing car has got past the Porsche. Michael Hamlet has to now go to the inside to do it, and that gap, because of it, has now been able to close.
Great move up the inside, picture here between the 9th place and 10th place car. Then Bjorn van den Uyl gets that position done. That's going to be a great move for the number 6 car, DSRT Holy Energy Machine up the inside. P9 done and dusted, and that was sent from some way back. So Dutch Sim Racing team doing a grand job there, and I think they'll be very happy. Bjorn van der Uyl doing big moves there.
He is making big moves and yeah, committing to him. So great job between everyone. It's been the action that we have had, which is quite a lot of action, has been for the most part very clean, very exciting, and yeah, it's we've seen some spectacular moves, and that sure was one of them. Through the Nord curve, Michael Hamlet still on the back of Andretti for P2, unable really to close the gap any more than this, and has just hit that stalemate. But that Audi seems relatively quick in a straight line. We were talking about how quick but awkward it is to drive, but if it's quick down a straight line and he's got that slipstream, a long run through the parabolica and towards the Spitzker hairpin certainly can open the door. And Hamlet as well, he's no stranger to getting brave on the brakes either.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Audi and how difficult it is to drive with how unpredictable that it is, and I think that it's kind of shown by the fact that there's only 2 cars out there in the Audi. You've got Scott's Esports SIXR Sierra and this Sous Chef Academy machine, so it's going to make it very difficult for them. But I mean, fair play to them, they're doing a grand job of keeping the pace up here. So yeah, fair play to them. But I'm also noticing the Aspar Esports team machine getting massively held up by that lap traffic.
Yeah, he is, and yeah, for Marcos Calvo, that'll be to his absolute dismay, as he's got Stephen Hatter just in behind the blue chip racing car. So instead of looking forwards after getting quite fortunate by the safety car, he is now under pressure from the car in P6, the blue chip racing car. This is the fight for P11, Red Kai Motorsports, on the back of the DSRT Simex Pro car. So we've got Josh on the back of Brandy Berger for P11. The Porsche that has actually hasn't had really the best of races, has had its fair share of incidents and spins and moments, but still fighting on the fringe of the top 10 and up into P11. But a big train of cars behind them as well.
It certainly is, and just watching that Newbridge RCI car just behind them as well. And is it just me, or if that's the Scania, no, that is the Newbridge RCI car, I think that is behind. I was thinking that was quite a bit of damage on that car that was behind them, but it's not actually. It's just the livery that is on that car, so a little bit of a sort of panic averted there. But again, just looking at that battle for 12th, 13th and 14th position here, I mean, there's nothing between these cars. In fact, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th here, it's essentially a 4-car battle to try and get near to the top 10.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it is a big gap up to Impulse Esports in P10, but at least finishing as high as you can is going to be the best option and the better option that you would have wanted. Josh now still on the back of Birgit. And we have to, again, split our screens and cut our attention back to the fight towards the front, as Aspar Esports is under pressure from Blue Chip Racing in their little battle over P5 that we were talking about just a moment ago. So just goes to show that not often really in a 6-hour endurance race, nearly 3 hours in, do you have to split the screens to watch multiple bits of action at once.
I think 2 screens isn't enough, if I'm honest, Zach. I think you need about 6 at this point in time. We've got multiple battles right now, because here comes Michael Hamlet finally onto the back end of that Delta racing machine of Elton Andrade. This is the fight for P2 right now, and it's been a remarkable recovery drive for that Audi. Remember, we've seen it going wide and spinning and finally getting itself back into the mix here. And as we said, this is an actual battle for position. The fight that was involving Marcos Calvo seems to have kind of fizzled out. That gap now 3.2 seconds to Ricardo Santos in front in that 4th position now. But what is the Audi going to do? Is he going to have a look up the inside? It's late on the brakes there, but not going to happen there. The BMW was always going to end up getting the advantage out of that corner there. But again, it's just a case of, I would imagine, Zach, just keeping yourself in the mirrors of that car in front and trying your very, very best. As I'm also noticing Blue Chip Racing here just behind Aspar Team Esports here, and again they could be trying to make a move up the inside of our what was second place on the grid here. But again, strategy is all over the place right now.
Yeah, it really is. It's been so diverse and so split between a lot of teams. Michael Hamlet is just putting the pressure on and being a threat in the rearview mirror of the Delta racing car of Elton Andrade, and just trying to say, I'm here, I'm putting the pressure on, and if you make a mistake, I'm here to pick up the pieces, trying to find his way through, practically pushing him through the Sud curve and down the pit straight now once more. I don't think it's going to be long until Hamlet eyes up a move. It's probably going to be this lap. Looking to the right-hand side to just fill the rearview mirror of that BMW. And I'm expecting he's going to be eyeing up that move, if not into T2, down in towards the Spitzker hairpin. Now he's going to look towards T2. Is he letting off the brakes? He's going to take a nice tight line. You can see the racing car going to try and go the long way round, but he's muscled off by Michael Hamlet, who claims the corner up into second place, though he has to now keep it as the slipstream down towards the Spitzker. Maybe Andrade wants the counter-attack.
Done, dusted, signed and sealed, just as is our commentary stint here for the first half of this Coach Dave 6 hours of Hockenheim. I've been David Christie. Alongside me in the commentary box has been Zach Sweeney. It's been a very, very enjoyable first half of the race for us. But now it's time to hand over to our next set of commentators, the legends that are Lewis McGlade and DJ Clark. Very warm welcome, guys. Enjoy the race.
Yeah, thank you, lads. Obviously, like I said, Zach Sweeney will step aside. We'll change out a DC for a DJ. DJ Clark in the booth as well with me, as we were last night as well. We had a lot of fun over on the SRO Esports Endurance there at Suzuka. But here we are joining as well a race around here. Yeah, another 3 hours left to go. It's been a fantastic race so far. I'm expecting a lot from this. DJ is not in the booth with me at the moment, so that is absolutely fine. I will solo my way through the next one. We just saw the move for the Sous Chef Academy car to take over second position. Great move there from Michael Hamlet down into the second corner. DJ, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I apologize about that. I was just getting those headphones on me. But yeah, it's going to be a fantastic run to be able to get this going. And 3 hours down into an endurance race like this and being able to see these close gaps that continue to develop, it's going to be an absolute run to the line. I am very, very excited to see exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, Leo Racing Team well in control, even despite the fairly recent safety car that we saw, where Leo Racing were comfortably in the lead, and they continue to be very comfortably in the lead. Alessandro Puarti behind the wheel at the moment, pulling out a 15-second lead over the last basically 10 minutes. It's been an incredible drive thus far. Sous Chef Academy, by the way, they started from 22nd to head up to the lead of this race. Sous Chef Academy, of course, Magic Mike behind the wheel at the moment in that second position, 7/10 clear of Delta Racing after making that move. There they are at the moment. We were seeing the battle between Aspar and Blue Chip. Aspar were a little bit out of position, I'll say. When I was checking out them at various points, they've done quite well. They had pole position on the restart, though. That safety car restart, they were way down the order and have had to fight their way back up since that point. I think they're going to be charged up to the rear end of this.
Yeah, I certainly think they are, as well as there we get an idea. Stephen Hatter working his way around, and thankfully this Hockenheim circuit is certainly one of those where you are able to get those overtakes done. It's not like we're dealing with a tight and twisting narrow circuit. This modern Formula One circuit, you're able to get those passes done. But in an endurance race like this, you've got to be careful. You've got to be cautious. You don't want to make those lunges too early and risk ruining your entire 6-hour race.
You can see directly behind as well from this group. Obviously, not a battle for position behind, but it is one of those cars that's actually been pretty fast. That's the Delta Racing Endurance Team car that was pretty quick earlier on. And actually, on the restart that we had, they made contact with the DSRT Holy Energy car, and they were the car that spun that car around coming through T2. So that was where that contact came, as we got a couple of cars into the pit lane. Newbridge, RCI coming into the pit lane. Also, I think Red Kite came into the pit lane fairly recently as well. I don't know if Newbridge will be switching out drivers. Brandon might be jumping back in as Aspar nearly get a bit of contact on the rear end from Blue Chip Racing.
Ooh, that got a little bit close there, and that's what you've got to be a little bit worried about if you're running. Thankfully, that has separated them out just a little bit as they go. But man, oh man, that was a little bit too close for comfort here, Lewis.
I mean, we were talking about the Constantina effect ad nauseum last night, but it is kind of one of those things we do expect a little bit of that going into the hairpin. It is quite tight. It's a long braking zone, and you're braking for about 125, 130 meters coming down into it. And the speed differential between you being absolutely pinned coming around the parabolica when you're doing your 270, 280k, then you get onto the brakes and you're going around a corner 60, 70, much slower. That pace differential, I mean, it's going to be pretty big. Hearing that the 420 has had a bit of an issue, we'll take a look instantly on the replay to see what has happened to them and where it happened.
Yeah, so this looks like it's coming there down in through the arena section, down into the final two corners. They just get onto the curbing. Oh, yes, they did. And that's a very easy mistake to make there down into that penultimate corner.
I do wonder if that was actually contact as well from the car directly behind them. Being told it was contact. That BMW that we see directly behind this one, the Delta Racing car, I think got into the rear end there just coming through. I'll say this, I mean, I've been pretty open on the topic of my likes and dislikes of some circuits. I don't really like modern Hockenheim. Some people do, not a massive fan. I've been okay with Hockenheim like at points. I ebb and flow between like kind of enjoying it to like, oh, I really don't want to do it. But those final two corners, like, because obviously it hasn't really changed. It was still there pre-2001 when they refitted the circuit in its modern format. Those corners were still there because the stadium section was still there. The Sachs curve was still there, so you still had those two right hand at the end. I think in my entire 9-10 years in sim racing, I don't think I have ever gone through those two corners right. I think it's really, really hard.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. It is a very, very tricky to get right. You've got to just be able to carry enough momentum around through there and be able to get onto the binders at the right time. It's such a tricky rhythm section is really what you kind of have to think of it as, because you've got to roll that momentum through the corner and try to find an apex off of a line that's not really traditional because of how you're coming out of the tertiary corner there. Such a tricky complex, and it always impresses me. The drivers are able to get it right.
That new bridge RCI car, by the way, I don't know if Tom Bright had a problem behind the wheel, but that car is out of this race. Both drivers have left, and so we won't be able to see the Newbridge car, which is a bit of a shame. I get along with the Newbridge guys quite a bit, so it's like, as soon as I join, they're like, yeah, see ya, we're done for the day. I'd rather go and watch the end of the Spurs Forest match. That's why I say, yeah, each their own, is what it is. Back to the battle between the two DSRT cars. RJB Solutions versus Holy Energy for 8th position at the moment. Of course, a little bit further ahead of one of their other cars, the CivX Pro car, that's down on 11th at the moment. But to be fair, all three of them kind of marched their way forward, being up the order a bit. It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. They're finding themselves here about up 10 on the day as the RGB Solutions car. Unfortunately, Holy Energy about down 3 there, and they're the ones being chased right now in that Porsche. They've got a little bit of lap traffic up ahead of them in the form of the Sakenya Endurance Motorsports Lamborghini, so that could be slowing them down just a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how the number 19 Porsche decides to deal with the traffic. They're maybe a little bit eager to get on by, but granted, these are two sister teams, so there may be a little bit of communication there among the two.
Yeah, I think the Sakanya Endurance Motorsport, that was the car that had the issue coming in through Mobile 1 into the stadium section on 1 lap, 2 laps after the restart. There was a back marker that was sideways in the background. That belongs to that Lamborghini, so we've already seen issues there. Like I said, because their sister teams normally would be like, if this was pro esports, like what we were talking about last night and all that, I'd be sat there thinking, right, whichever one's faster between the two, they'll switch positions now because they're teammates and stuff, and they'll do this and they'll do that because they're looking for victory, they're looking for points. None of that. This is a solo race, a one-off race. There's a few of these on iRacing with the 6-hour races. Of course, we've done Le Mans, we've done Fuji, etc. They're one-off races, which means that in this kind of scenario, I'd be like, yeah, battle it out, lads. Let's have a bit of a laugh, shall we?
Well, and it looks like there as they pull themselves out to the inside, the Holy Energy car going down into the Spitzkara. They certainly may be thinking about it a little bit, maybe try to get into that sister team's head. That's exactly the kind of strategy that I'd say starting to employ. Fill up that rear view camera as much as possible and see if you can maybe force a little bit of an error out of the number 19.
Also force a little bit through lap traffic as well. You can see slightly differing lines coming through the Mercedes Arena section and back out through the second sector split. Bit of lap traffic as well for them to navigate, belonging to the 152 Sakanya Motorsport car that you were talking about. And also, you see that BMW that's directly ahead, you might have pointed out a little bit, but still, that BMW that is directly ahead, that is also another one of the DSRT cars. So despite being only a couple of positions behind, there's a lap between these two groups at the moment, showing the difference between them at the moment, which a bit of lap traffic, especially when you know they're running basically the same pace as you, can cause its fair share of problems.
Yeah, it really
one of the parts
can.
of pit lane anyway, so never mind.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's coming down into the pits here, and that's going to kind of break up that little bit of a battle. But to your point, if you've got lap traffic that's running the same pace that you are, it's really going to throw you off because you're not really sure how to deal with it. And blue flags here in this race, they are informational only, but they are not mandatory for you to follow.
Yeah, so a switch of drivers as well with the DSRT RJB Solutions car, the one that just came into pit lane, as we'll see a switch of position here. Sacania Endurance Motorsport looking to the outside, coming down to the hairpin. Obviously the defensive line taken by SimX Pro on that slightly tight line through the hairpin, but it could be the up and under from the Lamborghini. Nice exit as well. That was a beautifully executed up and under, but the drag off the corner is going to show the advantage towards that BMW M4 that will hold the advantage down towards the arena. It will take a big dive here from that 152. That's exactly what we're going to see straight down the inside. Big send, big move, well made.
Well made indeed. That is an area that it is very possible to get that move done, as you just saw, but it requires a bunch of commitment to be able to do. So tricky to be able to unload the steering as you're applying the braking, and brilliantly done there by Sacania Endurance Motorsports.
Yeah, so a switch of driver, as I was saying, for the RJB Solutions Dutch Sim Racing Team car. So Van der Horn jumps behind the wheel. Kind of makes me wonder if the Holy Energy car might also be in the pit lane at some point soon. Their teammate in the SimX Pro car is certainly down onto the lane. Saw them diving down there, straight down onto the pit road after losing out that position to the Sacania Endurance Motorsport team. So a little bit of a switch there. Pit lane looking like it's going to get quite busy, which I'd say quite a lot of drivers have been into the pit lane fairly recently, because obviously there was that safety car period in an endurance race. Unless I'm trying to get myself back onto the lead lap, or you know, obviously you're in tight battles for position and stuff. 9 times out of 10, if there's a safety car, I'm pitting. I want to get that sorted. An endurance race, unless I've just come in, if I'm half an hour into a stint, whatever, I'm coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, you really want to take advantage of that as much as possible, and you certainly don't want to get thrown off by anything like that, by avoiding yourself out, because if you come in under green, you're just going to lose time massively as compared to coming in under the safety car conditions. Everyone is going around the circuit at a much slower speed, so you're not going to lose as much time, and I've got to agree with you there, Lewis. That's the way to do it.
Here's the big man himself. Magic Mike, Michael Hamlet, of course, Mr. SimGrid, driving around. As of course David Christie was saying earlier, we've all had the pleasure of working quite closely with Michael Hamlet over the last well, however long we've been a part of SimGrid. For me, about a year and a half. And I've had him throwing me messages about random stuff midway through races and stuff, shouting in my ear, getting very excited about random bits. Good to see Michael Hamlet out in the race and actually doing well. Almost every time that one of us, from essentially behind the scenes or even from the commentary booth, takes to the racetrack, it's not normally a gracious experience. I do remember David Christie taking to a race at Alton Park once in some GT4s and, sorry mate, being not fast. It's probably the way I'd put it. Michael Hamlet though, clearly he's all right. He's a young talent, an up-and-coming talent, clearly.
Yeah, he clearly is, and I mean, it kind of goes back to the old line there, Lewis, of, well, there's a reason why I'm up in the commentary booth and not down on the track, and I have to agree with you that most of us commentators and those behind the scenes don't exactly have the speed, me included, but very, very impressive and very good to see Michael really putting in some good times here.
Got to see what his iRating is actually, because I actually don't know. That's the important question. His 2.3k iRating, so statistically speaking, I'm better than Michael Hamlet. That is fine. I'll take it. I will allow it. iRacing is the big decider, right? No? No, probably not.
No, I think it is. It is. It is. It certainly is.
We can see some of the iRatings here, and also the license as well. Obviously, it doesn't really matter too much on the license. This is a hosted event. I mean, iRating doesn't really matter too much. But you can see 2.3k. I mean, let's be honest, Leo Racing Team, cool. That's pretty overpowered, having a couple of 6.9k. I don't know how high Poeti's teammate is realistically, because I think it's Bernardini's, but I think it's probably about 5k if I remember. I don't remember too much, but either way, 6.9k is pretty high. So fair effort on that one.
Yeah, good effort there, and I know I struggled to get mine over 2K for the longest time, and it has slowly but surely subsided over that, so I pale in comparison to the majority of these iRatings, which is a commentary on my own driving ability, I guess.
Well, Sausage Dodger Race is coming into the pit lane, so they're not pit lane dodging racing. So at least there is that. I will say, I mean, this is just a general topic on iRacing and stuff, is that for anyone who doesn't know about iRating and why we care to a degree, it's more of like, so it's a ranked system. The higher your iRating, the better you are. I think these days, I can't remember how many. I think it might be 5 now. Josh Rogers definitely isn't over 10k anymore, but I'm pretty sure it might be 5 or 6 drivers that are over 10k iRating. It used to just be Maximilian Benecke, whereas now I think there's 5 or 6 drivers that joined, quite a few in the last few months. The reason why is because the iRating system is a zero-sum formula. So there is a certain amount of iRating, which every time a new member joins, essentially, I think your base iRating, obviously you don't see it because you're a rookie license, you don't see your iRating, but your base iRating I think is 1.3, came up to 1.25, which means that every time someone joins, essentially if you were to take the whole pot, there's 1,250 extra iRating points rather, that are out there. That are added to the system every single time someone joins. So when they lose, they sort of like float around. You could essentially, if you really wanted to, even though I don't think you can mathematically, but if there were a system, you would be able to track where one point has gone and who it's belonged to and how they've lost it and where it's going, which is pretty crazy. But a point being is that we're at a point where almost like it's being squashed at the bottom, where the difference between a 1.5k driver and a 3k driver actually on the track is almost nothing. Because pace-wise, if you're at 1.5, there's no reason why you can't fight with someone who's 3 or 4k. Meanwhile, 2-3 years ago, before we had this big boom in sim racing, there would have been an expected substantial difference in pace between a 3k driver and a 1.5.
Yeah, indeed, there would have been, and that certainly has made things a little bit interesting, to say the least, as you go around. It's becoming harder and harder when you're in a session, whether that is a public session or a private session, to really get an idea of what the pace difference is around you, because a couple of years ago, it used to be very, very easy to recognize if you've got a car coming up behind you, maybe they had a bad qualifying, something like that, to be able to let them on past. But now, as you said, with that erosion of difference necessarily in the iRating numbers, it becomes a lot harder, and you've got to frankly just be able to judge out on track by raw pace alone what everybody is, what their driving ability is.
Got another car into the pit lane, the number 8 Mercedes, which, as much as I'm 90% sure that it's just Impulse, but it is Impulse, which is harder to say, so we'll go with Impulse, into the pit lane to serve their latest stop. They've been stationary for a minute, obviously doing a full switch tyres and fuel, as Michael Hamlet comes into pit lane as well in that Sous Chef Academy car. So a couple of drivers biting off to head down into pit lane of the 19 runners that we still have and will have hopefully over the next 3 hours or 2 hours 45 minutes. As you can see there, the Impulse racing car up onto the jacks. For my money, as much as you might not know, that definitely looks like a Burst esports car to me. Do always like judging people's liveries, but you know, each their own.
Oh, I can't comment necessarily on that, but I do like the simple sort of duochromatic look of it. I know there's been a couple of liveries that sort of, they get too busy, as it were, and that one I like the simple.
It's, I think with sim racing liveries, is that in sim racing we've got, I can't explain why, but there was in British GT last year, there was a car, a Bentley, which I saw, and I went, oh, that's an interesting livery. And I don't know what it was, but it just like, it clicked in my head. I was like, that looks like a sim racing livery. It just, there is a difference between a sim racing livery and a real world livery. And I was like, that looks like a sim racing livery. I found out a few weeks after I saw it for the first time that it was designed by a sim racer. It was designed by a guy named Nico Barclay, who designed the livery for this British GT car. And I was like, it all makes sense now because there was a lot going on. And like I say, sim racing liveries, it's almost as if like you've got the PSD open, so let's just add colour, logo, colour, more colour, couple of shapes, some colour, that bit stuff. Put something like the simplicity of most racing liveries don't go to that extent.
No, they certainly don't, because you've got to worry about the cost to put in all of those colors and those different stickers and that kind of thing. And when you're doing it on the sim, it's just, well, whatever you can get it to do and whatever prettiness you can bring out of it, might as well go for it.
you design any liveries at all, DJ?
Yeah, I do a little bit of design on my own mainly. I've done a couple of tribute liveries when I was out running in a couple of series. Being a big IndyCar fan, a lot of Indy 500 winners with my own sponsors on them.
It's pretty fun jumping in and designing your own liveries. Always kind of tell people to kind of give it a go every now and then. You do learn a lot, even if your liveries are objectively poor. It doesn't matter. Give it a go. You might learn something, and also you might learn as to how hard it'll be, even if your livery is just a bright yellow Audi R8 with student driver written all over it.
Indeed, and it certainly makes you think about it a little bit when you open up those Photoshop files to really see how it lays out and try to figure out what part goes on what area of the car and all of those differences.
Up to the driver that's currently running in second position at the moment, the Delta Racing car, of course, was caught up with their teammate a couple of times. It was battling a lap down with one of the DSRT cars earlier on after they've made a trip down onto the lane. But Delta Racing at the moment in that second position. You can see what the previous pit laps were, and so you can see those that have come into the pit lane recently. Impulse, DSRT, of course the Sous Chef Academy car, another one of the DSRTs, are all coming into the pit lane now. DSRT Holy Energy coming to pit lane. With that coming in with 72 laps, it kind of tells me that the DS Racing car, that Blue Chip Racing, they're only 2 or 3 laps away from coming down onto the pit lane. For Leo Racing, for Delta, for Aspar, I mean, you're looking at at least another 10 laps before we'll see them in. It shows the strength that Leo Racing really has over this field at the moment, as you would expect from someone who's basically 7K.
Yeah, very, very much so. It is a pretty sizable advantage, and it was a pretty sizable advantage even before we went into these pit stops. And after that last safety car, we've just seen Leo Racing being able to extend little by little, bringing themselves forward, bringing themselves up and ahead as much as they can. Yeah,
indeed. Well, I mean, we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes. We could see another safety car, of course, deployed at any point. Now, it depends on car contact, and they don't just throw them out randomly, which would be banned. So I did commentate on a series before, the Apex Hunters United Endurance series, which was run by Shane Van Gisbergen and Nick Foster, a couple of real-world racing drivers. Of course, everyone knows who Shane Van Gisbergen is. Nick Foster races in GTH. No one knows who he is, it's fine. Races in GTH at the moment. I think it's a champion leader in GTH and might have just relinquished the lead at the previous round at Sugo. But they had a series where LMP2s, GTEs, GT3s, where it was there were safety cars. The thing is, there was a random element in it as well, where they would essentially randomly call a safety car in a race, which from the entertainment perspective was pretty amazing. From the sporting perspective, I'm not so sure. They did throw it out for the second season because it was a bit too much of a meme.
Yeah, I've been a part of a couple of leagues where you have a little bit of those random safety cars that do get thrown, whether it's incident points or just at the discretion. And I've heard some of the talk from the drivers in particular behind the wheel of the car. A little bit of frustration with some of those random safety cars because you bank so much of your strategy around that. As there we see a good move to get out of the way there for lap traffic, letting the DS Racing machine out on by. And but certainly a interesting way to do things, let's say, in sim racing, and it really does change the very nature of a race.
You can see how much damage on the rear end of that Team Green Print Porsche, the 420. Of course, we saw them get a bit of contact on the rear end from one of the Delta Racing cars, not the one that's in second place at the moment, but the one that's a bit further down, getting a pretty large hit on the rear, running through the penultimate corner. It is what it is on that one. We'll see if DS Racing can close their way up to Delta Racing. For or against safety cars in endurance, in sim racing? Because obviously there is that discussion of it's not really needed. But before I voice my opinion, yay or nay from DJ Clark?
I am very much in favor of it. I think that it changes up the strategy for everything. It makes everything a little bit more realistic in a lot of ways, and it's kind of fascinating in the way that it plays. I think it adds another strategic element that is outside of the drivers and the team's control. And from a commentary perspective, I love it. I think it throws a wild card into the mix, and I'm for that.
Totally agree. Absolutely. I mean, I've always said this before. I know with we'll see the two DSRT cars, IJB Solutions and Holy Energy switching for position here. 8th at the moment. They'll take over a little bit, I think, potentially from Blue Chip Racing, although I think that might be a bit too much of a gap for them to close down. Porsche on the right-hand side, that one being RJB Solutions, is going to get into a little bit of lap traffic also as they run through. That is the Aspar car that is running up in 4th position at the moment, the 121 that's directly ahead of them, as we'll see that switch. Holy Energy ahead now of RJB Solutions. See if the fight actually continues between the two of them. I think not at the moment. But I said this with sim racing. We have the special events on iRacing where there aren't any safety cars, and I am okay with that. I like the idea that there are some races where you'll see the strategy from a team work from the very start of the race to the very end of the race. I like that for some races, but I also like that we do have other races where there is safety cars, there is that random element, there is that thing that keeps teams on their toes. Think of it this way: if we were, talking about a race like this and this was a special event, some of the gaps had grown. I'd be like, right, Leo Racing, unless it's a bit of back marker, they've won this race. They've gone. They've absolutely cleared off from everyone else. They've won as near as makes a difference. But with the risk of there being a safety car, they will be on their toes until they see the checkered flag, and I like that.
Yeah, I like it as well, and I have to agree with you there, Lewis, that I like the idea that there are some races where we can just see a quote-unquote perfectly executed strategy play itself out over the course of a 6, 8, 10, 12, however long race you want to run. And then there are some where you've got to factor that into it. It creates a little bit of a difference in some of the way the races get run, and it keeps it fresh, it keeps it new, because when you tune in to watch a sim racing event, you're able to go, oh cool, this is one with the safety car, or oh, this isn't. I get to see a little bit of that strategic perfection playing itself out.
Yeah, I do remember watching a race with a certain young Mr. Max Verstappen and team up with Enzo Benitez last year, and 12 hours of Bathurst. And again, 12-hour race from start to finish. You got, I think it was 11, might have been 10 pit stops in that race. Might have been able to save fuel to make it only 10 pit stops in that race. They didn't make a single mistake in 12 hours. You kind of be like, well, yeah, of course, Max now is this. When you're in the highest split in sim racing, the idea of tripping up over a back marker, of it's Bathurst, brushing a wall, making a mistake, as temperature changes, there's there's a lot that's going on in that race. The likelihood of making at least one mistake and bashing a wall is fairly high, and they didn't. They kept it on the road. They didn't receive any damage. They just drove to the checkered flag. We saw diving into the pit. Was that RJB Solutions diving into the pit lane? I think it might have been one of the cars directly behind them. I just know a bit of my eye as well from the angle that we were coming through that corner at.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's staying out on track right now. RGB certainly continuing on there, but that Porsche about 1.4 seconds behind their teammate after that battle has subsided. They've got to keep a little bit of an eye in their rearview mirror, though, with Scania Endurance Motorsport. They're only about 2.7 seconds behind them, and I think they're closing a little bit in that Lamborghini.
Yeah, running a lot lighter on fuel at the moment is Grassetto, who's in that Scania Endurance Motorsports car, because they pitted a lot earlier. And for anyone who knows Hockenheim, this is not a high tyre wear circuit, not even remotely. You can afford double stint, you can afford to push hard late on with the tyres. So the idea that they'll be in a fairly comfortable spot despite being a lot later in the run than those ahead. They pitted, I think, it's 18 laps. Commentator's maths, before the RJB Solutions car, so it's a pretty hefty margin. You can see the weather on the right hand side, track temperature being track temperature being 37 degrees, air to 34 is pretty hot on air, but the track temperature only 37 is pretty high, but it's not high to the point where I'm like, well, these tyres will be melting. 37 is just like, it's pretty high. I would classify that as a kind of uncomfortable day, but not ridiculous to the point that the car won't work.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a couple of degrees Celsius above what I like to kind of call the Goldilocks zone, where the tires are going to be right in that perfect operating window, and you don't have to worry too much about leaning on them a little bit. You've got to watch it a little bit as you go, particularly in the first corner here and the last corners, as those are medium to high-speed corners. You're putting a lot of load on the outside. You don't really want to make any crazy moves there on the tires to wear them out unnecessarily, but you're not going to have to be overly thinking about how to keep them cool over the course of the lap. So really a good temperature range here for these drivers to be running, and it just means there's sort of one less thing that they have to worry about, and they just get to focus on the racing that's up ahead of them.
We saw that Grassetto in that Scania eSport or Endurance Motorsport car just had a bit of a problem coming through some of the lap traffic on the ScoreX eSport Sierra car that McMahon is driving at the moment, just coming through the final couple of corners. It's actually the same kind of problem that was dealt the way of DSRT RJB Solutions as they were kind of getting through that corner as well. It's what delayed them just a touch. Obviously, they're just trying to get out of the way, but then when they're trying to get out of the way, they're over on the left. Maybe unsighted, unpredicted from those that are running through, just causing a couple of issues for those trying to find their pathway. RFRO Pink into the pit lane. Obviously, will drop down. Blue Chip Racing pitted in the not too distant past, so promoting Aspar Esports up into the podium positions. For now, I think that the Aspar Esports team, though, is one that we're expecting to pit within the next sort of 2-3 laps.
Yeah, we haven't seen them come in really since the switchover of the commentary window, so they are owing us a pit stop here, as is Delta and Leo Racing up front. But with those big gaps, I don't really anticipate anything really changing in the way that they run, although Aspar may lose a little bit of time there, may find themselves in a good little run there with Sous Chef Academy. We could see some good jostling around there up in those top positions.
Yes, indeed. There is the Scania Endurance car that's really closed in on RJB Solutions. That Porsche is struggling at the moment. I said before of the issues that Lamborghini's had. It's had a spin coming through Mobile 1. It's had an issue with backmarker in the very recent past, and yet still that gap is being hammered down. You can see how far the Holy Energy car's pulled out from the RJB Solutions machine, being 3 seconds over the last sort of 4-5 laps. So there is clearly a pace issue from the Porsche, which I would not classify as exactly a Hockenheim specialised vehicle, but alas, you wouldn't expect it to struggle this much. Of course, as you've got driver swaps, we know that there was a driver swap on the last pit stop on lap 105, so 15 laps ago for the RJB Solutions car, but still there is some clear issues in that car, and that is being weighed onto their shoulders now because Grassetto is right there.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm taking a look here on board of that RJB Solutions car. Looks like there's a lot of wheel having to be put in and a lot of counter steer coming out of the corners. Now, that would indicate to me that there's either a little bit of a setup problem, that rear end of the car is a little bit too loose, which isn't surprising. Rear engine, rear-wheel drive Porsche there, it has a tendency to let that rear end kind of walk around a little bit. But the other thing is with that layout of the car, you've got to be very careful on those rear tires. And so maybe running into a little bit of a situation where they're having a little bit of that degradation, just particularly on the rear set of tires there, and they've got to watch out for it a little bit.
Yeah, normally are a fairly oversteery car. I remember speaking to Josh Rogers about a race. Obviously, this is on a set of course Competizione, but last year in the SO Esports European Endurance at Paul Ricard, and saying go through turn 9 was a nightmare every single lap because of how much the Porsche bites. In this scenario, though, there is no bite from the RJB Solutions car. Scania straight around the outside, coming through the carousel down into the hairpin, and that is the position made quite easily from the Scania Endurance Motorsport car. And you can see there is absolutely no response from that Porsche behind. Also, kind of controversial, this has been a fact which has floated around for a while now. Porsches aren't, I won't say with 100% certainty, but they're not actually rear-engined anymore, are they? I'm pretty sure they're classified because it's about the mounting point of the engine in comparison to the wheels of the car, obviously. But because the engine is now mounted further forward than it normally used to be when it was a rear-engine car, I'm pretty sure it's actually classified as a mid-engine car, which, I mean, I'm not going to tell the Porsche fan base that, but still, I'm pretty sure that's what it is these days. But again, I don't want to say with 100% certainty.
Well, it's a little bit like when you look at it, because you are right that it has moved forward over the last couple of generations of the car. But the way that it kind of is it's sort of like to think about the Ferrari versus the Mercedes, or the Mercedes versus necessarily some of the other cars that are out there. The Mercedes has that engine way out in front, putting a lot of weight onto those front wheels, and yet still being a front engine car. Now compare that to the BMW. The BMW also has a very long nose, but the engine's placed a little bit farther back in the car, so they're both front engine, but the placement is a little bit different, and that's going to affect the way that it runs. The Porsche, yes, it's technically rear-engined right now as the way that it goes, or it's technically mid-engined right now is the way that it goes, but still the majority of the weight falls itself over that rear axle, and so Porsche fans can at least be happy in that they still have a lot of weight over that rear axle in the way that the engine is set.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it's been brought forward because the engine's incredibly heavy component on the car. Bringing it forward kind of moves that weight distribution close to the centre of the car, and then using other things to kind of move it back and have a bit more control over where the weight is in the car. Again, is what it is. All I can say is it still drives very, very uniquely. That is a guarantee. Of the GT3s, it is the one that I would avoid the most, because I would argue that the Porsche is the hardest to drive, and I lack talent significantly. Alas, will not pick that one up. I think the DSRT Holy Energy car, by the way, has just had a problem because it's dropped back behind not only Scania but also the RJB Solutions car in 9th place. We'll see that instantly on replay. That is a big moment going through Mobile 1 into the barrier, straight onto the rejoin, of course, is where the car was bouncing. That was a very, very big moment for a car that was running an 8th spot.
Yeah, a very big moment, and you could see the pretty significant damage to the front end of the car there, and they immediately took down into pit lane, as you can see on your screen, trying to get a little bit of repairs done. They're going to get that 3-car. They've got the fast repair, car popping back into place, and they are going to be right back on their way, but not without losing a couple of positions, and they're going to find themselves losing one more, as Impulse is going to be in a straight drag race with them coming out of pit lane.
Yeah, indeed. Impulse actually do gain that coming up towards T2, holding on that position. This is that fight that we were talking about, 11th versus 12th at the moment, as Race Spirit team coming to the pit lane. This car behind is one that had the damage. There are 2 fast repairs that they have at their disposal over the race. Of course, that will tick one off. I don't know if they've ticked one off already today, but they're glad that they had that one spare. Instantly going to go on the attack and try and get straight back through on Impulse, get to the outside of the hairpin. This might have to be a big up and under, but that Impulse car should have a good drive off. It was quite a wide and lethargic run, though, from that Mercedes-AMG GT3.
Yeah, it didn't exactly carry the speed through the middle of the corner. Thought about taking a little bit of a look to the inside there for Holy Energy, trying to see if there was anything to be had. Not going to be able to get the move done going down into the Mercedes Arena section, but let's see here. Looks like they're still about 2 car lengths behind.
Yeah, I think that's actually dropped off a bit. They kept up through the slipstream that was being punched ahead of them to keep up with the number 8 car, but that number 8 car has been in the pit lane for an actual stop, if I recall, more recently than Holy Energy. We don't actually have that stat now, obviously it would have updated from when they came in to serve the damage repair, but I do believe there is an advantage on tyres for Zakin, who's in that number 8 car at the moment, and so you kind of would expect that Impulse car to maybe pull out a bit more of a gap over the next couple of laps. As it seems exactly how it's going to go. It's up to 1.2 seconds already.
Yeah, really starting to pull that away there as we check a replay here of the number 14, Stephen Hatter behind the wheel of that car. Just a little bit too much speed coming through the south curve. Lucky to avoid the barriers there.
Oh, I'm not liking this. Oh, I'm not liking that at all. That was literally just put it in reverse and hope for the best. I mean, it worked out, but I didn't like that. They've dropped back a fair way of the... well, they've not dropped that back that much, actually. They've only dropped back to 6th position at the moment. Obviously, no damage on that car. I did see that the Race Spirit team had also been in the pit lane recently. I think that was for an unscheduled stop for them. Might not have been, but the 913 either way was in pit lane for quite a while. I mean, pit stops are quite long in these cars normally. I think the stationary times normally about 80 to 85 seconds, just as the stationary time alone, which when you account for the actual pit lane traversal, it means that you're actually, if you were leading the race and you had someone right behind you and then you came into the pit lane, by the time you've served the full pit stop and come out, you will be a lap down. That is how long you are in the pit lane for.
Yeah, it is a very, very long stop for these cars because we obviously don't have restrictions on the fuel tanks in particular, and it does take a while to fill up those fuel tanks. And then you've got to also factor into the matter here that you are not allowed to be doing service on the tires at the same time that you're doing the fuel. So if you've got to make that tire change, that's going to take you even longer to get done around here.
Bit of oversteer as well on the departure of the final corner there. As we look back to the Holy Energy car, you can see that gap's already up to 1.7 seconds. And so it is growing quite significantly at the moment. I mean, I gotta say, I think that Impulse car might be running away, but it could be the whole thing of, yeah, if they overdo their tyres a little bit, if they work it a little bit too hard, that could drag that Holy Energy car back up to them. As much, again, it's not the super high tyre wear circuit that we've viewed on a few circuits in the recent past. It's still, you can still get yourself into a bit of a bad position by just overdriving it a little.
Yeah, you very well can. If you overdrive the car a little bit, you will overheat those tires, and so it's not necessarily going to be an issue of tire wear, but you can overheat them, and when they get higher into that temperature range, they will start to lose a little bit of grip. And the other problem about overdriving the car is that, well, if you're trying to push it a little bit too far outside of its means, you can make those simple little mistakes like we saw the 14 have not too long ago. Just get a little bit too eager on the throttle, a little bit too eager on the steering wheel, things like that. And these cars are just going to cry out in agony and say, I can't do that. And they're going to send themselves spinning around. So you've got to be careful in the way that you do that and not overdrive the car.
Bit of lap traffic here for RJB Solutions to deal with. Porsche on Porsche. One of them is very, very damaged indeed. That one being the 420 Team Green Print car that is directly ahead of them. Again, we've seen a couple of issues for them as we do see the Aspar Esports team into the pit lane. Again, the car that started this race from pole position comes down onto the lane from third position. Still waiting for Delta Racing and Leo Racing team to come into the pit lane, which I think is about 3 or 4 laps after the Aspar car. It's not going to cost Leo Racing or Delta the lead of the race, not at all, but it will drop Delta back, I think, behind the Sous Chef Academy. They should still be up in second position after that great restart and great stint from Michael Hamlet. Don't tell him I said that.
He'll be looking for that praise from you. But yeah, it was a very, very good run there for Sous Chef, and that is going to put them back up onto the podium. So they'll be pretty happy with that as Aspar does indeed drop back behind right now, courtesy of that pit stop.
See up on the jacks as well. Spinning the rear wheel. Why not? Burn some fuel. Why not? Obviously in gear, and now that in real life would be very naughty. But alas, up onto the jacks, getting those tyres changed out of the pit lane now, dropping back to 5th position. Will it be behind the Blue Chip Racing car? I don't believe so. Of course, they were quite close earlier on in the race. Alas, now, especially after that spin that we saw from the Blue Chip Racing car in the final corner, that gap is enough. If they hadn't had that spin, Stephen Hatter was going to definitely be ahead of the Aspar Esports team.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that, but it's going to be a big question here to see what Blue Chip is going to be able to do to respond if they're able to keep things going in. The gap is about 3.7 seconds right now, and if they're able to push a little bit more, we may see that come down a little bit, try to maybe use some lap traffic to their advantage, get a nice heaping of the draft going down the long parabolica. We will have to see.
PTX Racing into the pit lane, another one to add to the list of those that have come into the pit lane fairly recently. We're not quite on the pit stop money for most of the field. We'll be waiting another sort of 20 minutes for that to happen. But of course, as we were talking about last night, as we talk about with endurance racing fairly frequently, is that there comes a point in the race where you start doing the strategy backwards. They're already starting to do the strategy backwards. They've already had to kind of, it's only a 6-hour race, of course, and as soon as every time you have a safety car or something, you have to redo that calculation, redo your thought process on when you're making your last pit stop, because from that point you go, okay, so if I'm making my last pit stop there, how do I get to that pit stop? So I can pit there, so I can pit there, so I have to pit in 10 laps and do it. Like you're working your way backwards to kind of counteract yourself, so that you're making the most of that extra splash, because the last thing you want is to get to 2 laps to go in the race and then have to come down into pit lane for fuel. You do not want that at all.
No, you certainly do not, as that will really blunt your momentum and obviously lose you plenty of positions out on the track as well. And back to our previous point about me really liking these races that do have those safety cars, that's one of the things that makes this really special, is the fact that you can start doing that strategy, start working backwards, start trying to figure things out, and then if a safety car comes out, that whole calculus that you just did is completely blown out the window, and it really makes for a fantastic and complicated and interesting way to be running.
Got the battle for 15th on our screens at the moment. It's the Scorex Esports Sierra car that's been struggling for a few laps with rear grip, particularly through the third and final sector here. And this is going to be a position cost. You've got to say Race Spirit team on the attack, looking to the inside and committing. Not fully committing. That's going to be way too deep, surely, from McMahon. And he is in too deep. He is going to lose the position, but does have the superior drive off the corner, courtesy of going so wide. It was nearly in Belgium how wide that was.
Yeah, he certainly was, but look, they're still going to be side by side coming down and now into the Mercedes arena, and it looks like that 9-1-3 there, Race Spirit Team 1 able to get the move done and move ahead, and look at the gap that they're already starting to get over that Audi. I think that's just courtesy of a better, cleaner line coming through the arena.
Just to clarify, I do know that Belgium is very, very, very far away from the Hockenheim ring. Alas, that's how far away he was from the apex of that corner. So, makes sense. But either way, Scorex Esports dropping down the position at the moment and relinquishing that. We've had an issue for Leo Racing. Was it just them entering the pit lane? I think, it is just them entering the pit lane. It's only because I saw Alessandro Poetti has left the server, I'll get my words out eventually, and handing over the car to Alessio Bernardini at the moment. But obviously it's just over the pit stop. Maybe kind of hand the car over and be like, right, bye, I've got to go and do something else. But Bernardini behind the wheel now. I did question what his I rating was earlier. I thought it might have been around 5k, 7.1, which means their average is 7k, which is a lineup I do not want to go toe-to-toe with, thanks.
No, I do not either, as that certainly dwarfs not only my I rating, but the whole I rating of the field here. Yeah, it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, big time. We've got a bit of an update as well when it comes to the instant points that have been accrued over the running of the race, and I'll tell you that some are pretty close. We're talking about 40 instant points as being the limit. Here, after that point, they'll receive an automated drive-through penalty in-game. And I think it's every 20 after that. I can't remember. I will check in a second. But either way, Leo Racing Team, 34 instant points. Sous Chef Academy, 36 points. Every 40 instants after that. 37 instant points. Delta Racing, the top 3 in this race are very, very close. 36 points and 37 points is one bit of substantial car contact, and that is an instant drive-through, an automated drive-through from the game. Bang, nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, exactly. There's no appeal you can make on that. There is no way to talk to the stewards. That is coming from the organizers here, and it is an automated system that iRacing will detect. And what that really does for you, Lewis, as you're driving around the track, is it just makes you all the more cautious. You're not going to go to the full 10 tenths, knowing if you're backed up against that. You're going to drive a little bit more on the dare I say, afraid side to be able to get things going. You don't want to run over the line, and you're going to lose a little bit of time knowing that you don't have any of that buffer.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things with systems like this. I'm all for them. I think they kind of, they're not super harsh that it stops you from being able to race, but they're also harsh enough that they're kind of they penalise you for being silly. If you get 40 incident points once, that can happen in a race. That's fair enough. If you get 40 incident points again, it's only a 6-hour race. You'd be getting 80 incident points. That is a crazy average of incidents per hour. Of course, it's a 4x, 4 incident points for car-to-car contact, which is significant. If it's just a little brush between two, it's just a 0x. It's a 1x, 1 instant point for going off track, and then 2 for a loss of control. It can be a 2 through contact as well if you've made contact and then they've spun, and it was going to be a 0x, but then you get the 2x. Yeah, those kind of things, yeah, fair enough. But realistically, it's 1, 2, or 4. I think I've kind of stood by. I think it's a fine system. I think it's okay. I think there are ways of improving it, sure, but I mean, it's a system that iRacing has had for ages. And if you're an esports league that don't want to spend all day going through the penalty system on every little thing, sometimes just go, well, we're on iRacing and we've got this system, so there you go, have fun.
Exactly, and I think, to your point, as is with any automated system like that, there is going to be a little bit of a consternation among the fans, and they're going to try to say, oh, well, they could improve this, they could do that. I've yet to see a solution here that is better than what iRacing has, and I think iRacing does the best job with what they've got, and it's a good system. Yeah, sometimes it comes out unfair, but you know what? Sometimes racing is unfair, and you get a little bit of contact, and it just sends you around the wrong way.
I mean, this is the whole thing of like, I have had this argument so many times. Let's say you're running a league and you have a penalty system, and there are a few ways of doing a penalty system. But if you speak about them, like not as doing how we've got it in SimGrid, especially with the Coach Dave 1000 and Super Sprint that we've recently had, where penalty, how the license system kind of affects the series. If I'm just talking about race-to-race penalties, what are the best ways of actually feasibly doing it in sim race? And you've got a few options. You can add time penalties post-race. For, let's say, there's a significant bit of car contact between the two, and you would normally give them a drive-through. Well, if you don't have live race control, sometimes you might go, well, I'll give a time penalty for it. Sometimes you might go, I'll give a grid drop for it, or you might go, I'll give a points penalty for it. And there are a lot of discussions as to which system is best. And basically the way it is all systems have their major flaws. It's the same on, instant points in this, or having slowdown penalties. Like, for every system that there is to combat something negative, there will always be positives and negatives to them, and reasons why you would use one system and not the other, and then vice versa, reasons why you would use a different system rather than the more favoured method. The joy of sim racing is, if you don't like it, I guarantee there is a lot of other places where you can go and race, and it's tough, but I don't think anyone's kind of, in an event like this especially, where it's more of a kind of a community event, closer to. It's a show of the series, trying to get other people in that maybe don't normally race in SimGrid, obviously stretching out onto iRacing and stuff. I think for these kind of events, using that system, absolutely fine.
Exactly. Absolutely fine, and absolutely the way that I think it is a good way to do it. Little bit of a wiggle there for Sausage Dodgers Racing coming out of the Spitzkara there. A little bit of a wiggle, and that's going to let the 33 on by. That looks to be a little bit of one of the faster cars, obviously, indeed, your leader there on the track. So a little bit of a heart and mouth moment for Leo Racing, but they're able to get by nice and easy past Sausage Dodgers.
They'll have a few heart and mouth moments, I can guarantee that, over the next 2 hours and 10 minutes. Just lapped traffic will cause problems. I don't know. I don't want to be like, oh well, everyone who's going a lap down is rubbish, and they should. No, obviously not. It's just when the pace differential. You're talking about a car which is 7k on iRacing. That is a car that would, no joke, be in top split in a lot of the iRacing major events. That is a very impressive feat, by the way. To get into the top split on most occasions in any of those iRacing special events is impressive. I don't actually think it would quite be enough, but they'd certainly be in the first split, or second split, really at the lowest. That's how strong that car is. If you're coming along to have a bit of fun, oh no, not the Sous Chef Academy car. It's Kaiser behind the wheel. I'm almost a bit of a shame that it's not Michael Hammett behind the wheel, so I would have thrown him under the bus. But that is a big moment for the car that was battling and that was holding on to second place.
Yes, it was, and I'm not entirely sure there what happened. I can kind of assume at that section of the track maybe just a little bit too much speed coming through the corner, or maybe caught a little bit of the curb, but my goodness gracious, throwing it all away. They were under pressure from Delta Racing, let's not forget, and maybe it just played through. Let's check out the replay.
Audi R8, this sector, I'm going to guess curb. I'm going with curb out wide, out onto that curb. It loses it on, it's not even the curb. It is not even the curb. It loses it on that green concrete. It is a lot less grippy than the natural race surface. And whilst these cars have traction control, have ABS, none of that is saving you over that green concrete. It's basically like ice. Two wheels on it and you might get away with it. If you're basically putting two wheels on that, two wheels on the curb, you're asking for trouble. Kaiser out just a little bit wide on the exit of the Sachs curve in the stadium section, and unfortunately it dropped them down. That'll cost a little bit of tyre wear. No flat spots or anything. There's no flat spots in iRacing, so it won't be too bad in that sense. We'll be able to carry on. But that is a big hit.
Yeah, a big blow to them there and their intentions of trying to work their way up through the field. Although I will say that Delta Racing is on an alternate pit strategy. They're out on some fresher tires right now, so I think that gap was going to close down regardless. But now the thing that Sous Chef Academy does have to worry about is this machine, the DS Racing number 20, coming up behind them with Monteiro behind the wheel of a car, trying to see if maybe this is going to close down a little bit, keeping an eye on some of the gaps. We're going to have to get our first sense of what the speed differential is like as they cross over the start-finish line.
Yeah, we'll keep our eye. It's 2.5 seconds between the pair of them. I would suspect that abnormal only will be a little bit slower, just courtesy of the tyres being overheated, but more so for the mentality as well, bringing that mentality in. It certainly was slower by 0.4 of a second. You know, after you've had a bit of a snap, sometimes you might underdrive it, sometimes you might overdrive it again almost immediately. But still, Sous Chef Academy coming under a lot of pressure here. And I will say, I was just watching Jens Kaiser through the first corner and was out a little bit too wide for my liking. Had another moment, not to the same degree, of course, but still, it's a little snap here, a little snap there. It just keeps you on edge in the worst way possible. And Kaiser, I don't like what I'm seeing from that Audi R8 at the moment. I do feel that Monteiro will be closing in, will be catching, will be attacking fairly soon.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think with that spin, and especially in such a tricky corner, tricky car to drive, rather, like the Audi R8, you've got to be constantly on it, and I think that there's a little bit of fear potentially going behind the wheel of that number 7. If you drive a car in a little bit of fear, you drive a car with worry, that's not going to be as fast. Looking here over the first sector of the race, looks like Monteiro is able to take out about 900ths on the second sector, able to take out about a 10.5.
Bit more confidence as well with what's being used on the racetrack. I mean, between these two cars, that Mercedes-AMG GT3 would, if I were to pick between the two of them, I actually quite enjoy the Audi R8, but if I had to pick one between these two, I'd pick that AMG GT3 purely based on the fact of that thing eats curbs. Eats them for breakfast, no problem with really attacking the circuit. The Audi R8, you have to think a little bit more with what you're attacking it. It's a fast car. It is absolutely rapid if you hook it up right, but you have to be mindful. You have to accept that whilst you can do the same time or even faster lap times than everyone else, you are essentially walking a tightrope for a large majority of it. It's one of those things. All the GT3s, whether it's here on iRacing, whether it's on the set course, competition, any R-Factor 2, whatever, they design them in the sense that all the GT3s have different characteristics because they do in real life. They are all completely different.
Yeah, they are all completely different, but we've got some bad news here for that number 7. It looks like they have been given a black flag. Oh, such a heartbreak here for Sous Chef Academy.
Of course they would. I think they had a little bit of contact with the BMW that was coming through that would have given them the 4X, because of course they got 30, said it before, they've got 36 instant points. That hadn't even crossed my mind in that instant. But yes, they had 36 instant points, 40 instant points, and you get given a penalty in-game So, yeah, they'll have to deal with that fairly soon. That, yeah, like I say, bad to worse. So, unfortunately, DS Racing, well, it's going to be a bit of a freebie for them. But as we were talking yesterday, I don't care how they come. Position is a position. I'm happy with it. DS Racing will be happy with it. Montero will go up into 3rd position and onto the podium. For now.
Yes, they will. For now, we'll have to see maybe if Sous Chef Academy is able to regain a little bit of everything behind them as they go through the corners, maybe getting it there, as it looks like Sous Chef is going to serve that black flag. Now, coming down pit lane like this, it can do really one of two things for a driver mentality. One, it can put a little bit of the red mist in front of them, and they are going to be in full attack mode, absolutely fighting tooth and nail, trying to get themselves forward. The other thing is it can calm them down a little bit, and they can take that time to just do a little bit of a mental reset and get themselves back into the position where they are able to start pushing in a healthy way. So we're going to have to see which of those two is really going to play itself out here for Sous Chef Academy.
I mean, one saving grace for them is that when they get a drive-through penalty, you don't lose that much from it. The pit lane's pretty quick, it's 80k, and it is not long. You obviously cut off a little bit of the final corner and a little bit of the first corner realistically as well. Of course, you do lose a little bit with the momentum, but it's not a long pit lane. I think the amount they lost there was around 15, well, no, it was even less than that. I think it might be like 12, 13 seconds they lost from that drive-through. It really was not much. And so they're only 9 seconds behind the DS Racing car. Meanwhile, they were 3 ahead. So do the math on that. That is 12 seconds they've lost. I.e., could be much, much, much worse. The fact that they're still in 4th position, the fact that they can still potentially get on the attack, not too bad.
No, not too bad at all. This is not race ending for them by any stretch of the imagination. They've got plenty of time and plenty of running around this Hockenheim circuit to be able to get themselves back up forward. The race is still on for them, and I think they can still potentially fight for a podium if they are able to.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, you got to take these. No endurance race, certainly not at this level, is perfect. You just got to take the highs with the lows and accept that that's happened now. And like you say, maybe it hands out a red mist that's negative in the sense of the driver's going to over stress it right now, or you calm yourself down and you think, right, that's okay, it happened. Let's get on with it. Let's refocus. Let's find a little bit more speed in the car. Let's see what else we've got on the table. And like I said, it's a strength of character thing. Also, it's kind of one of those things where in a super serious race where you're battling for a championship stuff, you might take it very, very stressfully. In a race like this, you might be like, oh, ha, 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 banter. Anyway, moving on. Let's just have a little bit of fun and let's go set some good lap times.
Yeah, exactly. Running in a non-championship race like this, it does take a little bit of that nerves and importance to be able to run yourself forward as much as possible as they go. And so it is going to help them, I think, to be able to push themselves a little bit forward and take some of the problems out as they run.
We can see a little bit of back markerage at the moment. Obviously, we've got the RFRO pink car that pitted a fair while ago, about 20 laps ago. They're kept in close company by the PTX Racing team car that's right over their shoulders at the moment, keeping their eye on what's going on. But of course, when you've got back markers and stuff that are the same pace as you, that almost is more concerning than if they were much, much slower and much, much faster, because they want to get on with their own race. You want to get on with yours, and you're just occupying the same part of the circuit, and it's kind of really irritating because you're like, oh, I want this guy to get on with it, but at the same time, they also want me to get on. We're just at the same point. You both think you're faster than each other. It can actually be quite frustrating.
Yeah, it can be very frustrating when you're in that position, and it's going to be a real testament here to see what the drivers are able to do as they go. Ooh, little bit of an off run there for the Mercedes. Everything kind of coming together down here into the Sachs curve.
PTX Racing coming to the pit lane, a bit of a close on the position for 9th place, Impulse and Holy Energy. We know that there's been issues for the Holy Energy car earlier on in this stint. That's why we saw a bigger gap opening up courtesy of Impulse. But now they've got to deal with their own teammates in the SimX Pro car, if I am not mistaken. Sat directly ahead of them, jumps out of the way and lifts off, but not before delaying their teammates ever so slightly. But that gap either way between themselves and that Impulse Racing racing car, between the Holy Energy and Impulse racing car, has come down significantly. It's under 2 seconds now.
Yeah, under 2 seconds as it continues to play itself out, and I think we're going to have a nice little battle on our hands into the next couple of laps as this continues to play out. Waiting to see, though, how that gap is going to play.
Not quite in the slipstream range at the moment, not quite with the opportunity to make a move at the moment, but the gap is going down. Kind of wonder if this might be a little bit of overheated tyres. Did say that it might happen for the Impulse esports car. Zakin, who's behind the wheel at the moment, of course, kind of maybe feeling a little bit slower right now. We do remember what happened to that number 6 car that's in 10th spot. Of course, they had that incident coming through Mobile 1. Their teammate, by the way, just out of shot, has gone straight on through the arena section, so that would be classified as a solid. Easy mistake to make though, lock up coming there. Even in a car like this where it's ABS, etc., it's very easy to just overrun a corner.
Yeah, very easy to overrun a corner, and like we talked about a little bit earlier in that Mercedes arena section, what you can do is, because you're having to apply steering as you're starting to brake and you're unloading the steering as you're getting on to that left-handed pedal, it really and truly becomes easy to lock up even with the ABS, because you've got so much steering lock into the car as you're applying the brake.
Yeah, this way, you got to react to what's going on with the car at all times. There's the curb being used quite a lot through T1. Kind of, you got an option through T1. You could use a lot of the inside curb or a lot of the outside curb. Using both normally causes a lot of instability in the car. That's where you see some pretty sizable shunts going through the first corner. It's not a circuit to be underestimated. It's kind of one of those ones where a lot of drivers have done in the past. I remember around the Formula Sim Racing World Championship in 2020, I think it was. Of course, one of the commentators that we've got in SimGrid doing a couple of rounds and stuff before being Cameron Roger. I did a couple of rounds of the Coach Dave 1000. He runs Formula Sim Racing, and we spoke about, we had a round, it might be 2019 then, we had a round at Baku or somewhere, oh no, sorry, it was Hungaroring, and we had no one retire. And then a week before that or a week after that, we had a round here, and we had over half the grid retire, because it's a circuit where Hungaroring is a pretty difficult circuit. Everyone knows it's difficult. Everyone respects the circuit, so they don't take the mick. The Hockenheim ring, people kind of underestimate it as being, it's a circuit that when it bites, 9 times out of 10 you're going to be out of the race, and people don't really realise that too much, because for a lot of corners, a lot of runoff, a lot of opportunity to kind of bring yourself back onto the race circuit without too much drama. People underestimate it, causes a lot of incidents.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you think about Hockenheim and you really kind of think of it as a modern Formula One circuit, but the truth of the matter is, particularly going down through Sector 3 and indeed on the latter half of Sector 2, it's not all that traditional of a what we would consider modern Formula One circuit. Very old school in the nature. There's not a lot of point and shoot kind of corners. There's a flow to it, and it's very tricky. There's a lot of that having to sort of do two things at once, whether it's unloading the steering and braking at the same time, or bringing the car around on the throttle and having to feather a little bit, like going down into the Mobile 1 curve. So it's a deceptively tricky track here, Lewis.
Now, we've had a few of these races, of course, the 6-hour races here in SimGrid, Coach Dave Academy, 6 hours. I said before, we've done Le Mans, we've done Spa, we've done Fuji, we've now done Hockenheim. Where would you want to see a 6-hour race? Obviously, everyone could take part as well. Drop it in the chat. Where do you want to see 6-hour races? There's a lot of scope for where can be raced. For me, I like the oddities. I like the weird circuits where you kind of like, hang on a sec, does this normally get raced? Like Hockenheim ring, fair enough, 6 hours, yeah, whatever. Nürburgring, 6 hours. I'm not super interested. Meanwhile, sometimes you go Barber or you go Winton or something like that. I'm like, okay, I'm suddenly slightly more interested. Where would you go, DJ?
I think a good one would be to maybe run an endurance race around Road America, one of my favorite circuits in the world. I think that would be particularly fantastic. I'd also love to see the new scan of Indianapolis get some love. That is a particularly fun circuit now that it's been really updated to the modern specifications, and that could be a fun one to run there as well. Those are the two that I think would be on my top list.
Well, I think, though, the thing is we've got to go to really odd circuits because I guarantee that Zach Sweeney will never have heard of them because he is awful with racetracks. Obviously, you've worked with Zach a few times. If you can think of almost any circuit that isn't on the F1 calendar and go, we should go racing there, I guarantee the response will be, where's that? Who? What? It's really bad. Didn't even know what Thruxton was. Like, mate, come on. Obviously, being very harsh, is the battle for 9th position. Impulse Esports, DSRT, Holy Energy. Close battle. I said this one was going to be closing in. That's exactly what's been happening. DSRT on the attack at the moment.
Yeah, on the attack here, and looking over at that chat, I've got to agree here with one of the suggestions that was made. Phillip Island, one of my favorite circuits, and I would love to see an endurance race there.
Absolutely great track. That is one that Zach Sweeney didn't know about until not too long ago, and then did find out about Phillip Island, and then also agreed that it is absolutely brilliant. Honestly, one of the coolest racetracks on the planet. I love it when racing happens there in real life, whether it's Supercars, of course, World Superbike and MotoGP, a lot of that kind of stuff happening there, GT Australia, TCR Australia as well, and there's quite a lot of racing that happens around Phillip Island, and almost all of it is breathtakingly good. Phillip Island is definitely a circuit I would be all over. I would not join you in the commentary booth for it, though. I would be more over the idea of jumping onto the track, because what a roller coaster. Absolutely love it.
I think I would have to agree with you there, Lewis. I would be very eager to get into the car as well, and I will tell you, one of the best combinations of car there, the Lotus 79 around Phillip Island, that is perfection.
Yeah, like I say, a lot of fun. But here's the thing with sim racing and stuff, we've got the opportunity to do some of the random things that you wouldn't see in real life, that you wouldn't get in real life. And I get some parts of it where some people are like, actually, I like the idea of the immersion, of the full immersion, where it's kind of like we would take GT3s only around circuits where GT3s would race in real life. I'm okay with that idea, but I do like sometimes that we can experiment a little bit. We don't have to stick fully to the form book, and then you get into the really wacky stuff where people take like GT3s around ovals, and you're like, okay, yeah, maybe that might be a bit too far, but each to their own.
Very much so, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the yellow flags. It's a different way to use sim racing. You can either view sim racing as that perfect, this has to be as accurate as possible, and there is nothing wrong with that at all. And I love being a part of those communities that strive to make this as real to life as possible. And then you can also have the flip of it, as you said, where you get some wacky stuff that gets thrown in there, throwing an IMSA-style race with prototypes and GT3s around Knock Hill. I know I was very skeptical of that when I saw that come out on the schedule, and I got to tell you, I actually participated and watched a couple of those races, and it was some of the most fun I have ever had.
Yeah, Knock Hill is a crazy circuit. A lot of fun, though, got to be said. It's just a bit on the mad side as this battle getting very close. RJB Solutions, that Porsche's been into the pit lane for their service. It does promote Impulse and Holy Energy up a position, but with a little bit of slipstream. This one coming from the Simex Pro DSRT car, just actually more assisting, to be fair, the Impulse car, diving it down into the hairpin. They'll try and jump out of the way. They delayed their teammate a little bit, but now they're trying to delay the car that their teammate is trying to overtake. It's going to be getting a little bit dicey coming down to the Mercedes arena.
Oh, you don't want to be running side by side there necessarily, especially with a lap car that's going to be holding you up a little bit as they move their way around. Oh, that was brilliant stuff there.
Absolutely superb. Still, though, position being held by Impulse. Big snap of oversteer off the corner, coming up towards the Mobile 1. Look to the inside there. DSRT trying to make up the position. There was millimetres between the two of them as they head through Mobile 1 up towards the Sachs curve. And at the moment, Impulse still able to hang on. Whilst all this has been going on, by the way, the leader has received a black flag. That is not a disqualification, mind. That is a penalty for exceeding the incident limit. So they have fallen foul of it as well. They should still hang on to the race lead pretty easily, but it will cost them around 14-15 seconds. The Leo Racing team at the front. Holy Energy, though, as we look at this battle for 8th spot, Impulse just leading. DSRT Holy Energy half a second behind, navigated the back markers, and now it's just clean air ahead.
Yeah, just clean air ahead for them. But what is going to happen here with Holy Energy trying to close down? Didn't like that run through the unfought Parabolica. I think it's going to cost them a little bit of time, but Impulse certainly worried about an attack from behind because they're doing some weaving here coming through the Parabolica.
Yeah, where's that move going to happen? Outside of the hairpin. I mean, you can make it stick around there and kind of try and get the drive off. You can see the much wider run through, and you can see the slightly better drive. It was only slightly better, though. It'll give them the inside coming through the kick. They had to pick to the outside, though, because Impulse cover it off. Back to the inside. They're weaving all over the place, trying to hang on. But Impulse just keep 8th position into the Mercedes Arena section. By the way, just to update you, when I said about the Leo Racing team, our race leaders having that penalty, that was served a while ago. Shows how much they are leading by 30 seconds. If I hadn't been told by Michael Hamlet that they'd received a penalty, I wouldn't have known. They are that dominant at the moment.
Yeah, they are that much in control of the race, and I have to agree with you there as they go. And so still very, very strong at the top of the field. And as we continue to watch here, I've got to say, DSRT, Holy Energy, they've got to be a little bit more careful in the way that they make that attack. That looked a little bit scruffy coming down into the Mercedes Arena section. I think they need to pick an area and then go for it. That needs to be the way to do it, not just trying to force their way by at every opportunity.
Got the race leader as well in Leo Racing team closing up to the rear end of them, that bright yellow Mercedes, their third car in shot, closing up to this battle for 8th position to stick a lap on them. They are still on the lead lap. That I can guarantee will not last very long because knowing the pace of our race leaders at the moment, they are closing in, running in the high 38s at the moment. Meanwhile, these two, with their aggressive battling, are running in the high 1-minute 40s, losing 2 seconds a lap at the moment. Straight to the outside once again, DSRT Holy Energy looking for the up and under. Big style, that one's going to work. That one should draw them level coming up towards the fast kink between the hairpin and, of course, the Mercedes Arena section. It means they're going to go around the outside. It's going to be so close through, a little bit of a brush between the two of them. That'll be a 0x. Don't worry about it. Straight around the outside. Here comes Holy Energy. Big deep on the brakes though. Impulse sent it in. Race leaders knocking at the door, trying to get around the outside as well as they leave the arena section. This is getting dicey. Holy Energy notice what's happening behind and get out of the way of Benedini.
Yes, they do, and have to dive onto the binders there just a little bit early to make sure that they're not going to get into the way of Leo Racing. But look at all of that time. That sportsmanship has lost them. It's about 1.1 seconds now, and they're going to have to do it all over again to catch up to the back of Impulse.
Anyone remember 2015 and the Monaco Grand Prix? Max Verstappen sat on the rear end of a few people as they were lapping others, and that was how he managed to get past, I think it was Romain Grosjean back. And actually might not have been, because I distinctly remember a crash on Romain Grosjean that year, so never mind, we'll cancel that one. But it was certainly making his way through a couple of drivers whilst he was working up his spots, because he basically allowed the leader to pass and then sat right on the rear end. So when that guy let the leader past, well, they didn't have an option but to let them through as well. Now with Impulse going in too deep there into T2, this might open up the opportunity again. Goes over to the right-hand side, follows the slipstream of the race leader. If the Impulse esports car lifts now to allow the leader through, they will guarantee DSRT Holy Energy the position as well. Super tight, almost 3 wide because of the line that the Holy Energy car was taking. But there you go, straight down the inside, position gain, especially with the tight run that was taken from the Impulse esports car. Move done beautifully by sticking up to the back end of the leader.
Yeah, just playing a little bit of a spoiler there was Holy Energy being able to keep behind Leo Racing, and that's the kind of heads up you've got to have here in a endurance race such as this, when you're going to have plenty of cars coming on through. So very, very good stuff there from Holy Energy. They've already extended their gap to about a second.
So Chef Academy into the pit lane because Magic Mike's about to take over the wheel. We'll see Michael Hamlet back out onto the track. There it is. Bright Yellow, you will not miss that one. As much as it says, again, student driver, please be patient. Yeah, sorry, mate, but you're battling for second in this race. That is total rubbish. I love it when people are like, "Oh no, I'm so bad at sim racing. I'm so bad. There's fastest lap, and I've just won the championship. I'm so bad at sim racing." Each to their own. Is there a bit of damage on the rear end of the Delta Racing car, or is it just that rear wing is quite high? I think it just looked a bit higher than it should have done, but no, I think it's normal. I'm just losing my mind with my old age, but still, Delta Racing running in second position at the moment, a fair while away from a pit stop.
Yeah, they came in last time on lap 125 as they've got about 20 laps down in this stint as we're currently on lap 146. So they should have plenty of time before they need to do. But there you can see that is a couple of the cars coming back out of pit lane right now. So that's Sous Chef Academy in particular making their stop here on lap 144, and they're going to be back out and on their way.
Yeah, of course, went from fourth position now to being a lap down on the driver that's running around in second, as is the amount of time that is lost in pit lane. Michael Hamlet taking over that number 7 car, dropping back, obviously down the order of fairway, down to 8th spot, but obviously that will be returned. Impulse, you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, into the pit lane as well. You can see how rapid, even though we had that safety car, not so long ago, where quite a lot of people went back onto a similar strategy. It was almost zeroed for quite a lot of people. How different, though, the strategies are running, how much more aggressive some teams are running, how much more relaxed other teams are running. All the strategies all over the place, so much so that pit lane is never properly busy. And it means that as much as there's no contact on the pit lane, with the exception of in the fast lane, if you come into the pit lane, 9 times out of 10, you'll probably be by yourself, which is good.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to be running in clean air as much as possible. This isn't a massively draft-dependent circuit necessarily like Spa or some of the other circuits that we've gone to where you need to be coming out behind another car to really make sure you're able to keep up behind them. Ooh, is the 14 there, Blue Chip Racing, getting a little bit close to that Porsche up ahead of them, and that is a lap car. That's the number 19, the RJB Solutions car.
Yeah, certainly is. You can see by the black livery, of course, DSRT having 3 cars left in this race, and the 3 of them being separated between this black Porsche and then between the 2 black and red BMW M4s. I know it's a fun event, so it doesn't matter too much with the teams. You kind of like leave it to each other, but it still can be pretty difficult trying to do setup for 2 very different cars. PTX Racing have a bit of a moment going through Mobile 1 and out into the stadium section. Not quite as large as some of the moments that we've seen, including that one that we saw from DSRT Holy Energy, where they came through Mobile 1, losing it and making contact with the barrier. I wonder how many teams have fast repairs left in this race. I would suggest it's probably not high.
Yeah, I think about 3 hours down into this race, we're probably seeing a decent amount of damage being put onto these cars and needing those fast repairs. And what that's really going to do here, Lewis, if you are the driver in the car who doesn't have that fast repair, it means you're going to have to drive a little bit more cautious. You're not going to be nearly as aggressive because you know you don't have that to fall back on.
I mean, that said, I think... So I've done races where there's been fast repairs on. I did the Jimmy Broadbent's 23 Hours of Zolder charity race last year with Arjuna, who obviously works over in Race Spot with Cam, Roger, the one that I said about with Formula Sim Racing, and with my mate Dan Cal, who works for various companies and stuff, where I'm about studying motorsport engineering at college. And I thought, look, these 3, great bunch of lads to go and do a race with. We've got 4 fast repairs. We'll definitely meet the checkered flag. I did my stint. It was okay. It wasn't great. It wasn't fast, but it was okay. Has Michael Hamlet had an issue? I think Michael Hamlet has just had an issue. I'll go back to my my waffling. Oh, Michael Hamlet's had a big problem at the moment. I can see there's a lot of damage on that Sous Chef Academy car, both front and rear. Now, I'm going to say, I hope they've saved that fast repair. This is my point with fast repairs, is as much as you got them, you do not want to use them. Save them up for when there is drama. Don't use it as an excuse to lob it down the inside from 3.5 kilometres back. But the Sous Chef Academy car that's currently in 8th spot has just been dealt a very, very hefty blow.
Yeah, indeed, they have massive damage to the left rear of that car. Also some pretty equally heavy damage to the front end. Looks like they didn't come back down in pit lane here. They're going to try to limp their way around. Let's see exactly what happened to them. This is coming through the final 2 corners.
Solo.
Catch a little bit of that.
Oh, that is a big hit. That is a sizable hit. Of course, his teammate earlier on in this race did have a bit of a moment in Jens Kaiser coming out of the Sachs curve, going through that chicane straight afterwards, got onto that green tarmac and then had a bit of a spin himself. Here is a position switch as Sous Chef Academy try and wrestle their way potentially back into pit lane to deal with this damage, but they've got to worry about Rosano, who's directly behind that Scania Endurance Motorsport car, that Lamborghini on the attack, V10 versus V10.
Yes, indeed. One of the great things about modern GT3 racing is the differences in the cars as they run. But there you see Scania able to work their way on by. It's going to be interesting to see Sous Chef Academy. I've got to think they're going to come down pit lane here with all of that damage on the car. Let's see if that theory is going to prove true. Yes, they're going to come in.
Now, if they have a fast repair, what you'll see is Michael Hamlet will come to a stop and the car will, this is a fast repair, it will ping back to life, essentially. I do wonder if that is going to happen. Keep your eye on the rear wing. That'll be the real deciding factor. Of course, you can see the rear of the car. I mean, here you can see basically all of the damage on the car. Bang, there we go. Whew. They got a fast repair save. They're going to use this time, though, to take a little bit extra fuel, I think, because they were stationary for longer than others. But that is why you don't just use the fast repairs as an excuse to go on the attack. You save them because sometimes you just need them, and bang, they are back in the race.
Yes, indeed, they are. So, all right, that is going to find them back down in 9th place, but it's also going to put them on a little bit of an alternate fuel strategy as they run, and so that's going to change things up here a little bit. They're going to have to recalibrate. Again, like we talked about, you come into the race with all of those clear ideas, and that is going to change it all up here.
Got 4 seconds, does Michael Hamlet to the car behind in that number 19 RJB Solutions car, but also not got too far down the road. They're separated by 13 seconds, but 13 seconds, then 21 seconds, then 34 seconds on the road. They're basically kind of separated 10 seconds apiece. The Blue Chip Racing, Scania and Aspar, not too much between that group of basically 5 drivers. As we can see, the battle for second and third, you can see the gap changing over the last few laps. That has been a significant advantage to this car that's running in third position, gaining pretty much on average, I'd say about 3/4 of a second a lap over the last 3, 4, 5 laps. In absolutely incredible pace at the moment from Montero.
Yeah, very incredible stuff. And there you can see that gap starting to come down a little bit as they go. DS Racing looking like they're going to be there, hearing in our ears that they should be able to catch in about 3 to 4 laps. So that is going to be probably when we see this battle really start to fire off.
Depends on whether we'll see Montero into the pit lane first. Presently 35 laps into this stint. That's why the car's going so fast at the moment, because it's very, very light on fuel. You'd have to say, when was their last stint length? Obviously, I think it might have been a bit skewed by the safety car, but I'm pretty sure it was lap 90 to 115, so it was skewed because of the safety car. I don't know, though. I think they might be fairly close to pitting, i.e. in the next sort of 10-15 minutes. Well, yeah, 5-10 laps.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right of an estimate there for them. But nevertheless, I mean, you want to try to close down as much as possible, and it's far easier to do here, I think, for a lot of drivers when you have that carrot in front of you, as we've got a replay here from PTX Racing. Oh, getting it all wrong.
Well, they had a warning not too long ago about that slide, did Anart, coming through Mobile 1, and we can see now Montero, we were saying it was going to be fairly soon, bang, straight into pit lane from third position, was charging down on a Delta Racing car, might well come out ahead. The undercut's probably not too big in this, because it's not a high tyre wear circuit realistically, and all that, so fair enough, don't really know why I'm bringing that up, but you never know, a bit of hope and all that. But yes, the PTX Racing team car, they had a warning with a pretty big slide through this corner earlier on in the race, not too long ago, literally 5-10 minutes ago. clearly it wasn't listened to enough, and bang, went again.
Yeah, went around again, and sometimes as a driver you could just sort of think in yourself that, oh, I've got this all together, I know how to hold on to it, and it'll just go away from you if you're not careful, and you've got to stay on your toes throughout the entirety of your stints. And Lewis, we talked about this yesterday when we were on the SRO broadcast, but that's one of the hardest things to do, is just keep yourself mentally focused.
Yeah, also when the car snaps, like we saw there, that was a proper snap. Like it hadn't, been sliding for a couple of meters and then just hadn't been caught and then it dropped. It just went. And when it's like that, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, but that is pretty much unsavable. As Montero stays behind the wheel, departs the pit lane and keeps himself behind the wheel of the DS racing car, and still within the top 5, obviously in 4th position at the moment, whilst we look on the left-hand side, that battle for 10th.
Yeah, battle for 10th here, starting to reel itself in. Yeah, I knew what you meant there. As it does look a little bit like Impulse Esports starting to close down on DSRT Holy Energy up ahead of them.
Which, if we remember back to the previous stint, the DSRT Holy Energy car started out the stint much slower than the Impulse Esports car, especially, or when they met, which was actually a few laps into the stint after the damage repair from the Holy Energy car, that BMW M4. It's obviously not the car directly ahead of them, it's the car ahead of that. When they were close, the advantage on pace in the early stages of that stint was in favour of Impulse Esports. Later on in the stint, clearly the tyre wear from the Holy Energy car was a lot better over the stint than we saw from Impulse Esports, and so Ludovic Zykin might be trying to think, okay, can this back marker please move out of the way? Because I'm sure that will be getting fairly frustrating at the moment. Problem is, though, is that isn't necessarily a back marker. That is the RFRO pink car that is presently running in 3rd position in this race. And so, as much as you want to get them out of the way, tough.
Yeah, they are there, and they are actually the car that is up on the lap, so absolutely no obligation to get out of the way. Now, I will say for Impulse, if they're playing this a little bit cagely, they may be able to keep themselves up forward, hold on to the draft a little bit as they go, and try to keep that as close as possible, and use that to maybe be able to get the pick there on Holy Energy. But we'll have to see if that's what ends up playing out.
See what they can do with the work. I mean, to be fair, if you're Impulse Esports, you know that car's in 3rd position, you know that car is plenty fast enough. And also, considering that you know the tyre wear is not too bad around here, you know that car is pretty late in its stint, to the point where I'd expect it into the pit in the next 2 or 3 laps. Use that pace to kind of drag you up to the rear edge of that number 6 BMW. Use that pace to your advantage, whilst instead of trying to force the issue, and accept that it's going to be in the pit lane fairly shortly. Red Kite Motorsports also into the pit lane. I think it might actually be in the pit lane this lap with the RFRO pink car. If it's not this lap, it's probably more likely to be the next lap as well. Got to watch out for that, Go, because you've got to take such a tight run through this penultimate corner that you can sometimes catch the car out behind and they can run into the back of you.
Yeah, they certainly can, so you've got to watch out for that, and that's that constant sort of mental game that you are playing here when you are racing in a big race like this, that you've got to be constantly thinking about 8, 10, 12 things over the course of the running, and that's why it's so important to have those strategists, those engineers, those crew chiefs behind the scenes to really allow you to be able to think through everything and not have anything go afoul.
Here's Red Kite Motorsports leaving the pit lane not too far behind the ScoreX Esports Sierra car. Obviously, you can just see it there, the Audi R8 just blasting its way through the third corner and onto the Parabolica on that race down towards the hairpin. I would probably suggest the Red Kite car is a little bit faster at the moment. We saw some decent pace comparatively out of them when they were getting quite close to the ScoreX Esports Sierra car not too long ago. I'd suggest they might close that gap down, also down to tyre wear and such as well. You can see the last lap that these cars are into pit lane. Some of them could be for penalties as well. Again, it doesn't differentiate between penalties and actual pit stops. It's just a travel down pit lane, and that is what's being indicated there. And that's why you can see the RFRO pink car, 116 was the last time they were on pit lane. It means they are due a pit stop fairly soon. The only one that's pitted before that technically is the Delta Racing Endurance team that is currently running in last position, but they are quite a lot of laps down at the moment, 7 laps down on the leader, so comparatively they're in the same kind of ballpark that RFRO Pink are in.
Yes, they are, and that's what we're going to have to start really looking at here is that pit strategy as well as where they are. As there you can see the number 33, your leader, picking their way on by the number 8.
Yeah, that one, of course, being the battle that we were looking at there, Impulse Esports, at the moment in 11th position, so going a lap down, or a second lap down, really, on the leader. And again, stick to the slipstream, because that was what made them switch positions before, if you remember, not too long ago. Could be the reason they switch positions again.
Yeah, very well could be, but let's see what's going to play itself out, what'll shake itself out. It doesn't quite look like there that Impulse is able to hold on to the back of the leader. Not entirely surprising as they run into the corner, but interesting nonetheless, as there they close on down behind the number 18.
Yeah, let's see. We'll keep our eye on the leader as well, who's got to navigate the back markers also. It's kind of like I say, it's nervy moments when you're a race leader. Even when you're in this kind of control, you've got those moments where you're coming past the back markers. You're not quite sure what you're dealing with here. Have they got damage? Is it a top-spec driver for this car that I've got to deal with here? What do I have in front of me? And you kind of have to almost by default, and this is something that you actually learn by doing iRacing, like generally, always assume the worst of the driver ahead of you, i.e. that if you dive down the inside, they'll take you out. Not that that's saying that is what's going to happen, but you have to assume that is what's going to happen when you're doing like lapping them and stuff, so that you're quite aggressive, or when you go for the inside move, you go for the inside move and make sure that it's 100% going to stick, not this half-hearted look. Either way, don't have to worry about it with Dabney. He's coming into the pit lane at the moment, as we were kind of expecting for RFRO Pink.
Yes, indeed, as they pull off down to pit lane, but you've got to be thinking about absolutely everybody out on the track as they go. You can't be thinking about a single person. So RFRO Pink does come down into the pit lane there. DS Racing going to be able to hold on to that third place right now, and this is where that strategy starts to play, where we have to kind of think about what's going to be happening here and how all of these team strategies are going to be playing themselves out in the long run.
Yeah, of course, expected maximum real time in the car for one stint, more so pretty much bang on the hour mark. It does drink quite a lot of fuel around here, meaning that I kind of don't want to be making my pit stops now. I want to be making my pit stops, weirdly enough, in about half hour's time to get ready for the final stint, so it's a full final stint, so I don't have to worry about those pesky splash and dashes, which can so easily cost some major results. But when you're doing the strategy for a team, you're not focused just on your strategy. You're trying to run the strategy of all of the other cars to see what they're doing, to see what you're actually battling with. Left-hand side of your screen, we're on board with our race leaders, just getting past a bit of the back markerage.
Yes, they are, and that would appear to be one of the BMWs there directly up ahead of them as they try to piece their way on through and not being too aggressive here. I do really like what I'm seeing out of them, that they're not being crazy about this. They're not necessarily trying to go for an all-out, I have to get by kind of mentality. And there you see, just letting them out of the way out of that final corner.
Quite a close battle as RFRO Pink leave the pit lane. We're right on board with them now. Driver change for them, closing down the Sous Chef Academy car after that damage repair. The last time that we saw Michael Hamlet into the pit lane, it was to serve that damage repair. Also, knowing that it's normally about 13-14 seconds for the travel in the pit lane, taking that into account, and the fact that the repair, when you use a fast repair, is instant. They were in the pit lane for 22 seconds. That tells me that Michael Hamlet did take a little bit extra fuel, because it's less fuel they'll have to take later on. It's a smart move to try and kind of, if you've got to come into pit lane to serve some damage repair, whether it even is fast repair or not, try and work something else into that pit stop. Try and incorporate something else so that you're stationary for less time on what will probably be the final stop for that car.
Yeah, you want to try to save fuel. You want to try to minimize that time in the pit stop as much as possible. That is always going to be your goal whenever you are running out on track. And as you said, Hockenheim, not exactly the thirstiest of circuits, but certainly one that you can save a little bit on if you're careful.
Yeah, especially because you don't have to worry about tyre wear and stuff. You can really focus your full attention on the fuel saves, lift and coast into the hairpin. I mean, anyone who's tried lift and coast on iRacing, I guarantee if you properly start learning to lift and coast, you don't lose that much time in doing so. That's definitely a 1X for the RFRO pink car. Running very wide through turn 1. You can run quite wide, picking up a lot of the blue and white curb. You can run basically 2 wheels all the way over to the... well, you can run 2 wheels off of it, but as long as you've got 2 wheels in contact with it, you don't get a 1X. But that was too far at the moment for that Porsche. But yeah, you can, if you lift and coast properly, you genuinely do not lose much, if any, time. If you start lifting guns, because you carry them, you're focused more on the momentum, on saving every little bit, that you actually sometimes might be a little bit more on the limit going through some of the corners, even if you're lifting and coasting.
Yeah, exactly. And that really comes down to the consistency that you need to have, the consistency of running, the consistency of just keeping your car on the road. And if you lift and coast, you're going to be backing off a little bit more. As you said, you're not going to be running at the full 10 tenths. And so you're able to keep a more stable lap time traditionally, because you're just really kind of focused on those zones as much as you can. So very, very good running there to be able to keep the eye out on that. And that's one of the things that you've got to be able to keep in mind as you're doing an endurance race like this. Again, one of the many things you have to kind of keep in the back of your head.
You love a good bit of this Lamborghini. Love a good Lamborghini. I mean, it's obviously very, very similar to an Audi R8 in a lot of the ways, character-wise and stuff. It's V10, mid-engine, etc., etc. A lot of the profiles very, very similar. It's just got a bit more character, a bit more Larry, a bit more crazy. Love a good Lamborghini. What's your favourite GT3? Again, open to everyone to answer in chat. Bit of Larry moment there for Rossano. What's yours, DJ?
You know, I have to say my favorite to drive personally is the Ferrari, as I've kind of hinted at, not necessarily the best driver out there, and so that sort of all-around best car, really, really fantastic and suits me quite well. But my favorite to just watch out on track has got to be the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. The sound of that car alone is enough to make you fall in love with it.
Yeah, good, like I said, good noise. That's one actually I was talking about the other day, where the BMW M4, the new one, I've had the joy of obviously going to see a lot of British GT this year. There is one of the brand new BMW M4 GT3s in there. Is one of the main things that I actually dislike about the M4. I think looks-wise they've grown on me to the point where I don't actually really care anymore. I'm like, yeah, the grille's ugly, so what? The rest of the car looks pretty sharp, I'm okay with it. And also with sim racing, pretty much anything that I've raced it on, whether it's on ACC, whether it's on iRacing or on rFactor, 9 times out of 10 it actually drives pretty nice as well. So I'm all over it on that. But the sound, really boring, really kind of quiet, which I understand obviously with noise regulations and stuff, with a lot of race circuits and stuff. Some things they can bypass by having a slightly quieter car, but it kind of misses the just that loud deep rumble of the Mercedes, or the loud screams of the likes of an Audi R8 or a Lamborghini, or anyone who's heard particularly the GTE Porsche. That is, honestly, I've heard a lot of loud cars. That is probably the loudest car in modern motorsport. I know it's obviously no more GTEs really from next year, but still the loudest car in modern motorsport, I have no doubt.
Yeah, very much so. A very, very loud car. I've had the pleasure of being able to hear that car thunder its way around a couple of times, and ear-piercing is one of the words that I've heard used to describe it, and I have to fully and full-throatedly agree with that.
It's weird, though, the loudest car, I mean, sometimes the loudest cars are the ones that you don't really expect. The loudest car on a British GT weekend isn't even a GT3, which you'd be like, wait, what? Yes, it is the new Porsche Cayman GT4. The loudest car by, I don't know if it's just what the team's done, because there are a couple of other ones on there, but it is such a noisy car. But that's almost to the point where it's like, okay, that's unnecessary. And it's really obvious. You'll have like a Merc fly past, then a Bentley, and then like still one corner away, the Cayman, like you can, I know it's coming, I can hear it way before I can see it. I'm all for loud race cars though, so each their own. Sometimes that is part of the spectator sport, is to go and, to be honest, be kind of deafened.
Oh, exactly. And if you want to be deafened, I cannot recommend enough going to check out a Trans Am race here in the States. I had the pleasure of being able to see the TA2 class racing down in Nashville at the Music City Grand Prix, and those cars are the loudest things I have ever heard. You know that you're dealing with a loud car when you are in a paddock full of folks who work in motorsports, and all of them are covering their ears.
Yeah, that's pretty loud. I know anyone who goes and watches classic Formula racing, to whether it's at Silverstone or Donington or anywhere around the world, and someone brings along like a mid-90s F1 car, or even like early 2000s, it really does take you back to the absolute screams. Kind of makes you wonder. Actually, obviously, I was too young, never got to go and see race with those screaming V10s in the early 2000s. I can imagine a 24 car grid of those engines genuinely being too loud, to the point of even things in ears, it's still too loud. Like that's the level of volume that you're talking there. Part of me kind of likes that. Part of me would be like, I'll go and see it once and never again.
Yeah, and I do remember actually back in the day getting to watch those cars in 2000, 2001 screaming around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And you can imagine there, as opposed to some of the other circuits where you don't have necessarily the stands on either side to really contain that reverberation, feeling those cars go by and just feeling the ground shake at the screams. That's one of the things that just sticks in my brain, that they were some of the loudest things in the world, and hearing them all thunder by at Indianapolis, just absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, well, it really kind of takes into account that you've got to think about where you are as a grandstand, or wherever you're going to go and watch some of these things drive around. When you start genuinely thinking about that because of volume, that's when you've either got a really good thing or a really bad thing. I went to go and watch MotoGP at Assen in 2018, which, by the way, was an absolutely brilliant race for anyone who likes motorcycle racing. Probably one of the best motorcycle races that I've seen. Absolutely incredible. Loudest thing there all weekend was the Moto2 bikes, which is pretty common. Fair enough, those Moto2 bikes are very, very loud. But in the grandstand on the start-finish straight, it's as is with quite a lot of these structures, fully concrete. As like the actual stand itself, and it's got a metal roof. And all that did was, as they were flying past, it would bounce the sound up and down, and it was literally like as if someone had got a megaphone with these bikes flying past and put it right next to my ear, and it was like, mate, this is objectively awful. It was so painful.
Yeah, I mean, you get into some of those cars and it's, oh my goodness. I mean, for sure, when we were watching the Trans Am cars, that was kind of the same thing of just feeling that thunderous roar coming on through. It's just, it's absolutely remarkable. And one of the things that I love about being able to cover live GT racing and GT racing here on the Sim, and I'm sure you can agree, Lewis, is it's not just the loudness of some of the cars and all of that, but being able to hear the different tones as they come by and being able to recognize exactly what that is. I mean, we talked about the thundering Mercedes, the high-pitched scream of the Lamborghinis as they thunder on by, a little bit of a guttural grunt. You talked about a little bit of the quiet level of the BMWs, but that kind of grunt that goes on by, as well as hearing all of the two. Oh, we've got a close run coming out, though. A little bit of a race starting to develop. DS Racing and Delta Racing coming out less than about 2 seconds apart out of pit lane.
Yeah, it was going to be fairly tight on the exit, but Montero, who's been putting in some great lap times post pit stop, of course, on lap 151, so about 12 laps ago. It's just managed to make them jump Oliveira, who's jumped behind the wheel, Higo Oliveira, in that Delta Racing car. So just putting out a fair margin. Obviously got a little bit of lapse traffic to deal with in Impulse eastwards between the two of them. But that blue and red BMW might be charging up to the rear end of the number 20 fairly soon. And that will be the battle for second position. With them pitting around this time, though, hour and 15 minutes left to go in this race, hour and 60 minutes. There is no way they get into the checkered flag from this point expecting a splash and dash. The important thing, though, is the number 4, that Delta racing car, will receive a much smaller splash of fuel than what you'll see. It'll be 10, 11 laps smaller on that splash than DS Racing. So really, it would actually be advantage towards Delta.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here because, as you said, they're going to need that splash and dash. These GT3 cars can only run about 60 or so minutes, so that splash and dash, they're going to need it, and that's going to really open up an opportunity here.
Oh, Delta Racing straight back into pit lane. So they've had an issue. They've had a penalty of some description, whether it was speeding in pit lane or whatnot, but they have returned instantly into pit lane to serve a penalty post pit lane. Where they came in to deal with the box, to deal with the fuel. It's a straight up drive through. Maybe it could have been courtesy of exceeding the instant limits, which again, to remind you, are 40. What was going to be quite a tight battle there is instantly stolen away, and they'll lose themselves 13, 14 seconds to Montero.
Yes, they will, as I think we're actually going to go back and check out a replay here. This is Race Spirit Team 1 coming down into the Sachs curve. Did they just get this wrong and carry a little bit too much speed in? Yes, they did.
Bit of a slide, like you say, going through Sachs curve. Easy said, easy done. It is a tricky corner. You want to trail brake into there quite a bit, and like I say, you misjudge it just a touch, and you can find yourself losing the rear. Now 10 seconds behind Red Kite Motorsports, 11 seconds ahead though of Sausage Dodgers, so not too bad when it comes to what was lost. Bit of tyre wear in there. Obviously, like I said before, you don't get flat spots, but you will lose a significant portion of percentage of the tyre, which can cause problems later on.
Yeah, it certainly can, and you've got to watch out for that, and that may now affect their strategy here coming into the final stop. They may have been trying to double stint the tires, double or triple stint them potentially, and now because of that error, they may have to come in and get a fresh set of boots on the car if they're just worried about it running a little bit too wide.
Whoa, speaking of running a bit too wide, ScoreX Esports Sierra running a bit too wide in the foreground there and instantly pulling off. Oh, that was a bit dicey. Going up towards T1 as DS Racing go through second position for them at the moment, obviously. And very, very comfortable indeed now, courtesy of that penalty for Delta Racing, pulling out 16 seconds. Pulling out a little bit more as well. It was around 15 seconds after Delta Racing had come out of pit lane, so pulled out an extra second or so over the previous lap and a bit, still miles behind Leo Racing, who have served their penultimate pit stop in this race. Expectation again for the likes of Leo Racing, for DS, for Delta, that they will be pitting once more in this race for a splash of fuel about 15 minutes prior to the checker flag. We'll see on replay as to what's been going on.
Check out the replay here of the number 4. Ooh, contact coming down into pit lane. That just come from carrying a little bit too much speed there for Delta Racing, and that is not what they wanted to have happen. I wonder if that is what contributed them getting that black flag for what we assume is a pit lane speeding penalty.
Like I say, heavily into the barrier. Hopefully they had a fast repair to use. I think they did, because they came out of pit lane fairly quick after that. Didn't serve any, and I'm pretty sure there would have been some required repairs after such a sizable impact. Anyone who doesn't know, with iRacing, when you come into the pit, if you have damage, you come to the pit lane. 9 times out of 10, if it's significant damage, it will give you a required repair time, being, let's say in this scenario, 2 minutes. Those are what is absolutely required before you go back out on the track. If you don't serve, well, you don't have a choice. But if you weren't to serve those, it would give you a meatball flag, the black and orange flag, to tell you that you've got to come into pit lane to service that car. And then you'll normally get more time on top of that, which would be optional, so you can kind of skip that if you really want to, if the car will be pretty broken. That can be 8, 9, 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever it is. There's quite a lot of scope on that side. Thankfully, if you've got the fast repair, though, you can avoid all of that. That's why you've got to save them up.
Yeah, that's why you've got to save them up, and exactly as we talked about, so crucial coming down in the last moments of this race, that if you've got a little bit of that damage, you wanted to be able to take that spare car, use that free repair, and not have to worry about sitting in pit lane and costing you valuable time out on the track.
Well, we can see Montero at the moment, again, 18 seconds clear, and again pulling out that margin even further with that deep rumble at the Mercedes. The Mercedes 1-2 at present. Delta Racing, of course, driving within the BMW M4. I mean, I like the deep rumble of the Merc as we were talking about, but I kind of wondered what car would we like to see. Not only in iRacing, but yeah, but maybe in iRacing, maybe on ACC. What kind of cars do you want to see in sim racing GT3 rise, whether it is on iRacing or in this race? Let's go with that at least as a start, because there's so many options for GT3s.
Well, I know the one car that I am rather desperate for iRacing to get scanned and put out there is the Acura NSX. That's the one that I really want to see round out the cohort of GT3s. That is one of my favorite cars in the world, and I would love to see that coming to the service. I'm all about that. Do love myself a bit of the. I mean, it's a Honda NSX, it's fine. Do love myself a bit of the NSX either way, whichever way you want to go with it, whether it's Acura or Honda. Obviously, basically the same, so that's fine. Great car, something very unique. Obviously, for me, I mean, I'm a bit of a McLaren fan generally, and so it pains me to see the MP4-12C as much as it is great. It's a big throwback. It just looks ridiculous when you see one battling with a BMW M4. So I'll be all over 720. Sometimes people want the big Boatley. I know R Factor 2 has the Radical GT3, which for the longest period I thought was a heap of garbage and obviously wasn't real. What is that about? A Radical GT3? That's crazy. Until at the end of July I went to GT Open, and suddenly flying past me was a Radical GT3, and I was like, what is that? That is ridiculous that it actually exists. I like the oddities in motorsports with those kind of GT, and GT3 kind of opens up that spec of having those oddities, of having things like a Radical as a GT3, having the even the Callaway that obviously raced in ADAC GT Masters, like those kind of odd cars. Those are the ones that I kind of want to see. Even like I said, the NSX, because it's not really raced in most categories. So like having something like that is a bit more odd, a bit more left field. It's something a bit different rather than just getting a McLaren, a Bentley, and Mercs and BMWs, stuff that we've seen 1,000 times in sim racing. And I have to agree with you there. I didn't even think about the Callaway, but I would love to see that car. We are fortunate enough in GT America over for SRO Motorsports America that we actually have one of the Callaways still running. And it is such a great car, not only to look at, but to be able to hear going on through. Absolutely remarkable stuff, and certainly is one of the ones that I would love to see come to any sim here at this point.
Well, we can see our race leaders at the moment super dominant right now, not a million miles away from the idea of putting a lap on the entire field. They've been very impressive so far today. They didn't set a qualifying time, which is why they started from 22nd. I thought they'd give themselves a little bit of a challenge. Well, much like some other drivers when it comes to rising up through a field, they've put on a pretty good show in doing so and are completely dominant in doing so. And aside from a bit of drama, aside from maybe a potential safety car, which is still on the cards, we still might get one in the next hour, this victory looks as near as makes no difference nailed on.
Yeah, I mean, they've got about a minute and 8 seconds and change over DS Racing there behind. I do agree with you that this is relatively in form for them, and even if we do get that safety car, let's not forget the last safety car period we had, they were able to scamper off into the distance here and really pull that gap away. So even if we do get a safety car, I still think Leo Racing Team 33 has a pretty good shot to be able to win it no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is even if a safety car comes out, they'll still be leading. Even if a safety car comes out and it was caused by them because they had a pretty sizable crash or something, I don't know. I mean, hey, even in that scenario, they will potentially still be in position to win. But it's more the speed that they have is that even if under a safety car they get dropped back 5, 6, 7, 8 positions, they've still got the speed to come back and catch back the race lead. You can see there with the best lap times that have been said. Obviously, the fastest lap of the race has gone the way of Leo Racing, but it's the margin that it's been set by, a 38.3. I mean, the second fastest of all of those is that 39.0 from DS Racing. A couple of other cars have got into the low 39s, 1s, 2s and stuff. No one else has managed to work their way into the 38 all race. That shows how impressive they've been.
Yeah, holding that 7/10 of a second advantage just shows you the dare I say, dominance here from the number 33 as they work their wide Delernia, work their way by Delernia right now, coming on to the Parabolica and continuing to work their way around it. And let's not discount here that their last lap time as they ran around, yeah, it's about a second off of their best lap. They know that they've got this race in hand and don't need to push too much, but that last lap still about half a second faster than anybody else.
Yeah, like I say, the closest to them is the Aspar esports team to do that 39.4 on the previous lap of the circuit. Pretty decent, but not ideal. Team Greenprint setting, oh sorry, not Greenprint, there's ScoreX Esports Sierra setting their personal best lap on the last lap of the race. I kind of suspect sun's setting a little bit, not crazy, but a little bit. Those are the kind of things that might be enough that we might actually see some personal bests and some fastest laps set over the final hour and 5 minutes of this race. This is the point of the race, by the way, which if you have a very good right foot with a cheeky bit of fuel saving and stuff, you might just be able to reach the checkered flag if you pit around now. I still wouldn't want to. I'd want to save at least another 5 minutes. But we're closing in that point where the final pit stop window really is open.
Yes, we are, and this is really going to be the golden hour for two reasons. One, because we are approaching about 7 o'clock virtual standard time right now, and we are going to see these track temperatures hit at exactly the right kind of points here for these drivers. And then the second part is that for us here in the commentary booth and for you watching at home, this is where all that strategy we've been talking and posturizing about is going to start to come into play. Who's going to be able to do what, and who's going to be able to do what when? How is this strategy going to work itself out? Those are the questions that we are going to see answered in the next about an hour and 4 minutes.
Yeah, there aren't two different strategies going on here, by the way. This is where it's very complicated because of various, there's been a couple of safety cars today because of the strategy difference anyway, generally. This is not an easy one to work out. There is a lot going on here, a lot of different strategies. Obviously, everyone's had their fair share of drama, right? And that's kind of what's dragged quite a few teams off of the strategy. They've tried to take advantage of the drama. They've had their own little bits here and there. It's where it's in proper crazy town on the strategy sheets. And it's why, I said before, if you're a team, you tend to run your own strategy, and then those that are kind of one ahead, one behind to kind of figure out what you need to worry about later on in the race. Well, that one ahead, one behind has probably been about 8 different cars in the last 40 minutes. Because it's been so up and down with the order, courtesy of various pit lane strategies with various bits of drama as well. So that kind of stuff is where it's kind of like you'll be running the strategy of a team which for you and your race is completely irrelevant now, and yet you're still kind of just sat there doing it, like trying to figure out what they're doing, even though it doesn't make any difference. Those are the bits where you're kind of like, what am I doing?
Yeah, it is. When you're a little bit of this no man's land as they run. We take an eye here on Autographer right now in the DSRT Holy Energy machine. They've got about 5 seconds up the road to their sister car. Still plenty of time here to go if they want to try to catch that RJB Solutions machine.
I say closing in just a touch on their teammates. Between the two of these, between Holy Energy and RJB Solutions, it really has been the Holy Energy car that's been the faster between the two. It was that crash coming through this corner where they had the issues that dropped them back. You can see directly behind them it's DS Racing that's closing in, obviously to put a lap on this car, which means that only about 30 seconds back is the Leo Racing team car that will be putting a second lap on them and closing in on lapping the entire field. Can Leo Racing lap the entire field before the checkered flag? That's the important bit. For some people in their fuel strategy, it might actually be very important for them to do so.
Yeah, it very well could be, as obviously if you go a lap down, that's one less lap there, I'll get that out finally, that you've got to be able to run. So that could be a little bit helpful there for them as they go, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the way it plays or if there's going to be a little bit of added interest in it.
So if I wonder if we get a safety car. I think everyone's separated too much at the moment. That the last safety car that we had, by the way, was contact between two BMWs coming down to the Mercedes Arena section. Kind of ironic, but it is what it is. But it was a pretty sizable crash down there. Obviously brought out the safety car. There comes a point in the race where everyone gets separated enough that it's just kind of like, there's only 19 cars left out on the track. they're all kind of got their own bit of breathing room over the circuit. And it's those kind of things where you kind of like, actually, it is quite unlikely that we would see a safety car intervention from this point. If you have one of those percentage clocks that we've seen in Formula One and in various other things where it's like, there's a 98% chance for safety car around here, I think it would be less than 5 at the moment. It's very, very low.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. Very, very low percentage chance that this will happen and that we will get another safety car with just as spread out as everybody truly is. So I do not think that we're really going to see that much of a change necessarily in order. The only thing that can really change things around is the pit stops. But we've got a nice little bit of a battle starting to shape itself up between Sausage Dodgers Racing and that Audi there of ScoreX Esports Sierra.
Not only that, there's also one closing in for third position, which we'll go to straight after we've seen the conclusion of this fight, because I think ScoreX Esports Sierra might be very close to making a send. Left-hand side of your screen is that battle for 15th, 16th position, between ScoreX and Sausage Dodgers. Right-hand side is the battle between Delta Racing on those slightly older, slightly more worn tyres, and that 121 Aspar Esports car. Battle for the podium, battle further down the order. These are still going to be fought as hard as they can. Great exit there from Aspar onto the start-finish straight. They're going to look to the inside for T1. That is a bold move, a bold little attempt from Raul Suarez, who was just looking for a perfect run through T1. This will surely open it up by the time they get down into the second corner, but it could open them up into an attack themselves coming down to the hairpin. What does Suarez do? Kind of backs out of it a little bit to make sure they pick up the slipstream and make the move down into the hairpin.
Yeah, and I think that is the better option there for them, making sure to be able to get that slipstream. But unfortunately, I think that attack going down into the unfought Parabolica may have slowed them down a little bit. They're still about 2.5 tenths of a second back, as we've got a little bit of split screen side by side. Defensive line there for Delta Racing. Aspar way later on the binders. That's not going to play out.
No, that is suboptimal indeed. As you can see on the right-hand side, ScoreX have picked up that position on Sausage Dodgers, so they're up to 16th position now. That battle for third. I mean, Aspar, like I say, they're clearly the faster of these two on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see every time a braking zone is used, every time a corner is gone round, that Aspar car closes into the rear end of that BMW M4. That M4 is struggling for Delta Racing. But all they need to do is they need to just keep it on the road, keep their eyes focused on what they're doing, kind of let Aspar overtake when they have the proper opportunity. And at the moment, they're overdoing it slightly to the outside of the Saxco. That one is certainly not going to work.
No, it's not. This is a little bit of what we talked about earlier here, Lewis. It seems like the Aspar team overdriving the car ever so slightly. Raul Suarez just not seeming like he's in full and complete control of the car, and that's not the way you want to be driving it here in this stage. But here he comes, an attack to the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, it's going to be brave again. Early on the brakes, you saw the little flash going for the up and under again, using an awful lot of curb though, and that will delay them slightly. Let's see if they're going to try and attempt to move down into T2. It's the defensive line from Delta Racing, which will delay their exit. This will be it. Straight around the outside though of the second corner. This could be massive for Aspar. Boom! That was absolutely lovely, but deep into the slipstream. This is the problem when you take the lead, or take the lead of a battle going through the second corner, is you're essentially a sitting duck coming around the Parabolica.
Yeah, indeed you are, but it doesn't quite look like here that Delta's going to be able to close that down. They're actually losing time early into the braking zone. I think that was a little bit of a lift and coast potentially.
Yeah, save a little bit of fuel, why not? Don't waste any extra time. Definitely a bit of a lift there. Smart stuff from Delta Racing, but they did put up a little bit of a fight, but Aspar up into third. I think that one was inevitable. The pace of Suarez was so much higher than that of Oliveira, and Raul Suarez going up into third for Aspar Esports. Mercedes on the charge. It means it's a Mercedes 1, 2 and 3 here at the Hockenheim ring.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of chatter there over the radio about letting on drivers on by. And look at that gap, though, that Aspar has been able to open up as of right now, 1.3, 1.5 seconds as they dive down into the Sachs curve. That is move done and dusted there for them.
I say tidy as you like, getting out around the outside of T2. Now, if that was a tighter race, a tighter field, I'd say maybe that was an unwise move. But in this scenario, that does indeed work. Race Spirit getting past Red Kite Motorsports coming down into Mobile 1. That was a nice little move that we jumped straight back to. as they found their way through, or actually that's not even true. That was them getting past one of the SRT cars rather than Red Kite. Red Kite is the car directly ahead of that, so we'll roll my way back on that one. Race Spirit getting past not a bit of lap traffic, but a car that is ahead of them in the race that might well be on more worn tyres. That's why those kind of things get a little bit complicated.
Yeah, things get a little bit different as they run coming down through here. We'll have to see, though, if Red Kite is going to be able to hold this out in that Porsche. We've already talked about some of the woes that can befall the Porsche if you're not careful. That BMW coming up behind, by the way, that is not on the lead lap. That is not a three-way battle.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, they've just managed to work their way past it a bit, but still probably able to keep up, still be able to maybe affect something within this battle. Already that gap's come down as Race Spirit trying to close back in on that Red Kite Porsche into the braking zone to see how much the Mercedes gains in that braking zone. Although normally it is where the Porsche's kind of good. It's the medium speed corners, though, and more high speed corners, where we see it in the third sector where that Mercedes AMG might close down that gap. Depending on the driver, there is more speed in the Porsche than you'd think through the medium speed corners, but you need to be in that top percent on iRacing to be able to kind of really extract the most from the Porsche. It's why you'll put together a really good lap in a Porsche and you'll think that was absolutely top level, and then suddenly you'll compare your lap times to that of the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup and you'll think, hang on a sec, I'm like 3 seconds off. How's that happen? It's because there is a lot of time in the Porsche, more than you would think. Nearly saw a bit of a moment there as Race Spirit were looking to the inside coming to the Sachs curve.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a great point there about that Porsche and just the frankly ability that you have to be able to run that car correctly. So very, very difficult. But let's see here, Red Kite, a little bit of a wide run there for Race Spirit Team 1 coming off the final corner, but that's going to give them a little bit of a better run coming now down into this area, but backing off a little bit. Maybe they're thinking for a little bit of a slipstream coming down the Parabolica.
Yeah, you can see how much they're closing in once again into the braking zone, into that second corner, up through the third, and then onto the Parabolica, down towards the hairpin. The straight line speed of that Mercedes should be enough to get alongside of the Porsche, although from that far back, I think the exit from T2 was much more of the superior form from the Red Kite Motorsports car. And to be perfectly honest, the two of them, whilst they did close up, coming down into the hairpin, it wasn't really by enough. As we've got a pit stop, speaking of Porsches, into the pit lane. One of the Dutch Sim Racing team cars, the RJB Solutions car that was running inside the top 10 coming in for a pit stop. This will be their last stop. From this point in the race, this will be their last stop. Everyone else on the grid, I'm pretty sure from where they have stopped, I'm pretty sure all of them owe us a pit stop.
Yeah, I do indeed believe you are right. So we're going to have one more round here to fire off before the end of this race in the closing, let's call it 53 minutes that we have left still here to run.
Yeah, plenty more opportunities. Here we go into Mobile 1. Here comes the look from Race Spirit. This is how they got past the DSRT car directly behind. Squeezes out a little bit on the push out of the corner. Does make up that position. Still, though, Red Kite committing to the inside as they come through the Sachs curve. And Red Kite are able to hang on. This is going to be a dicey line. It'll be the outside for the penultimate and final corner. But they do hold firm. They do hang on. 15th position. That's still where Race Spirit are. There is no gain for them at the moment. Red Kite, valiant effort there.
Very valiant effort, and truthfully not having to drive all that defensively, just running a traditional line around the circuit and that playing out in spades for them.
Yeah, I mean, again, very impressive effort, especially considering the Race Spirit team are looking a fair amount faster right now. So, I mean, I don't know. I think this is almost an inevitability, but if Red Kite drive like that, maybe it's not. Maybe it is not an inevitability. Who knows?
Yeah, we could certainly see a little bit of a change around here. And look at that gap that Red Kite's been able to pull out, about 0.5 of a second here as they go down into the Spitzkehre. So certainly a little bit of juice left in the hood of that number 913.
I think also there is a closing in of a battle at the moment. And checking the timesheets, that is indeed the case, because Magic Mike himself is closing in. Sous Chef Academy presently running in 6th position. They are closing in on Dunn in the Blue Chip Racing car at the moment. That's in 5th position. The previous lap, it was a 7/10 or 8/10 gain for Michael Hamlet to the 39.2, playing the 40.0 that Thomas Dunn did over the previous laps. There is some closing battles happening inside the top 10, top 5, so I would suspect we are certainly not done with some of those positions, especially considering the gaps are going to ebb and flow, because some teams, as much as everyone owes us a pit stop, not everyone owes us the same length of pit stop. Some owe us more fuel, some owe us less, some owe us tyres, some don't. There's a lot to play for.
Yeah, there is plenty to play for as we continue to watch here. Race Spirit now closing back in again on the back of Red Kite. Again, these guys are both going to have to make a pit stop there. We're not sure exactly what their fuel levels are. Oh, almost a little bit of contact going down to the Einfahrt Parabolica.
Yeah, there's the big send. Straight down the inside, the up and under for the Porsche. Takes too much of the curb, though. It's going to delay their run a little bit. Also, directly behind them, I was saying about Blue Chip Racing. I was saying about the charge of Michael Hamlet. Bang, there's Michael Hamlet in the background. This is Blue Chip Racing in 5th position, trying to get past these two as well. So they're focused on the battle for 5th position, whilst these two are focused on their own battle. Might well make it around the outside of Red Kite. The two of them nearly make contact, but way too deep into the corner was Thomas Dunn. This is getting pretty scary for Blue Chip Racing. They will be feeling the pressure on their shoulders right now. They tried responding on the timesheets by doing a 39.7, but alas, it's not going to be enough. And these two back markers are wreaking havoc on the race at the moment for Blue Chip Racing.
Yeah, they certainly are, and this is one of the problems that you have coming on later into the race when you deal with having drivers that you've got to be able to try to get around that are in a battle of their own. When you have this kind of battle, it just means that other drivers are going to have to work your way around. They're not going to be as willing to let you on past.
Yeah, well, again, the blue flag is certainly advisory in this. It's only trying to tell you, whoa, big send straight down the inside. Did you see that? Way too deep into the penultimate corner, and Race Spirit team are going to use that to come straight into the pit lane. That was an enormous send from Red Kite Motorsports, one of the biggest sends we've seen all afternoon. I'm pretty sure that was going to end in tears if that Merc didn't jump out of the way.
Yeah, I was as well. That almost got a little bit sketchy there for them. Very, very thankful we didn't see anything firing off that would have completely changed the makeup of this race.
Oh, yeah, big moment. Either way, focusing on what's actually at hand, Race Spirit team come into the pit lane, and I don't actually believe that was for a pit stop. I think that might have been because they exceeded the instant limit and had to come into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty, because they've only dropped 14 seconds, which is what that drive-through is. And so I think that's just been a drive-through, unfortunately, for the Race Spirit team, which is a bit of a shame. Sausage Dodgers and Team Green Pint come into the pit lane. We'll see the replay of that incident, I believe, or rather, we'll see what's happened to Sausage Dodgers. You've got one of the Delta Racing teams directly behind us up into turn 2. Let's see where they have potentially dropped it onto the brakes. Way too deep onto the brakes. Nice little spin there. To be fair, I'd take that.
Yeah, lucky there that they didn't make contact with that machine behind them. They kind of were able to avoid that, and that was a real concern there, I have to say, as I watched that work its way back through. But able to get themselves pointed back the right direction, that is going to be what they need to just try to carry on here and try to get that mistake out of their mind, because that's going to be one of the hardest things to do here in the final 45 minutes.
Well, whilst they've gathered their way through a bit of that lapped traffic, once again, Michael Hamlet is closing in. The previous lap time was only a tenth faster than that car ahead, but when we were talking about it not too long ago, it was 3 seconds between the two. It's now 1.7, so despite only being a tenth over the previous lap, there is still a substantial gain going the way of Michael Hamlet. That Sous Chef Academy car is closing in. Now, these two last time were in the pits on the same lap, but that was because of Michael Hamlet's damage repair. Meanwhile, for Dunn, it was a full pit stop. It was on lap 148, so a good 30 or so laps ago. That tells me that Michael Hamlet will be in the pit lane fairly soon for a fuel stop.
Yeah, that tells me similar things as well, as we've got a nice little gaggle of cars here going on through, still back down further in that field as we watch the Porsche and the Audi circle their way on through. The number 13 trying to see if there's anything to gain. That Score X Esports Sierra team, now the one to try to make an attack here on Red Kite.
Where are their opportunities going to come, though? They're looking a lot faster right now, is that Score X car. We've seen a couple of moves going their way. Of course, they did have that battle with Sausage Dodgers before Sausage Dodgers came into the pit lane. But this is the opportunity straight on the inside of the Sachs go. That'll be a big send. Obviously, Red Kite, who have had their experience of battling around this, they weren't going to let that one go so easily. They might well have just driven it in a little bit too deep, side by side for the chicane up towards the penultimate corner. That number 13 trying to go for the up and under. The big send down the inside once again from Red Kite, who are desperate to hang on to whatever position they have at the moment. They still hang on 2/10 clear, and coming through, they've got to worry about that Mercedes. That, I think, is the Sausage Dodgers car itself.
I think it is. You're right. That is the Sausage Dodgers car. So this is really all starting to fire off here. My goodness, trying to feed themselves out, going down into that first corner, that first sequence, side by side through the Enfant Parabolica.
Yeah, that was, of course, one of the Dutch Sim Racing team cars, RJB Solutions, their Porsche, and that number 19 that also got involved. Sausage Dodgers as well will be closing back in on them, who are a fair way back, obviously a lap down on that grouping. It's getting a bit messy around here. Sausage Dodgers want to get on with what they're doing. RJB Solutions want to get on with what they're doing. Straight down the inside, that Audi R8 as well for the Score X car. Saw that one coming from a mile away and went, okay, fair enough. On you go, good sir. Carry on with it. We'll be having a chat later on, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of a conversation taking place there among the drivers after the race, but we will have to see how that plays itself out here with only about 45 minutes left to go in the race. Tempers maybe starting to flare just a little bit.
The Sous Chef Academy car that we're seeing here, Michael Hamlet behind the wheel, under a second between themselves and Blue Chip Racing. I'm still expecting this car to be in the pit lane very, very shortly. Clearly going around for another lap. 45 minutes left in this race. Pit stop still left to do from this group. I'm expecting if they have to make a pit stop now, they might as well do fuel and tyres. If they pit with half an hour left to go, with 20 minutes left to go, I'm thinking it's just fuel.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. The gains that you are going to get from doing that are going to be relatively minimal if you do that and get tires here with that little of the race left. And I think you wouldn't be able to make up the time that you would lose by staying in pit lane that longer.
See how close it's going to be as Michael Hamlet's been on the charge. Wonder if they'll be switching drivers as well on the next pit stop. I kind of want to keep in the rhythm, and Michael Hamlet closing right in on the brakes. It's just half a second between the two of these. There's a depart the hairpin, you can see it's 4/10 between the two of these. Considering how much Michael Hamlet's been closing in, considering some of the moves we've seen from Mr. Michael Hamlet, I would say that this is not going to last very long for the Blue Chip Racing number 14.
No, I don't think it is as well. Sous Chef just has a little bit too much speed here to be able to close back in. We have seen the outright pace of that Audi multiple times over the course of the weekend. I think they're coming on strong.
Let's see. Down into the Sachs curve. That one's ticked off. The Mercedes still ahead. That was a good opportunity to do so. If they can hang on for long enough, the Sous Chef Academy car will come into the pit lane anyway, and they don't have to worry about it. And I think maybe Michael Hamlet is very aware of that and won't try and maybe force the issue unless it's going to be a clean move. Because if you're going to come down pit lane anyway, you don't really want to waste too much time trying to make an ill-fated move by risking everything to get down the inside of that car ahead, when sometimes, you know, discretion the better part of valor and all of that. Sometimes it's just not worth the risk. Red Kite Motorsports have been into the pit lane, so they will relinquish the spot eventually to ScoreX Esports Sierra, but that will be their final stop ticked off.
Yes, it will, and so that's going to break up that battle a little bit further back down in the field. But as of right now, we continue to watch this slow but steady close in for Sous Chef Academy on the back of Blue Chip Racing. They are about 0.4 of a second behind. That's going to be in prime draft territory here.
We can see right-hand side on board with Michael Hamlet having a look to the inside and kind of half-heartedly committing. Whoa, bit of a contact as they depart the corner as the Sous Chef Academy car just gets into the side of Blue Chip Racing, who was super wide going through the hairpin. That was what the look was about from Michael Hamlet, was trying to force an error. Impulse Esports coming for their final stop. Aspar coming for their final stop as well. We'll just see when Aspar's previous entrance into the pit lane was. It was lap 180, or it's lap 182 now, never mind, that one is completely useless. I do think that Michael Hamlet might be in the pit lane this time by.
Yeah, he may be, but let's keep our eyes open here as he works his way down through the Sachs curve, just bringing that Audi around, as we've talked about, trying to minimize time on the curbs. That Audi not liking the curbs here really at all. A little bit of a narrower line. Is this going to be the send-in? No, it's going to be Blue Chip that comes in.
That I did not expect. I said that they were both in the pit lane at the same time, at the same point the last time they were in the pit lane, but it was because Michael Hamlet had to serve a bit of that damage repair. But do remember they did take on fuel at that point, so they might have just brimmed the tank as well. We do remember that happening, which is why we're definitely expecting a tyre change for the Sous Chef Academy car. But either way, Aspar and Blue Chip both in the pit lane, the two Mercs coming to a stop. There is the Aspar team, that 121, that are looking to at least grab a podium from the evening's action as we approach just 40 minutes left to go.
Only 40 minutes down there as exiting the pit lane does go that Mercedes. Blue Chip Racing also out and on their way. That looks like that's going to slot them down into about 8th place position, about 3-4 seconds behind RFR Pink.
Yes, let's see what these gaps turn into right now. On the right-hand side, you can see the Blue Chip Racing out of the pit lane after servicing the car for their very last time. And I wonder if Michael Hamlet will instantly try and respond. It's just that some cars now won't take tyres. They will just take the fuel. I would be in the region of just taking fuel, maybe for if you're doing a 60-minute stint and then into a 40-minute stint, that's maybe a bit too long on tyres, but to be fair, they should be able to double stint around here, so it shouldn't be too bad. I would be very reluctant to change tyres on the final stop, kind of like one of those things of accepting the risk. And obviously some of this isn't for the win, it's not for a championship or anything. Sous Chef Academy does come into the pit lane this time by, but if it's not for a win, you know, not for a championship, sometimes you might take a bit of a risk to try and gain a couple of spots. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, so what? We're out here to try and beat all the other teams. To, you know, it's bragging rights.
Yeah, exactly. It's bragging rights to be able to do it, as you were correct there, Hamlet, coming on down into pit lane in response to what we saw from Blue Chip Racing. This is going to be the race off of the line here to see who is going to be able to do this best. But, yeah, I think you're going to have to see a little bit of that change up.
Well, it's Blue Chip Racing coming out of the final corner. Where is Sous Chef Academy going to be? They're still in the pit lane taking that fuel. I think this is going to be a big swing towards Blue Chip Racing. Is that Audi R8 going to set off at any point soon? Obviously having to take a little bit more fuel, maybe taking something in the form of some tyres, but Blue Chip Racing going to be out way ahead now of Sous Chef Academy.
Yeah, and that's going to completely change that look of the battle. 5 seconds, and I've got to say, that is probably going to be a little bit too much here for Sous Chef to be able to make up on Blue Chip Racing, but we will have to see here in these final 38 minutes.
Looking at Impulse at the moment, the battle between them and the RJB Solutions Dutch Sim Racing team, car just a second between the two of these. Of course, both of these have ticked off their final pit stops. This is a legit battle for position. It is tight between them. Of course, just 0.6 of a second between this pairing. The opportunity might well come, though, because between the two of them, I think RJB Solutions have been struggling a little bit more on the speed in comparison to Impulse. I think the Hockenheim rings lent itself more towards the Mercedes AMG GT3, but still, that car has been pretty fast. I would say 11th position is quite out of position for them.
Yeah, it's not at all where I would expect to see them running here, especially in this stage in the race. They've had such good speed, able to get by RJB here, or at least send the move down to the inside of the unfired parabolica, and it looks like there that move is going to be able to get done. But yeah, just surprising and probably a little bit disheartening here for these drivers to see them all the way down, holding on to 10th place. A little bit of a fight back here from RJB.
Wonder if they'll fully commit to that fight back, though. That's kind of the thing, is that sometimes you kind of give it a bit of a look and then think, actually, nah, I'm not going to do it. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, lifting off a little bit early, not trying to commit to the outside of the hairpin. Do throw it in a little bit late on the brake, see what the tighter line is, but you can see falling straight back in line behind the rear end of the Impulse eSports car. The Holy Energy one's been into the pit lane as well for their last stop of the afternoon. There they are on the right-hand side of your screen. And they will come out comfortably ahead of this battle, comfortably though behind Sous Chef Academy, comfortably ahead of the Sicania Endurance Motorsports. I feel for them, they're going to have a pretty boring run to the checkered flag.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to have a lot of battles around them, so it's not going to be all that much that they have to deal with. Just going to be trying to set in some fast laps here by themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be very close between them. Where are the opportunities, though? Obviously, you've got the hairpin. Where are the other opportunities around here?
Well, we've seen plenty of times that you're able to get down into the Mercedes Arena section. That's certainly a chance that you're going to be able to send that down. We've also seen some aggressive moves going down through the first corner and down into the Einfahrt Parabolica. Now, the problem with getting that move done there at that point is really and truly the fact that you can run yourself into a little bit of a problem, losing out on the slipstream down the Parabolica itself. And if you lose that, it could be all for naught.
DS Racing and Race Spirit Team both also into the pit lane. It will give Leo Racing Team a lead by a lap on everyone else. And well, I say that as they come down onto pit lane as well. So they're joining everyone on the bit of the pit lane party with 35 minutes left to go. So ticking that one off. Again, for them, to be fair, if I'm Leo Racing, I'm taking tyres, not because I have to, but because it's a bit of banter, isn't it? Let's go and set the fastest lap of the race by a country mile and actually kind of enjoy this one. Wonder if they'll switch back out with Alessandro Puotti as we see RFRO Pink going through the final corner. Going for a bit of rallycross around there.
Oh, that is not the way you want to be able to handle that line as they go. Little bit of wiggling there. Good for him to be able to hold on to the car, though, as they get everything running. We continue to focus back here on Impulse with RJB closing in behind them just a little bit, trying to see if that gap's going to extend itself out as they go. But good, clean lines there coming down through the sectors as they get it and down into the Sachs curve right now as they bring their way around, looking to see if anything is going to shake itself out. RJB was able to gain in a couple of tenths there on that last run.
I mean, the graphic going a bit crazy there with Leo Racing. Pit lane, pit out, pit lane, pit out. Obviously, they're quite late in the pit lane, unless they're having a bit of a problem. But I think it's actually finds more of a technical issue on their side. I did see when I first joined the server that Alessandro Puotti was having a bit of connectivity issues, and he is, you can see, well, there we go. There was the yellow and black car you just kind of saw directly ahead. There are some fairly substantial connection issues going the way of Alessandro Puotti. Now, if I'm then, I am focused on the victory here. I am pitting that car immediately and switching the driver back out again, because Puotti will disconnect from the race if that keeps going.
Yeah, he certainly will, and that's kind of one of the things here that you have to keep your eye out in sim racing. We obviously don't have mechanical issues, mechanical gremlins that get yourself into the car and really break everything up, but you do have a little bit of those problems that will arise, whether it's internet connection issues or whether it's actually mechanical issues on your wheel or sim rig. And so that's a little bit of that near what it is. There we can see the pit laps on your screen. Obviously, with Delta Racing still owing us a pit stop before everything fires off, I've got to agree with you here, Lewis. Leo Racing needs to come down into pit lane, change out Puotti. You do not want to run that risk.
You wouldn't be in an endurance race like this without a cheeky little bit of drama like that. And whilst everything's been going so much the way of Leo Racing, well, it's not now. It did kind of make sense, because remember on the last pit stop, Alessandro Puotti was out of the car and out of the session straight away. Clearly had to kind of try and figure something out with these connection issues. Like I said, when I joined the server, there was a couple of them lying around. but they are having some pretty substantial. Every time you're seeing it flicker there on the graphic, that's because they are not disconnecting, but they're having packet loss. They're kind of essentially disappearing from the server, rejoin, disappearing. Oh, that's where you are. That's where. Now that is very dangerous for everyone else driving around on the circuit. It's a bit scary for those driving around on the circuit, but it's a serious problem for Leo Racing. And eventually, the iRacing system 9 times out of 10 will be like, actually, bye, and it will just boot you.
Yeah, it will just boot you out of the session, and I've got to think here that there is communication with those drivers in the Leo Racing team number 33 that they have to be noticing it. If you're behind the wheel of the car, what you will see happening is you will be driving around on a normal run here for the rest of the time, and then it will be that you see cars sort of bouncing and jumping all around you, that it will be all of the cars doing that. And so rest assured here, the Pioti will know that that is happening to him. He will know that he's having those issues. The question here is if the team does try to respond to it or not. And once again, going back to your previous point, if I were them, I would come in, take that pit stop penalty, swap out the drivers. It's only 30 minutes to go here, only 30 minutes left in this run. And so if you need to get that done, get it done. Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, like I say, the victory is the most important thing. They're so far clear of everyone else. They can come in. They could do basically a full pit stop and still come out, not quite as the race leader because it's a minute 5, but they wouldn't be that far behind. And they've got the pace to go and grab that one back. You've got one of the Dutch Sim Racing team cars that's been in the pit lane, that one being the SimX Pro car, coming out just behind the battle where their teammate in the RJB Solutions Porsche is directly ahead, trying to get past Impulse Esports. Of course, we saw the switch of position go the way of the Mercedes. I am more surprised that Impulse Esports haven't pulled out a larger gap in that battle, considering the pace that we saw earlier on from Impulse, where comparatively to RJB Solutions, they were more closer to half a second faster. Now, not the case at all, which could show well for the DSRT RJB Solutions car later on in this race, 5-10 minutes to go. If they can keep those tyres in check, if they can keep this kind of gap, well, they might keep themselves in the hope, in the chance of going on the attack and grabbing over that top 10.
Yeah, and that's certainly what they're going to be hoping to do here, and I think that's part of the reason why we haven't seen that gap really come down here all that much at this point. I think they are just managing the tires, managing the car, and keeping themselves into position here to not be able to attack too hard and saving everything that they've got. That is part of the strategy of endurance racing, is just holding on, getting yourself into the position where you go into full attack mode. Now, the question's going to be for this number 19 entry, when and where they choose to go into attack mode. Is it 10 minutes to go? Is it 15 minutes to go? When do they feel like they will be in position to be able to go on the attack?
I'll see where the other ones go for their final pit stops, because we've still got a couple we're waiting for. Not though from our race leaders. They are comfortably out in front once again. A minute 7, not going to lap the field. I think now. I think they'll be keeping that distance. We'll go back up to Blue Chip Racing with RFRO Pink, who have had a couple of offs earlier on in this race, or rather earlier on in this stint. Remember, we saw that one on the start-finish straight. I think there is going to be a battle here for 5th place. If they battle out too hard as well, the Sous Chef Academy car, Jens Kaiser, might close in. I know it's 10 seconds. I know it's a big gap, but they've got some really good pace in that Audi R8. Maybe I'd say Jens Kaiser's not quite as fast as Michael Hamlet. Not trying to win Michael Hamlet over at all. I just think that from what we've seen, Michael Hamlet might be a bit faster, as we can see some issues for the SimX Pro car. Oof, bit of a slide.
Ooh, bit of a slide, a bit of a thunk there into the side of the barrier. That, of course, going down through the Mobil 1 curve, and that picked up a little bit of damage there on the front end of that 831, so they're going to have to bring themselves back around. I don't believe that was necessarily crippling there for them, but you can see them trying to get out of the way there of the Porsche, and that's going to bring them back, and just a little bit of heartache here in the latter stages of the race. But yeah, as we continue to close here, Blue Chip Racing only about 1.9 seconds in between themselves and RFRO Pink. Does look like Sous Chef Academy's lost a little bit of time over that last lap. It was hovering at about 9.7, 9.8 seconds. It's now expanded up to about 10.1.
Yeah, some of the gaps certainly growing around here. Like we said, we've got a lot of different strategies to work out here, a lot of different things at play. All the teams are kind of doing their own thing. And as we said before, when it comes to teams focusing on other team strategies and stuff, trying to run the numbers behind the scenes, when it comes to a day like this, you've got to focus on yourself. Sausage Dodgers Racing, I've seen a couple of issues from them. That's going to be a big hit in the barrier. Oof. That was a big one out through Mobile 1. They are not the first car we have seen in that barrier, and I'd argue potentially won't be the last. RFRO coming to the pit lane. They were under attack from Blue Chip Racing. They've decided to bail into the pit lane. Like we said, a few still owe us a trip down into pit lane. Not 100% sure, though, as to which ones that will be. Obviously, everyone's running their own strategies, their own fuel numbers. Some might just be saving, trying to get that checkered flag.
Yeah, the drivers that I'm really interested in here are Delta Racing. They last came in about 30 laps ago, and Delta here with only about 26, 25 minutes left to go in the race. I've got to think that they are going to owe us a pit stop before everything is said and done. As there we see that as RFRO Pink changing the tires out here. A little bit of a strange strategy. We didn't think once they came down under the 30-minute mark that we would see a lot of drivers changing those tires, but certainly here at this point, they've opted to do so.
I mean, maybe they're going out there for a bit of fun. Obviously, they're going to be chasing down this battle that's just coming through your screen now, because RFRO Pink will drop behind, I believe, and drop back to 11th position. Unless they have a lap on those two. Never mind, I'm looking at a completely different battle, because it's Race Spirit, rather, getting down the inside of Red Kite. Bit of a send down the inside there. Obviously, there is a tight battle ahead for that 10th spot, but for RFRO Pink, I think they're just going out there for a bit of fun. They're out there to go and set some fast laps to go and just enjoy the end of this race. And on a fun race like this, no championships, no points, no prize money, no nothing, go out there and have a little bit of fun. Hey, I'd sometimes argue taking a little bit of late tyres is a bit of an enjoyment. You're way faster than everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, just go for it, and that is one of the things that you see here in these races, as you said, with nothing really on the line, that they're able to just absolutely push and go for it as they run. We watch here this battle that has continued on. Remember, we saw this battle about an hour ago shaping itself out between Red Kite and Race Spirit Team 1. And we saw that scuppered a little bit by pit stops coming into play. Looking at the marker here, looks like both of them are good on pit stop strategy, so I think this is just going to be a straight fight up until the end.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like I say, that we're seeing most of the battles now where they're within a second, where they're closing up, etc., etc. These are the kind of battles that we're expecting to see until the end of the race. Right-hand side of your screen is that battle between Impulse and the DSRT RJB Solutions car for 10th position. Bit of an important battle there, final one inside the top 10. Meanwhile, Race Spirit Team, we saw them there, having a big moment through the penultimate corner. We see a couple of those. Of course, old tyres, some of them taking I wouldn't call this a double stint. But it's a stint and a half, stint and a quarter, even sometimes a stint and 3/4. It means that the tyres at this point are probably more worn than they've been all afternoon. And it means this is where you get those slides that you don't necessarily predict, you don't necessarily expect. And it's this part of the race where it can get a little bit dicey for some, because normally in an esports race, they would have practiced double stinting tyres and done a full 2-hour stint. This is a fun race, in that sense. It's a community race in that sense. The likelihood of them doing that kind of level of practice, super low.
Yeah, exactly. And when you get into some of the bigger series that you do run where you've got a lot on the line, you are going to see those drivers that certainly try to push for as much as possible and get all that practice in. But with this, they're still going to put in a decent amount of practice. They're still going to know at least a little bit of what the strategy is, and you're going to have those other drivers to certainly help out as everything goes. But as we watch this battle here on your screen, both of them starting to get a little bit close here, waiting to see what's going to fire off, if anything's going to happen here. I've got to say, Race Spirit Team 1 looking very aggressive. We've seen some of the, let's call it almost over-eager passes that they've tried to make going down into the first corner. We know they're quick coming through this. I just don't like the place and the positioning of that attack.
Yeah, like I say, the problem is, right, if you're the Race Spirit team and you go for a move either down to turn 2, you're going to be a sitting duck going down to the hairpin. If you go down to the hairpin, I will guarantee, if you've been paying attention earlier on in the race, that red kite car will try and make a move almost immediately, maybe in the final sector. We've seen the penultimate corner, a couple of big sends from that grey Porsche. However, having dropped off the rear end of that grey Porsche, now they've got to worry about the car that's directly behind, which is going, or is a lap down on this group. That is the team green print car, the one that's in 18th position, trying to gain a lap back on this group. Not a part of this battle, but still only a few positions behind in the race, more so gaining the track position. Oh, there's a bit of a spin there from Race Spirit team. Just got on the power too much. Now, normally in a GT3 that would be fine. When you got worn tyres like this, it is a solid no.
Yeah, a solid no, and you can see just how strange of a situation that really was, because that was at relatively low speeds. That is the slowest corner on the circuit that they went down into, and that just threw everything off there for them, sending the car right around, scuppering one of the battles that we had out on track. But my goodness gracious, Race Spirit just having it all go to naught.
Yeah, wow, that was a big moment indeed for them. But either way, we'll go back up to the battle for RJB Solutions and Impulse Racing, and how close it is before. You can see on the right-hand side of the tower, the last laps a lot of these teams have come into the pit lane. You can see we're on lap 195 in the top left. With some of these teams that have done Delta Racing, for example, last lap was 161. Scania Endurance Motorsports, last lap was pit lap was 160. Those two inside the top 10, they've got a pit. They ain't getting to the checkered flag. Not another 20 minutes. They've already done what is kind of the longest stints. They're normally 35 to in that 35 to 40 lap window. Is normally how long the stints are. They will be coming into pit lane. The thing is those stops will be very short, because they will 100% be fuel only.
Yeah, I cannot imagine them taking any sort of tires there as they come on in. And yeah, to your point, the longest stints that we've really been able to see here over the course since you and I have stepped into the booth over the last 3 hours has been about 36 laps, and that has been set down by DS Racing and Aspar Racing. Those are the two who have been able to make it out to 36 laps. I can also tell you that Sous Chef has made it to 36. And as we continue to push on here, I have got to think Delta Racing probably coming down within the next 2 to 3 laps. That'll be my prediction.
Yeah, I think that means that Scania Endurance Motorsport. Obviously, the thing is where we're seeing that lap count in the top left. That is the lap count of Leo Racing. For a lot of these, Delta Racing as well are on the lead lap. For a lot of these, there's Scania. Boom, straight down onto pit road, 35 laps of their running, because again, for them, it is the lap count -1. They're a lap down at the moment. So in that 35, oh, who is that is off the road at the moment? One of the Porsches having a fairly sizable moment coming through Mobile 1. Another one to add to the list there. Bit of a shame. Don't know what happened there. It was the RFRO pink car that was running down in 9th position.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was just an area maybe carrying a little bit too much speed down through the Mobile 1 curve, or potentially dealing with a little bit of worn tires. The rear end of the Porsche maybe just breaking away a little bit on them. As we've talked about, the tire wear can be exceptionally hard. We watched the number 18. Yeah, I think that's a combination of the two. Just a little bit too much speed, and maybe those tires just giving out there a little bit.
Yeah, I think that was way too quick on entry for tyres of this level of wear. And like you said, it just kind of, it went, those kind of slides, those spins are so embarrassing, because when they happen, they're so slow, and you kind of think for the longest period, I can catch it, I can't catch it, it's gone. It's frustrating and at such a high speed part of the track, it is so irritating. We'll see what's happened to Scania. Oh, that was really awkward, directly ahead with the Scorex Esports Sierra car directly ahead of them. They've received quite a bit of damage on the front right of that Lamborghini.
And you have got to feel bad there for Scania Endurance Esports or Motorsports, as they really had nowhere to go. I mean, that was just an issue out in front of them. They tried to jump onto the binders there to be able to slow the car down and just could not get it wound up. An unfortunate contact, a hapless passenger there in that incident.
It's a shame. It is a real shame. I think they'll be all right to get to the checkered flag, but still, that was a rough moment. There is the 2 Delta Racing cars, because of course got Delta Racing and then their teammates, the Delta Racing Endurance team, that are at the back of the field, the 19th and final runner. It's not been their day. I was wondering if Sicania Endurance Motorsport were going to be able to stay out with that damage. Alas, they have not. They've come down onto pit road to get some damage repairs, I believe, but I'm not sure. I think it was a fast repair. I think they've come in, they've had the damage repaired, and they've gone straight back out onto the track in 10th spots. I think they saved one for the final 20 minutes, which has worked very nicely indeed.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that is a good thing there for them. That's why you save those fast repairs, Lewis, is you want to hold on as much as possible. You do not want to be in a position where you've got to come in and have threatening damage on the car that's going to take you completely out of the running. But very, very lucky there, I have to say, for them that they do still have that fast repair, and that is some good planning out throughout the race. The best position to be in when you finish the race is to still have a fast repair in pocket.
Oh, as there we've got Delta Racing. They make the pit stop now. I don't know why I was so shocked by that. We knew it was going to come at some point. It's going to pass over second position of the way in the race over to DS Racing. Now, it's how short is this splash from Delta Racing? Are they going to come out behind DS Racing but ahead of Aspar, or are they going to drop to Aspar as well? How much fuel do they need to put in? All they've got to do is they've got to put in 15 minutes worth of fuel. It'll be roughly 10 laps of fuel to go into that Delta Racing car. We focus on Blue Chip Racing on the left. 20 seconds ahead of them is Aspar. Going up onto the jacks, they're changing tyres as well at Delta Racing.
I wonder if that's a little bit of a mistake there. When you come down to pit lane, you have to check or uncheck the box to change tires, and this could put Aspar into a really good position here. They're coming out of the final corner right now. It does look like, though, that Delta Racing is going to be able to hold on to that podium spot, but very, very close. Maybe they knew what that gap was going to be and decided to roll the dice, take some tires to be able to nurse this thing all the way home and not have any problems.
Well, it changes, I'm pretty sure it changes fuel, or adds fuel and changes tyres concurrently. Now, you can get away with changing 2 tyres in that. That was definitely not a 4-tyre stop. No way was that long enough for a 4-tyre stop for the Delta Racing team. So I think they might have just taken 2 in order to try and secure us a little bit. They've got 5 seconds to the Aspar esports team behind. I mean, it's a bold call. It might work, but it's dropped them. For me, it's dropped them almost too close to the Aspar car, where I'd rather take no tyres and be further ahead of them and kind of have a bit more of a gap to control.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one, Lewis. I would much rather just be in a position where I maybe had to nurse the tires a little bit more, try to get them to the end, but not have too much of a problem in seeing that gap. And I mean, look at that, Aspar able to bring it down by about 1/10 of a second by the time that they brought themselves on through. You do not want to be running in your rear view mirror now with this little left to go in the race. Yeah, indeed. Well, the gap for the race lead is back to closing in on a lap. It is, I've just seen the gap between our race leaders and DS Racing. Obviously, after Delta Racing passed over second position over to DS Racing, it is 5 seconds, probably less. I think it's about 4 seconds between DS Racing and Leo Racing Team. It is super, super tight. It's just kind of one of those things. I like the idea in a sense. If you're going to dominate a race, start from 22nd, get to the race lead, have 2 safety cars, and still win by beating every single team by a lap. I mean, that is impressive. Yeah, it really, really is. And it just goes to show you some of the domination that we have seen from Leo up at the front of the field. The Mercedes feeling right at home here in Germany, as you can imagine. And despite some of the problems here that we've seen with Puyote and that internet connection issue, it is still a fantastic run there from them, just doing exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still very much in the boat of they should have pitted to switch out the drivers, because that internet connection, I mean, they've been gone for quite a while. I'm keeping my eye on them actually in iRacing. They have been gone for quite a while. Still managed to rejoin, still managed to pop back in every now and then. I still have that feeling that it will go. And the problem is, when it goes, you'll have to be towed back to the pit lane, then you'll have to get your teammates to take over, you'll have to retake control of the car. If that internet disconnects you, the race win's gone. It's gone. It's totally gone. But you can make that pit stop and switch out the drivers and still keep the race lead.
Yeah, exactly. And it is always, always, always better to err on the side of caution when you are talking about an endurance race. You want to be cautious. You do not want to be over-aggressive here. And with only about 11 and a half minutes to go, even now I would opt to be able to come down and do that just so you don't run into the situation where you could lose this race victory. It's very, very tough. And I'm still a little bit on pins and needles here for this Leo Racing Team 33.
Yeah, I'm very concerned indeed for them. If you go and look at the last few laps for the Leo Racing Team, I mean, they are all on there, but some of them aren't actually being counted. It's not because they're getting track limit warnings or anything like that. It's just because they're not actually in the sim when they cross the line. They are, but it's where they've had the packet loss over that point, so they'll see it as basically no lap times are being recorded. And it's a very terrifying moment. I have had it before where mid-race internet starts to go a bit iffy, but when you're leading by that kind of margin, like I say, I'd be pretty chill about it. Like, right, let's just switch it out. But either way, I think they want to beat everyone by a lap, so I guess fair enough. Each to their own on that one. That is not something that I would be able to do, so it's okay. Keep going. And Leo Racing continuing their domination here at the Hockenheim ring.
Yeah, continuing their domination. And something I've been keeping my eye on here, Lewis, is Aspar Esports team. Remember, we talked about Delta Racing maybe putting themselves into a little bit of a tough position coming out of pit lane, having taken those tires. Well, that gap that was about 10 seconds 10 minutes ago has now shrunk itself down to about 1.5 seconds as they run across the line. Aspar Esports team SRP is absolutely flying here.
Yeah, they are charging up. Of course, a little extra hunger going on, not just for an extra position in the race, but for the final spot on the podium. It's been Mercedes domination around here. Aspar Esports started this race from pole position. They've dropped back a few spots. They want to at least get onto the podium. There is one car standing in their way. It is Delta Racing. There's 10 minutes left to go. Plenty more opportunities, and as you're absolutely right, they have been decimating that gap a second a lap, pretty much every single lap. If I were a betting man, and this is why I wouldn't have taken hindsight's 2020 and all that, and I'm sure they've got data which would back it up, maybe they couldn't have got the tyres to the end of the race or whatever, but this is why I was saying about wanting that big gap, is that I would rather not take tyres. Probably wouldn't have been that big of a gap, because obviously if they're doing tyres and fuel concurrently, then fair enough. Still though, they're not in a fun spot, and it is going to be a very pressure-filled last 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, very much of a pressure cooker here as they come up behind. And let's also really point out here just the talent that has been shown here by Raul Suarez. He's been able to gain those positions while piecing his way through traffic. It's not like he's just out here running fast laps on his own. He has had to fight through quite a bit of traffic to be able to do this. And that really, I think, just goes to show you the outright pace here of the number 121. As we've got a crash in the background, I think that's a Lamborghini.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the Sicania Endurance Motorsport Lamborghini that was in. It's the only Lamborghini that we've got really in here, but I think there might have also been one of those DSRT BMW M4s as well involved in there as well. This is where the traffic's getting a little bit awkward realistically for Delta Racing, trying to get past the Porsche directly ahead of that one being the Red Kite Motorsports car. They've got the DSRT RJB Solutions Porsche directly behind them, but then one car behind that closing in well within a second as they're both going to try and get past their back markers respectively. Aspar though are charging. That's one Porsche ticked off. They've got straight down the inside of the other one as they depart the hairpin. Big kick of oversteer. That 121 is charging for the podium. They're hungry for the podium. There's not long left to go, and they are desperate for it.
Yes, they certainly are, as there we have that Porsche just splitting the difference there between the two, going down now into the Mercedes Arena section, getting a little bit slowed down. There is Aspar. Oh, contact with the Porsche!
Yeah, that was obviously the back marker they were trying to get through on. Now, we were talking yesterday about the responsibility of those on the lead lap trying to get through those responsibly. Race control, then give out penalties and stuff. That's all dealt with in game. And if I'm Raul Suarez, I'm like, get out of my way. I am trying to fight for a podium. You're not really fighting for anything at the moment. You're just kind of being a bit obnoxious. Yes, sure, I think they lost the position to Race Spirit Team. Fair enough, I get that. But when you're battling for the podium, your eyes are only on that BMW. It doesn't matter about the back marks or whatever. You're only focused on that blue and red BMW on the podium as well.
Yeah, exactly. And really and truly, one of the things there that if you are one of those back markers, you have got to just be aware of what's going on behind you and know that that is a battle for the podium out in front. And you have got to be able to keep your eyes on an absolute swivel as I've got to put a little bit of the blame there on them. That was Sakania, by the way, that we saw having that issue coming off of the final corner as they are down pit lane here for what I can only assume is repairs at this moment.
Which is a shame because from their final pit stop, they then made 2 extra final pit stops for damage repairs and such. It's been a big, big shame. This time I don't think they've got any fast repairs to deal with. It's going to be a long final 6 minutes of this race. If they can get back out onto the track, they'll certainly come out. If they've got the required repairs dealt with, they might not deal with the optionals. It means they might have a pretty uncomfortable car for the next 5-6 minutes, however long it is when they get out of the pit lane. RFRO Pink though, back into the top 10, 9th position on the table. The Dutch Sim Racing Team RJB Solutions car directly ahead of them, but only half a second between. That is the battle on the right-hand side of your screen. Big moment there from the number 18 coming through Mobile 1. We've seen that one a couple of times from them. They've had great pace all day of the RFRO team, and they will be very hungry to at least grab an extra little position here and there, those extra little bits of bragging rights.
Yeah, an extra spot up to be able to move yourselves up forward as much as you can as they run there out of the final corner, looking like that they could be trying to go. I think here, based off of the distance that they have, Lewis, that we could see them within striking distance on this lap. They've only got about 2.5 tenths of a second as they dive their way down into the Parabolica entry, and this could be the opportunity. We see both cars, both battles looking forward to strike.
Yeah, oh, there's the big move from RFRO Pink. They've got that one in the Porsche already on the right-hand side, but we focus on the left. We focus on the battle for the podium. Delta Racing and Aspar battling it out. Is it going to be an all-Mercedes podium here at the Hockenheim ring? Or is there going to be a valiant effort from the BMW to hang on? They're both deep into the hairpin. They're both going to line it up, but super move. That is superior grip if I've ever seen it. The 121 of Raul Suarez straight around the outside of Higo Oliveira, and boom, up onto the podium. Aspar Esports making a trio of Mercs on the top steps.
Absolutely gutsy stuff there from Aspar, really chucking the car down into the corner, hoping it was going to hold out there. Good respect between themselves and Delta Racing. I've got to imagine that Delta is going to be a little bit upset that they lost that position, as you can imagine, but nevertheless, they have given it up here, and they're now down into 4th, but certainly just some absolute gutsy racing from Aspar and some really tenacious speed.
I mean, if Delta were playing a little bit dirty, as I'm being told by Michael Hamlet, is that Aspar Esports car, when they were getting past the back markers as DSRT RJB Solutions come into the pit lane, that's a bit of a shame this late, might actually be for what I'm literally talking about here. Aspar are very, very close to receiving a drive-through for instant limits, and had that instant between them and the back marker there, the red kite motorsports car, had that been a 4X for full-on contact, it would have given them a drive-through penalty. They're very lucky that for whatever reason it wasn't, but if they've got a 4X from it, it would have been a drive-through. Now, in that sense, if I'm Delta Racing, I'm desperate for the podium. Open the steering up a little bit, get them to get a 4X. Like, regardless, I'm just going to come down the pit lane and have a drive. I don't recommend this level of driving, but I do know people that think like that in a race, where they will put you in a position where you're going to get a penalty. It's like the same thing with track limits warnings on ACC or an R Factor 2, where, you know, obviously if you have 3, your 4th one is then a drive-through penalty. I know people that will then use that where they will push you over a bit of track where you are definitely going to get a drive-through, which is pretty bad in itself.
Yeah, it's definitely on the shadier side of racing, that is to be sure. But at the same time, sometimes that ruthlessness is what is hallmarked and awarded in racing. It's a bit of a two-edged coin there, it has to be said. But I have to say there that I much would rather prefer to see that good, clean racing like we had between Aspar and Delta.
100%. Take it every single day of the week. I mean, even if it was a slam dunk move, I'll take it every single day of the week over any dodgy day stuff. By the way, just to clarify, we're on the penultimate lap of the race. We will not see Leo Racing cross the line. Mostly for the fact that we can't see them pretty much most of the time because of the internet connection issues for Alessandro Puoti, who's been having them all day. We won't see them cross the line, so I'll try and keep my eye on it and we'll call it anyway, and we'll watch DS Racing cross the line anyway. They are a lap down, so this is the penultimate lap for them as well. It does mean that Leo Racing have lapped everyone in this race.
That is just such a remarkable feat for Leo Racing. Absolutely incredible to be able to do that. I can't remember the last time I have heard of any of that happening on a road circuit. I've certainly heard a couple of times that it's happened on an oval. Springing to mind, I believe, is the story of 1963 or 1964, Jim Clark lapping the entire field at the Milwaukee Mile by about 2 laps. But still, just incredible pace here from Leo Racing Team 33 today.
Well, I mean, I know it's obviously not technically in the same degree because it wasn't on pace, it was on a comeback charge. But if you want to think back to some IndyCar races, it was the 1995 Indianapolis 500, of course.
Yes, it was.
Coined the Indy 505 because of the 2-lap penalty that Jacques Villeneuve was given. Still came back to win the race. Obviously, that means he went 505 miles to do so because he had to do an extra 2 laps technically to get himself back onto the lead lap. Little bit of safety cars and stuff to get through. Either way, though, I mean, if you really want to count it, he basically won the race by 2 laps. If you really want to think about it.
Yeah, indeed, and I had forgotten about that one as well. As the white flag sounds like it is flying here, Lewis, for Leo Racing Team. 1 lap to go at Hockenheim.
Yes, indeed. They're coming around the Parabolica now, so they've got plenty of time left in this race. They've actually been back in the race for long enough for me actually to take a look at the livery for them because they've had those issues. Leo Racing, though, what a story. Again, they didn't qualify. 22nd on the grid and still dominated it. The safety cars, I would argue, they haven't helped, but they've come out. They've assisted maybe in some degree. What a performance. I know they're a much higher I rating than everyone else. I know they would have come into it as the favourites, but still, when you deliver a performance like this, very, very impressive.
Very, very impressive indeed. And as you said, no qualifying there being put down certainly helps them be able to claim that most impressive way to run as we follow DS Racing right now, coming down through the final couple. And there we wait for the checkered flag to fly.
Yes, indeed. Final couple of corners then to be ticked off from the Leo Racing Team. They'll come around a few seconds clear of the number 20. We won't see them. We might see them pop into shot a couple of times. It's been a super drive from Alessio Bernardini and also Alessandro Puoti, who crosses the line as a victor. The weirdest call that I've ever had for anyone winning a race. But here, the 6 hours of the Hockenheim ring goes the way of Leo Racing. DS Racing a lap down will cross the line in second, and it is going to be an all Mercedes podium as the 121 had to fight for it at the death there, but they took it away from Delta Racing. Final corner ticked off, big kick of oversteer, and for the Aspar Esports team, they crossed the line on the podium after a super effort from Raul Suarez.
Yeah, just absolutely mega racing there from Raul to really be able to get that car forward. He obviously followed that battle all the way through to the line, waiting here for Blue Chip and Sous Chef Academy to come across the line. As there, we've got a few more streaking over. Obviously, these cars sort of coming in out of order, courtesy of just how many laps down they are. But a couple of weaves, a little bit of happy excitement there as drivers cross over there. Red Kite Motorsports coming home in 15.
Yeah, got Jens Kaiser coming around the final corner, 6th position for the Audi R8 for the Sous Chef Academy. Of course, himself and Michael Hamlet, obviously Magic Mike, that were behind the wheel today. Bit of a shame that they only finished in 6th position. They certainly had the pace to do better than that. Couple of issues, though. They both dropped it at their own opportunities. Unfortunately, they dropped down the order. The DSRT Holy Energy car coming across the line in 7th. one final finisher to do so, and it will obviously be Sausage Dodgers to cross the line in 17th. A frantic race. I mean, there was obviously we had something to be a little bit calmer on our 3-hour period, but got to be said, we did have our fair share of action up and down the field.
Yeah, we certainly did. Some great battles there that we got to see. And once again, that incredible charge with Aspar being able to move their way forward and being able to take over that position. And Hockenheim here just proving once again that it is an absolutely incredible track to be able to run. Plenty of overtaking opportunities, plenty of areas to be able to get those moves done, and providing up a fantastic endurance race here on a Sunday, Lewis.
Again, a super effort and a great fun event. We do love doing these, of course, as I said before, with the 6-hour races that we've had before. We've raced at Le Mans, we've raced obviously at Spa, we've raced at Fuji, and now we've raced at Hockenheim. I mean, where do you want to race next? Of course, let us know, following on all forms of social media here at the SimGrid, all forms everywhere, all over the place. I always want to know what the community wants to race at, because these kind of events, they are community-based.
Yeah, they are community-based, and it's so great to see a 28-car entry list here into this event, and we'd love to see that even grow to more and more as we continue to go along here with all of the different SimGrid events that we have. Hopefully we can grow that in the future, and you can see there also our Instagram handle, or not Instagram, our Twitter handles as well there on the page. So great to hear from all of the fans out there, and thank you so much for joining us here today at this 6 hours of Hockenheim.
Yeah, that'll be us wrapping up, of course. Big thanks to Zach Sweeney and to DC and David Christie earlier on in the broadcast who joined us for the first 3 hours. Myself and DJ Clark have taken you through the final 3 and another fantastic 6 hours of racing. We hope to see you again in the near future. But until then, bye-bye.